dignitaries joining us, and a very eminent audience with us today. We would like to thank all our sponsors who have supported the conference and made it possible for us to organize it at this large scale. Sincere thanks to Indian National Commission for cooperation with UNESCO for the collaboration. Our thanks to the support extended by International Association of University Presidents, European Foundation for Management Development, Association of Management Development Institutions in South Asia, and Association of Indian Universities. Our thanks to the conference sponsor, Microsoft Corporation India Private Limited, university partners of the conference, Marwari University, International University Partner, California State University, San Bernardino, B-School partners of the conference, IMS Ghaziabad, and Firebird Institute of Research and Management. The session is live streamed on AIMA's YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter channels. Ladies and gentlemen, all questions during the sessions will be taken through the chat only. Do submit your questions in the chat box and specify the speaker it is addressed to. We invite you to join us for as many sessions as possible, and we do hope you will enjoy being part of this conference. In case of a disconnection, you can rejoin the session by yourself without any difficulty using the same login link and credentials. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with the fourth session of the conference themed Learning from the Global Leader. May I welcome on the virtual stage our keynote speaker, Dr. Deepak Jain, Vice Chancellor, Geo University, President and Professor of Marketing, China-Europe International Business School. A warm welcome to the session chair, Dr. Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor, IMS, Chairman, AIMA Vice Chancellor's Council. Dr. Saxena, we request you to initiate the session, please. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me extend to everybody a very warm welcome. Being on a second day that we are having this conference today, I'm sure that each one of you would have enjoyed yesterday and you would have had some great learnings from different education leaders that we had really got for each one, for you all. Whether this was the IAUP president who inaugurated the conference, was the president of Citrus University, Dr. Fernando, who was there, or it was, for example, the Dr. Dinesh Singh, Dr. Furkan Khamar, or for that matter, let us say, Sister Shivani, who led the session in the area of mental health and resilience. Today is the day when we are really going to be concentrating on some of the other vital issues that to our mind are the challenges in higher education. And what a day to start other than to learn from the global leaders. I'm sure that each one of you over the last 2 years would have been witnessing that how, for example, some of these universities were making a difference in their entire approach to education. And they have been doing it very, very successfully. Or I would say relatively more successfully than others were doing it. It isn't in just merely online education or MOOCs, but in terms of student engagement, in terms of research, in terms of researching the new learning theories, and for that matter, how one can really integrate the learnings that they were having in this area. For example, students learn, how do students learn in a digital mode? And is it really different from a classroom kind of a mode? And if so, how do we really bring them in terms of this, our engagement today in an online education? Soon after, we are going to be going over to, after Dr. Jain's session, we will be going over to a session on research. And we have a very, very distinguished research scholars with us who would be talking to all of us. Professor N.V. Verghese, who is a Vice Chancellor of NIPA National Institute of Education Planning and Administration, and Dr. Raj Srivastava, who is the former Dean of ISB, and also the Novartis Professor of Marketing Strategy and Innovation. This session will have also Professor Ashok Mishra, who's a Professor Emeritus at the Indian Institute of Science, and Dr. Rishikesh Krishnan, the Director of AIMA Bangalore. This session is going to be followed by the skilled workforce for Industry 4.0. We're going to be having, apart from the academics, the more important thing is that Delhi State has established a Delhi Skills and Entrepreneurship University, and we're going to be having the Vice Chancellor of this university, the first Vice Chancellor, to be addressing this conference, and followed by an industry session, which is going to be chaired by Vice Chairman and Managing Director of NIIT, Vijay Thadani, followed by, and it's going to be having the speakers from industry like Microsoft and Nico from Calcutta. And last is the session on the digital universities that we're going to be having. So ladies and gentlemen, we have today a very, very distinguished academic, one whom I have always admired and have always appreciated, looked at him as a great scholar, Dr. Deepak Jain. Dr. Deepak Jain is, truly speaking, a global academic Indian leader, one who has traversed in two different continents. And as he was saying, almost more than half of the population he has really addressed, or he has looked after the education of more than half of the world's population. Whether this was US, Thailand, China, India. So you name it. And he's truly speaking, one who has traversed through the world and brings to us a phenomenal kind of an experience. And it's what a better person one could have got other than Deepak Jain today. He is truly speaking, as I said, a global leader and a thought leader, global academic and a thought leader. A distinguished marketing academic. He has held, as I said, positions like a Dean, Kellogg Business School, in Thailand at Saskin, and in China right now, he is the president of the CEIBS, that is the China European International Business School. And now he is the Vice Chancellor of Geo University, which is all set to revolutionize the way we look at it from the perspective of higher education. So let's start with the session on with Dr. Deepak Jain. Dr. Jain, welcome to AIMA Vice Chancellor's Council. It's a privilege to have you with us, and we all look forward to hearing from you and your views on the way you see education evolving, in particularly the higher education evolving in the world, whether this is from the point of view of the campus-based learning, it is the digital education, it is the liberal education that we talk about it, or it is the integrated education that we talk about it, or the research, for that matter, that we talk about. Over to you, Dr. Deepak Jain.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saxena. I have only one piece of advice for you. Never overspeak about a speaker. Keep the expectations low. Don't set the expectations high for the audience. And I tell you why I say that. When I was first announced as the Dean of the Kellogg Business School, that was first time in the history of America, a person of color was announced to be the Dean of a top school. It had never happened before. And I tell you, there were senior members of the alumni community who came to me and said, Dean Jain, I can easily see the downside. I don't know what the upside potential is there for the school, Because before me, Don Jacobs was the dean of the school and he was the dean of 26 years. I told him, thank you for your great words, because the expectation was so low that even if I do marginal better, people would think, oh, he is better than what we expected. And you won't believe, in 2002, when Business Week rated us as the #1 business school in the world, with my picture on the cover page, that's an attribute to Indian higher education. और हमारे पास कुछ नहीं है ना, हमारा एक्सेंट वैसा है, neither our color, but our training, our commitment. And one more thing, that is compassion and caring attitude, I believe has given me a lot of directional guidance in terms of moving ahead. So for the next 20 minutes or so, I would like to share with you few perspectives from the point of view of the global leader in terms of where we see the field of higher education going, given the kind of disruptions we have seen. And I would share the disruptions over the 2 decades, starting at the beginning of this century, and share with you a few lessons that I have learned. So when Dr. Saxena was introducing me that I have been at heads at many universities or in many continents, something came to my mind. It was November 1962. Some of you may remember that China attacked India. And they came to India from the northeastern part. Today we call it Arunachal Pradesh. In those days, it used to be known as NEFA, Northeastern Frontier Agency. And when the Chinese army crossed the mountain part of Northeastern and they came to the plain area, that first plain town was called Bhalukpong, which is next to a town called Tejpur, where I was born and raised. I did all my education in Tejpur, Assam. And I remember this day very well. The teacher came to the class and said, this is about 11 o'clock in the morning, that the Chinese army is less than 50 kilometers from the school. The government of India has asked us to vacate the town by 7 p.m. We are trying to reach your parents to take you back home. वो मेरा first year as a KG student, kindergarten class में थे. And we were more excited कि आज एक छुट्टी मिल गई है. We are getting a holiday, so we are going home. I remember my father came, we went home. That evening, we left Tejpur. And in those days, there was no bridge on river Brahmaputra. So we had to wait overnight. Next morning, we crossed the ferry. And it took us 7 days to come to Rohtak, where my grandparents are from. And I tell you, being a refugee at that time, running out of that place was a very different experience. I was 5 years old. I didn't even know what the implications are going to be. But let me tell you, November 1962, I was a refugee of the China War. 55 years later, to the same week, November 2017, that refugee was announced as the president of one of the top business schools in the world called China Europe International Business School. And that is the person today in front of you. A refugee of a war can become the president in the same country. I attribute this to 2 things. First, our education system, as I said. And second, most important thing that I felt in my life was Indian parents' commitment to education. I have seen my father, etc., never thinking of taking a vacation, but whatever savings they had, they like to give their children the best education. And so long that commitment on education and higher education is going to be there, I can tell you the best days of Indian higher education are ahead of us. I was telling Dr. Saxena, I was the first person of color to become the head of a top institution in US. And that was at the beginning of this century in 2001. And today, there was recently an article in Times of India, where if you see Harvard Business School has an Indian dean. University of Chicago has an Indian dean. Before Shrikant, Nitin Noria was there and had, after Kellogg School of Northwestern, I got an offer to be the dean of MIT, Sloan School. I decided not to go there for some personal reasons. But I tell you that we have made an impact in the world when it comes to higher education. So where we see the field of higher education moving and what are the lessons that we can learn. So I want to start first with what is the future. My first day as the dean of Kellogg School was September 11th. I was welcoming the very first time a person of color welcoming the first new class of MBA students, 600 students in the hall. And I tell you, 15 minutes into my presentation, our director of corporate communications came to the podium and said, Dean Jain, there has been a terrorist attack on the US soil. You need to shut up before the cell phone starts ringing. Who would have ever anticipated an event like 9/11, a terrorist event, and that also in one of the most, I would say, a country of the type of US where somebody would dare to attack that country. मैं सोचा कि ये तो एक अच्छे भाग नहीं है कि पहला दिन as a dean and now you have this problem. Anyway, we ended the ceremony. I came back to my office. And as you know, whenever there is a global disruption, whether it is of what recently we saw of coronavirus, or there may be a terrorist event like 9/11, I was also personally present in Phuket when tsunami happened, a natural disaster. All these disruptions can cause significant impact on higher education because all these disruptions are going to affect the economy, and economy means the future leaders that we produce in universities. Immediately, I started getting calls from some students who had graduated that year from the MBA program, and they were saying, Dean Jain, we were supposed to join in late September our new career after the MBA at Kellogg, and now the companies are calling and saying that you have to wait for 6 months. In some cases, they said you wait for 1 year. And in some cases, they said you cannot join till 2003. This is 2001. I'm talking of September 11th period. What do you do? Your current students who had the jobs are being asked not to join. The students who would graduate next year are going to have a very tough time. So what do you do in a situation like this? I have a very simple rule in life, and I go back to my father when he was taking me to the KG classes. I asked in Hindi my father, Bauji, why do we have to go to school? Bola, beta, you go to school to learn the 3 R's. One is reading, writing, and arithmetic. The day after September 11th, I was remembering my father's words, and I thought that today is the day for another 3 R's. First is reflection. Second is renewal, and third is responsibility. I reflected on what we should do, and I thought of an idea that this is when things go bad, the best thing you do is to reconnect with the people whom you have taught over the years. Ma Saraswati ki deen hai, I had taught a lot at Kellogg, and even as the dean of the school, I continued teaching. So I decided to write a letter to the people I have taught from 1987 to 2001, asking if they had any jobs in their company for about 60 plus students who had lost the job in spite of having it. And I said that if there is anything what to do, I don't mind asking this. I called some of the other leaders of other universities like Harvard, Stanford, MIT, and others. And they said, Deepak, why are you worried? This is not going to affect only you. 9/11 is going to affect all of us. मैं मन में सोचा, we all live under the same sky, but we have different horizons. events can affect you equally, but how you react to that is going to be different. So I decided I will write a letter, and you won't believe there was a news item on CNN in US, Kellogg Dean begging for jobs. That was the title of the news. मैं मन में सोचा, I'm doing this for a good purpose. And purpose is in students who have decided to join to Kellogg, we have a moral responsibility to give them the best option once they graduate. You won't believe, in 2 weeks, I had 93 responses and I was looking for 60. The alumni came back to me and said, Dean Jain, you focused on other matters, leave the hiring to us and connect us with your placement director. My first lesson I learned that is, never hesitate to ask for help. And never help someone who is asking you for help. देखिए, help मांगने में कोई शर्म की बात नहीं है. And at that time, connect with your alumni community, because it is in their interest to help the school. If the school's reputation goes up, they would also be considered to be a better, because alumni are brand ambassadors, their brand value would also go up. और आप believe नहीं करेंगे, September 11th happened from October 2nd of 2001 till April 12th of 2002. I went and met all the recruiters who used to come to the campus, along with my placement director and my director of corporate relations, and met all the recruiters so that they continue to hire our people. And in 2002, when Business Week had a survey of business schools, we had 91% placement rate, and the cover sheet of Business Week had Deepak Jain with some of his students, and Kellogg School was rated as #1 business school in the world. Difficulties come in our way to make us better, not bitter. Crisis only becomes an opportunity if you make the best use of that crisis. So ये जो global disruptions आ रहा है, whether COVID and others, these are moments of reflection. और reflect करने के बाद you have to renew your business model. Business as usual cannot be the model moving forward. And third is responsibility. But there is one major lesson I want to tell all the leaders attending my session today. You, as vice chancellors or deans, you can delegate responsibilities. You make someone in charge of the MBA program. You make someone in charge of student affairs. You make someone in charge of placement. Responsibilities can be delegated, but not accountability. At the end, agar school acha nahi karta hai, that accountability lies with the person at the top, whether you are the dean of the school or the vice chancellor of a university. So we as vice chancellors need to make sure that we have a very good team to work with. You delegate the responsibility, but you are part of the system and you work with them in order to make sure that everything goes well. So 9/11 happened. January 20th, 2020, I was in China, and that was the day, because 26th of January of 2020 was the beginning of the Chinese New Year, which is a very, very big event in China. And I was there addressing the thing. And when I came back to my hotel in Shanghai, I heard about this COVID problem. And that was the day when the first time the Chinese government officially made an announcement that in the city of Wuhan, we are having all these cases. I've gone through some very tough time in my life. In 2012, when I was diagnosed with brain tumor with cancer, had my brain surgery, it was really important for me to get out from this thing. I was able to get out. But then I connected with the institution digitally. So what did I learn from the China experience? China did a very good job in terms of first making sure that you control the problem, जिसको हम कहते हैं localized. So they sealed that area of Wuhan. Now, people may always say whether all the information you get is correct or not. Let's not get into complaint mode. Let's see what they did right. And to me, what they did right was to contain the problem to this region rather than it getting spread all over the country. So when disruptions happen, see how you cannot change September 11th. You cannot change tsunami, the COVID thing. But what you can do is to have internal mechanisms to control it and then try to work with it. So what is the future of management education in particular, but higher education in general? One thing that this COVID experience has taught us is that the higher education in future has to be a form of some blended or hybrid learning. Digital learning is going to be an integral part of it, and we need to make the best use of it. It is not a substitute for classroom teaching, but it is definitely a great enabler to enrich students' experience. For example, not everyone can physically come to India to teach, but at Geo Institute, I have got commitment from one of the world's thought leaders. They can sit in their office or at home in US and address the students in Mumbai. Vivekanand used to say that if students cannot come to you, you need to go where the students are. So this digital learning to me has created that platform to make sure that everyone can be reached digitally. Or a very good friend of mine once said, Deepak, the best thing of digital teaching is every student get to sit in the front row. So digital mein to kya rows vagara kuch nahi hai, everyone attends. So everyone gets to sit in the front row. That means everyone has access to the best education that can be there. The other point that is happening is, which is very, very significant to me. See, when we were students, if you don't go to engineering or medicine, the areas you used to go were what we called arts, science, or commerce. Sometimes people said the very brilliant student went for science, some students went for arts, and the third went for BCom degree with a degree in accounting and so on. This is to me compartmentalization. The future is what they use the term called liberal arts or liberal education, means don't have these silos. Just like digital revolution has made the world one place, I was telling Dr. Saxena that one thing I have learned recently is that geography has become history. There is no geographical boundaries anymore. Same thing in academia, we should not be creating these boundaries of art, science, or commerce. Interdisciplinary education means the student gets admitted to a university in a particular school, but let the student have the options to take classes outside their territory. Because you may join as a student who wanted to study history, but when you took some classes in philosophy or even you took some courses in business, you learned that these things can be integrated. So liberal arts education means teaching students the quality to connect the dots. Let them pick things that they are very passionate about. First is passion. Second is perseverance. You have to work towards it. And third, of course, is the purpose. So when I look at the model today, when we were students, we really went through the purpose. Today, the students are driven by purpose. But when we were growing up, the thing was get a degree and get a good job, whether you go to work for the government or you work for the banks or you take any other job. But since we grew up in tough conditions, making a good, successful journey was very important. We were more monetarily driven, but I tell you, the young generation is more driven by a purpose. They want to make a difference. If you look at Mark Zuckerberg, he wants to make a difference in the world. Bill Gates did the same thing. Jack Ma in China, people in India. Today, I became a part of Geo Institute because when Mr. Ambani approached me, he said, Deepak, we want to create the best university in India because not everyone may have the courage to go abroad. And I really believe that if you can put your best effort, creating an interdisciplinary approach at liberal arts means let the student flourish. So when I say that, yes, in our generation, our parents said be successful, I tell my children to be more of a purpose-driven or public health. So when I was the dean of Kellogg School, the branding of the school was, by joining the Kellogg School, you start your journey from success to significance. Significance means making a difference in the lives of the people you come across. The third thing that is very important today is this whole concept of digital education, which I said classroom learning and etc. It's only going to add to the student experience. It's not a substitute, as I said. And also today we can do a lot of integrated learning in the sense that how you combine different sources together. Compartmentalization, which we grew up, may be necessary at that time, but today we are interdisciplinary mode, integration mode, and we need to make sure that we give our students the best possible platform we can give. The role of a teacher is not to teach, but to create an interest in that topic. I grew up in a small town in Tejpur, Assam, and I tell you, we didn't have a university there. So we did a college degree, and then you file your registration with Guwahati University and you appear as a student under this college. And in 1976, some people came home and said, Jan Sahab, aaj aapne Chicago Assam Tribune paper dekha. My father was born with one eye and later on he lost the other eye. So for most of his life, he was totally blind. So उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं तुम पढ़ के बता दो क्या बोला आपका लड़का दीपक जैन फर्स्ट क्लास फर्स्ट गुवाहाटी यूनिवर्सिटी में आया है with a distinction in mathematics. मैंने mathematics honors पढ़ा था, statistics mathematics. So, and you should try to send your son to IITs for higher education and IIMs and ये सब जो है सब लोग कहते हैं ना. मेरे फादर के पास रिसोर्सेस थे कुछ, तो मैं शाम को जब स्कूल से घर आया तो मेरे फादर बोले बेटा आज कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि तूने काफी अच्छा किया पढ़ाई में, मेरी बस तेरे से एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये किताब जो आज तुझे मिला है, मेक श्योर ये किताब बाकी इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स को भी मिले. मेक श्योर दैट अदर्स आल्सो गेट ए चांस टू एक्सेल इन देयर लाइफ. तो हमारा तो यही काम है कि जब से वेदर 25 years I was at Kellogg School, 12 साल as a professor, 13 years in the Dean School, first time. Then I came to France and I was a Dean of INSEAD in Paris. जब बचपन में छोटे थे एक मूवी देखते थे, बहुत फेमस मूवी थी कॉल्ड एन इवनिंग इन पेरिस. कभी नहीं सोचा था उस समय कि एक ऐसा दिन आएगा फॉर मी एवरी इवनिंग वुड बी इन पेरिस, जब मैं फ्रांस का डीन था. Then I one day had a visit from Her Royal Highness, the Queen of Thailand, came to Chicago, and she asked me to come and see her and said, Dean Jain, I have heard a lot about you and I want you to run Chulalongkorn University in Thailand and now in China. All I attribute to our strong education system. What we need to do, just to conclude, is not to think that education is compartmentalized. Make it liberal in the sense, make students access to different courses. They have to major in the discipline they come, but give them exposure to others. You never know where their passion would combine with their personal interest and lead to a better performance. That's what I have seen. I didn't study business. I did my bachelor's in mathematics honors, master in mathematical statistics and PhD in applied mathematics. कभी marketing का सोचा नहीं था कि कभी somebody suggested me कि Deepak explore marketing. All this new data that is coming, you can combine your mathematical and statistical skills and solve marketing problems. And today that has become the field of data science या आप जो भी data analytics कहते हैं. So my point is disruptions lead to innovations. And I would just say, what is the future of education? I would use the word, what is the future diet, D-I-E-T of education. First, D stands for digital learning. We need to make sure we build good digital platforms for our students and reach people who cannot physically be present. I stands for innovative mindset. We need to think beyond the normal boundaries. Let's not be constrained by the regular boundaries. Ask the question, can we do this thing differently? So that is I. E stands for entrepreneurial spirit. Entrepreneurship doesn't mean starting a new business. Entrepreneurship means you're willing to take risk, you're willing to think different and act different. That's what Deepak Jain did when I was the Dean of Kellogg. Same thing at INSEAD. When I came, I tried to create new programs between the different campuses. And T stands for team culture. Create a team of good people. As vice chancellors, our job is to create good teams of people who can be part of the shared vision you have for the institution. When I became the dean, I had two best deputy deans I can come across. And three of us, the two deputy deans and myself, we created what we call the office of the dean. And I made one thing, any two of the three can make a decision in the school such that if I am traveling and doing something, people have the ability to make a decision. So I said D for digital learning, I for innovative mindset, E for entrepreneurial spirit, and T for team culture. If we bring that part, the best future is ahead of us. My father, as I said, became blind at very early age. And my grandfather was a school teacher. He taught for 49 years at Jain High School in Rohtak. 24 साल as a teacher and 25 years as the headmaster. उन्होंने मेरा नाम दीपक रखा था. बोला बेटा, your father cannot see light. You need to give light to the world. And I can rest assure you, future is there. अगर एक आदमी हिंदी राष्ट्रभाषा विद्यालय में पढ़कर कभी केलॉग का डीन और वॉटर इंसियाड का डीन एंड देन चाइना एंड देन थाईलैंड बन सकता है, I think every Indian has the potential to do the best. They need good mentorship, and I'm sure that वो दिन दूर नहीं है जब सारे वर्ल्ड में बहुत सारे दीपक जगमगाएंगे और वो दीपक के नीचे होगा दिस दीपक बिलोंग्स टू इंडिया. ये हमारे भारतीय एजुकेशन का strength है. We have lots of qualities inside us. We need the best environment and the support to make it happen. एक मेरी saying है, there is no challenge ahead of you is greater than the force behind you. Deepak Jain is always behind you. I look forward to doing anything for Dr. Saxena or for Indian education system. And I can rest assure you, the best thing we can do is stay united, and the higher education system, the best days of higher education system in India are ahead of us. And you all have a friend in Deepak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepak Jain. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't have had a better leader speaking to us this morning. Thank you so much, Deepak Jain, and let many, many Deepak Jains be there in this world itself.
100%.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Varghese, I can see you over here with us.
Yes, I am here.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I took 5 extra minutes. I'm very sorry.
No, don't worry, sir. Don't worry. It was a pleasure listening to you.
No.
Professor Varghese, Dr. Deepak Jain, you would have heard, you know, he's been a global academic leader. And Dr. Varghese has been
I was in Paris, sir, for 14 years.
14 years. I used to live in Fontainebleau.
No, I know that. I have visited that institution also.
I see.
I was with the International Institute of Education Planning, Paris.
Oh, I see. Okay. Very good.
Many thanks, Dr. Jain, for honoring us with your presence and the inspiring address. We thank Dr. Saxena for chairing the session and for his valuable thoughts. Now we have our next keynote speaker with us for the session titled "Research in the New World." May I welcome onto the virtual dais our keynote speaker of the session, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, Professor N.V. Varghese. Welcome, sir. May I request you to deliver the keynote address?
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saxena, Dr. Deepak Jain, Dr. Agarwal, and Dr. Soumya. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to address this august audience. Throughout my life, I have been an educational planner and a policy maker and management, promoting management of education, especially among the deprived groups, especially among the disadvantaged groups, both in terms of poor regions of development and social groups which are more disadvantaged and deprived. So when I am talking about research, you may find some remnants of this reflected in my orientation and in my presentation. Friends, when I talk about research, I'll start with making two statements, and my whole presentation will be, Professor Saxena, when my time comes to an end, 5 minutes before that, you can show your hands. I will stick to my time that you allocate to me. I would like to start with the two statements, and my whole presentation will be an elaboration of these two statements. The first statement is that the research is changing the world. The second statement is that the research world is changing. I think let me take an opportunity to move forward with these ideas. I think the first statement that related to the statement is that if you see the developments that has taken place in the world in the past 2 years, Professor Deepak also mentioned about it, COVID situation, with all the disruptions that has happened, if you look at positively, one thing from the research point of view that has happened, a positive change that has happened, is that COVID brought together the scientific research and public policy. A notion, a feeling, an idea that further got concretized that scientific research is required to make rational decisions, which will have rampant ramification for the humanity as a whole. And this is one of the important changes that has made. Many a time, the questions about why do we need research, what is the purpose of this research, what is the relevance of the research that we carry out, I think these questions were put to the back burner. And that is one positive change that I find. The second positive change that I find is that, again, as Dr. Deepak, I listened to him for 10 minutes. Professor Deepak pointed out that, there was a transitioning to digital economy, digital transactions, and many things that we thought that this cannot happen are happening through the virtual mode, which means that initially the resistance to change was substantial, but later when we reached a situation that there is no alternative TNA, people started changing, and that change is substantial, that change is positive, that change has made substantial changes in the teaching learning processes, the learning outcomes, and also the research that we carry out everywhere, So these are two important dimensions of change that has taken place in the world. But these two changes are not with the difficulties. One difficulty is that the disparities or inequalities that are widening in the context of the changing world and the sustainable development goals. I'll come back to this theme again, but let me, for the time being, I say that the world is finding a phenomenon that is not started now. It is a continuation of the past trends, is that minority of the countries are producing majority of the research publications. This is true. Even in terms of the researchers, if you take the researchers per million population, you find that the research output, also the researchers, in both terms, it is getting concentrated in some regions and some locations. Say, for example, the regions of North America, the regions of Southeast Asia, and the region of Europe accounts for 87% of the research publications as per the science report of UNESCO science report of 2021. This data pertains to 2018-19 because that was the latest available data. But earlier it was 85% in the previous science report. which means that it is only increasing, it is not decreasing. So these disparities in terms of the research output, the disparities in terms of the research capacities that are generated, this is very important. While writing in 2007 about the developing research capacities in the third world countries, on behalf of AIP in UNESCO, when I was working there, we found that one of the major concerns is that how do we develop research capacities in the developing world? I'll come back to this issue, especially in the context of the doctoral study programs and the way doctoral study programs are organized in the world, in different countries, and especially in India. The third dimension that I would like to bring out is that there is the share and the number of researchers are increasing, but public funding for research is declining. I should not say declining, it's not increasing to the same extent. So therefore, this creates a widening disparity between availability of funds and per head availability of research funds for many of the participants. See, for example, in most of the cases, the question that is posed is that how do we finance research? How do we create enabling conditions for research? Can it be done through the public authorities? Can it be done through the private authorities? Should we rely on the market or should we rely on the state? But we are coming to the conclusion that a total reliance on any one of these sectors, either state or the market, will not be sufficient. There is a scope for, there is a need for collaboration and partnership between the two. Say, for example, when you find that the recent trends in research, when I move to the next dimension, recent trends in research, one of the issues that we find is that around 150,000 publications in the year 2019 were in the field of artificial intelligence and also in the field of robotics. Or in other words, these are the two emerging areas, leading areas in terms of research and publication. And most of this research, as I mentioned earlier, most of this research is carried out and publications are carried out, are coming out from the most developed countries in the region, especially Northern American region. That is very important to notice. So secondly, also it is important to see that what is also one finds is the need for sharing of information. Sometimes it is referred to as the open source mode of publications, which is coming up and which is promoted by international agencies like UNESCO, World Bank, etc. As a result of that, during the COVID period, again, this was essential that the information was not collected previously. If an information is provided, research finding is found, there people used to collect rarity rent or the rent that is collected because of scarcity. Sometimes it is referred to as scarcity rent. And that used to be the pattern and market orientation. But this trend changed during the COVID period because people felt that the mutations that are taking place needs to be studied and remedial measures needs to be put in place. And for that, there is a need for collective action. And this collective action cannot be confined to a state or a nation, but it should be a collective global action. So we came back to some of the issues related to the need for collective and global action, So that is very, very important part. I think the global challenge, if I have to identify in the context of the changes that are taking place, including the changes during the COVID period, perhaps some of the changes that may continue even during the post-COVID period is to transitioning of the economy to a green economy and to a digital economy. I think these are the two dimensions of change that will lead the changes in the world, in the global world, whether it is a developing country or a developed country or a less developed country. So it is very important to see that. And what is also perplexing, but not surprising, is the extent of inequalities that are developing, the widening of inequalities. So in other words, I will say that the challenge of moving towards or transitioning towards a green economy, a digital economy, without accentuating inequalities forms the framework for decisions and also for research priorities in the coming years. Because the Sustainable Development Goals were created in 2015, were developed, and all the countries accepted it with a clear understanding that how do we promote an inclusive growth and development. Inequalities are emerging as the major global concern. We are moving from a situation of government is the problem in the 1980s to a situation of government is the solution. I find the medical research, and also I find that the need for global action, climate change, etc., brings back to saying that no, we cannot rely on criticizing the government. We have to transform the way the government is functioning. We have to change the way the government is functioning, the way public policy decisions are taken, the way public policy decisions are implemented. This is a dramatic change. So we are inviting state to take a seat, not to take a back seat, but we are providing a front seat now after around 40 years, but not the same state. The state has changed and the state has to change because the state is the problem and the state is the solution. We are coming to that problem, but it is not the same state that you are talking about. Perhaps Ronald Reagan in 1981 said that government is not the solution to our problems. Government is the problem. And we have moved after 40 years. That was in 1981 statement. After 40 years, we are moving. And I will say that I will quote Amartya Sen, who said that, the society to succeed, they need the invisible hand of the free markets and the visible hand of good governance by the public authorities. So this is a new stage in our development. It's a new phase in our progress, and that needs to be taken into account when we discuss about the research priorities and how the research is changing in this world. As I mentioned, the deciding factor and the influencing force to change the research in this world today is the SDGs are the answer to the concerns of inequalities and the role of public policies. SDGs introduced a set of new global values, a shared vision, a new partnership modalities. The 1980s and 1990s, the world interfaced through the prism of market and globalization. Yes, I will add. Market and globalization. That one finds is that this common destiny is to be defined in terms of inclusion, which means that leaving no one behind, no region behind, and integration of the agenda items and universalities. Now, if I take, I'm told that I have 5 more minutes. So within the 5 more minutes, I will describe about 5 trends in research that is taking place globally. This cuts across science, cuts across social sciences, humanities, arts, and all. It is a general statement. One is that the interdisciplinary orientation that is taking place in the decision-making processes and also in the research processes. And it was Dr. Deepak Jain mentioned about the multidisciplinarity that is taking place. And it is also important to see that liberal arts education is getting an importance in the present day context. The second dimension and change in the research that I find is that basic research, the move from basic research to applied research and applied research orientation that is taking place. And the question is more confined to economic growth, how research is contributing to knowledge production, how it is contributing to knowledge economy. And this assumes an importance. And many a time what one finds is also the fact that the corporate interest in knowledge production has gone up substantially as a result of the growth and expansion, evolution and expansion of the economy, that is the knowledge economy that is taking place. The third trend that I would like to say is that cross-border collaborations are increasing. That is very important to notice that. It's also because of the fact that people realize that the collaborated research are the highly cited research items. And if you go by, if you understand, to illustrate this point, if you go by the Nobel laureates, there are around 1,975 Nobel laureates in the world. Not all of them alive. Nobel prizes were awarded from 1901 to 2021. And if you see that 40% of these Nobel laureates are from the United States. And 35% of the Nobel laureates are migrants. They were not born and brought up in the United States, So it's also a process whereby a clear indication that the basic research for which the Nobel Prize is awarded is not shared by the nations which are taking the credit for it and the claims for it, but it's also through the flow of knowledge, information, skills, and dexterity that is moving from one state to the other, one country to the other. The fourth dimension that I'll say that increasing cross-border collaboration previously was between the North and the South. That is no longer true. South-South collaborations are increasing. This is true in Latin America. This is true in Asia. And if you see within Asia, countries like China are performing excellently well through their programs of 985 and also 211. And the way in which, the most top-ranked university in Asia is Peking University, number 22. Global ranking is 22. And there is an effort that was made to capitalize on the research capacities, create research capacities, concentrated attention, focused resource allocations that were done. This has helped a lot. The last point that I mentioned within the limited time is that even when research has moved out of universities in many countries, research training has remained almost as a monopoly of the universities. I am talking about the doctoral studies. You find that most of the doctoral studies where the research capacity development that is taking place is substantially and almost entirely, if not almost entirely, is with the universities. But the doctoral studies, I get theses for evaluation from different parts of the world. And what I find is that the nature of thesis is also changing. Previously, it was for academic orientation, to produce researchers and good students, give good lectures in the classrooms in the universities. But many a time, nearly 85% of the doctoral students in some of the countries are getting employment outside the university sector, in the production sector, and with the knowledge economy, the demand for doctorates being appointed in the corporate sector also has increased. This has also changed the way in which the doctoral studies are designed. It is no longer to expand, to extend the frontiers of knowledge within the confines of the disciplinary boundaries. It has undergone dramatic change, and that is a change that you try to see that. So friends, since I had to end, Saxena Sahab, I am finishing. So I will say that the whole research orientation will center around the dimensions of moving towards green economy and a digital economy without expanding or without accentuating inequalities. And SDG goals will form an umbrella organization or a framework for all the research, whether it is in science, whether it is in economics, whether it is in sociology or any other disciplines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varghese. It was just wonderful. Dr. Deepak Jain, thank you once again very much. Over to you, MC, for starting the next session. We have
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Srivastav and others.
I may take a leave of absence now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for joining us and enriching us with your immense knowledge in the research world. To
Thank you.
take our discussion forward on research in the new world, let me welcome our illustrious panel members. Session Chair, Dr. Rajendra Srivastav, Novartis Professor of Marketing Strategy and Innovation, Indian School of Business. Panel speakers, Dr. Ashok Misra, Professor Emeritus, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, Director, IIM Bangalore. May I request Session Chair, Dr. Srivastav, to conduct this session, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome everybody. Ashok and Rishi, wonderful to see you guys. And
Nice to
since
see
we had 40 minutes, probably 35 minutes now, I will accelerate, our conversation. Keeping in mind that the conference theme is global disruption and transformation in higher education, and within that, our session is focusing on research in the new world. I will take the first, 3-4 minutes, and then I will hand over to you. And you will have about 10 minutes apiece to talk about, what was on your mind. And subsequently, we will have another 10 minutes or so for us to have a conversation on topics that may be of mutual interest. And at the end, I will take a few minutes to summarize. So let me just make a few comments of research in the context of global disruption. One is that we are seeing a lot of technology enter research. So as an example, business analytics are being used, for example, in pharmaceutical research. And we also are beginning to use business analytics not only in healthcare, but if you're looking at the fintech area, or if we're looking at new technologies that are being brought into place, taking advantage of IoTs and so on. But anyway, so I was very fortunate to be involved in a program about a year ago called WebHub, where we had wonderful conversation between academics of Indian origin who were abroad, as well as academics that were residential. And one of the ideas that came up was to focus on problems and opportunities that were worth taking advantage of, and the development of research clusters. So for example, there's a research cluster in pharma that is beginning to emerge around Hyderabad. Bangalore, Rishi, where you are, has multiple research clusters already in place. But the idea was to bring together academia, industry, and indeed government to see if we could lay the path. And related to that then was this, which cluster, if we're talking about clusters, what are the sectors that we could focus on where India could actually take the lead, globally? We all know that no matter where you go, you will find doctors of Indian origin. If you go to Terra del Fuego at the southern tip of Argentina, I'm sure you'll find Indian doctors there. When you ask people, where do nurses come from? The first answer is Philippines. But you press further, and the second answer is Kerala. It's not even India. The answer, they go straight to Kerala. So we're producing doctors and we're producing nurses. Why can we not integrate and really take a lead in the healthcare sector to talk about medical technology, et cetera, and look at the entire ecosystem? So the second thing would be, some idea about what clusters could India take the lead in. A third element, which was actually touched upon in the previous sections, was really related to collaboration. And collaboration is on multiple dimensions. One is collaboration across borders. Another could be collaboration that is multidisciplinary. When I was in Singapore, one of my friends was, one of my colleagues was from MIT. His name was Tom Magnanti, and he was the president of Singapore University of Technology and Design. And he made the comment that India has two great brands, IITs and IIMs. Professor Mishra, I think IISc should have been included in that as well. But his comment was that India has two great brands. How come they don't work together? So if we look at this context of taking basic research to market, from lab to market, why isn't an Indian Institute of Sciences working with the Indian Institute of Management in Bangalore? And how can we work collaboratively across organizations to accelerate the process? Another element of collaboration really is that we need to stretch the boundaries of what we consider disciplines. For a long time, people have talked about research and programs, doctoral programs related to STEM. STEM standing for science, technology, engineering, and math. I would like to add a second M to it, which is medicine, because today we are beginning to use technology in medicine as well. And I might like to add a third M to it, which is management. So why can't we have science, technology, engineering, math, medicine, and management? So the need to collaborate, I think, is very critical. And the global climate that we're facing is that life cycles are getting accelerated in all kinds of industries. So this collaboration, which may have been sequential, let's say from science into basic science into applied, now needs to be done in parallel. So we need to be perhaps holding hands together and working on some problems. Then a common issue to research really is, where do we find the talent and what do we do about the talent? So these are some things that were on my mind. I would love to hear what is on your mind, and then we'll try to integrate it all in the last 5 minutes or so. So Rishi, over to you, and then after that, Ashok, over to you.
Yeah, many thanks, Raj, and thanks to AIMA for inviting me to this panel. Good morning, Professor Mishra. Good to see you again. So I was kind of looking at this whole question of research from a slightly different angle than what Raj started with. So I just completed teaching my strategy implementation course to the MBA students a few days ago. And as I was teaching this course, there were several questions that came up that looked to me we need research to solve. So I thought I would share some of these problems because particularly in India, and I think Raj sort of alluded to this in a way, we have no shortage of policies. We do come up with lots of documents, but often we don't get the results we intend. And one of the reasons for this is often claimed to be our poor implementation capabilities. So I think strategy implementation, policy implementation, whatever you want to call it, is very critical to India achieving its goals in the years ahead. The first question which came up in the discussion in the class is, what is an effective leadership style in India? What kind of leadership style produces the right outcomes? We often read in the media these days of these very hot-headed, very alpha male type startup entrepreneurs who seem to be achieving results, but also seem to be helping their, or at least allowing their organizations to implode along the way. So while that might be good in getting some immediate results, it doesn't seem to be a long-term sustainable solution. On the other hand, when we look at research in India, and there was a gentleman called Professor JBP Sinha, who did a lot of pioneering research on management and leadership styles about 30 years ago. And he found at that time that the most effective leadership style in India is what he called nurturant task leadership. Nurturant in the sense that it's more like father to son, very motivational, encouraging, that kind of a style, but also with a strong task orientation. And this strong task orientation was required to counter as a counter force to some of the broad trends in society to slack off and so on. So for many years, this NT leadership or nurturant task leadership was believed to be an effective leadership style in India. But is it still so? I mean, when we look at some of the recent research on millennials or Gen Z or some of the new people in the workforce, it looks like the things that drive them are quite different from the things that drove young managers of 30 or 40 years ago. Whether this nurture and task leadership is the appropriate leadership style today is something I'm wondering about. And I've been looking for good research which can tell me what are the effective leadership styles in the Indian workforce of today, and I'm afraid I've not come across it. So I think that's issue number one. The second issue which came up from our strategy implementation course was an interesting observation by Professor Donald Sull at MIT. So he's written several very interesting articles on strategy implementation. And he reports a very interesting paradox. He says that, ironically enough, when execution is not going well, putting in place tighter controls and tighter management may actually make things worse rather than better. Though most companies often think that the way to improve execution at that stage is to make all the controls much stricter and to do much more monitoring and so on. And he attributes the dysfunctionality of this approach to the fact that many of the problems in execution come not because of poor management, but because maybe the environment itself has changed. Maybe the solution which was proposed is no longer the correct one. In other words, there is need for agility in the organization, and sometimes how you go about implementing the strategy might need to change to reflect the changes in the environment. So the question is really, how do you make what is called loose, tight governance work? There are some things on which you need to be maybe a little loose. There are some things you need to be tight. And interestingly enough, even our new education policy believes that some kind of governance approach like this is important to make the Indian higher education system work well. But how does this work in practice? What are the characteristics of such a system? I think this is an area which certainly needs more research. Third point. So I, some years ago, read this very interesting book by General McChrystal, one of the leaders of the US Army in Iraq. And he came up with this very interesting idea that the old command and control style of the army doesn't work anymore, particularly in guerrilla type situations where you're dealing with a very fragmented but a very determined opponent, which works in a very decentralized way. So his answer to this was to say that you need to have an approach which he called team of teams, which he said you need a lot of decentralized teams, each of which has a kind of collective intelligence with the other teams. So there's a combined collective intelligence between the teams, but each team needs to have the autonomy to work. This seems to have a lot of applicability in the business and management sector as well as perhaps in government, because we know that we have national policies, but we have lots of regional variations. So policies need adaptation to work in different contexts. So this team of teams approach seems to be quite relevant, but I've been looking for good research on telling you how you can make this team of teams work, particularly in a corporate or organizational context. And I have not been too successful in finding this so far. So that's a third area which I would underline. The fourth area which I would like to talk about is something that Raj again alluded to, the advent of new technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, etc. Many commentators in the last 4 or 5 years have argued that an important skill for managers in this context is to be able to work at the human-machine interface. Machines are going to be a reality, and here I'm talking about virtual machines, not so much about physical machines, and these virtual machines will take care of automation, they will do optimization and so on. But human beings are still needed to bring in the creativity, to bring in the imagination, to bring in the coordination that's required for things to work together. So how do you actually make this human-machine interface work? I know people are doing research in this area. A few days ago, I heard a very interesting talk by Fanish Puranam on the same AIMA platform as part of the AIMA National Council, but there's need for much more work in this area. Finally, the last point I would like to make is coming back to where I started, which is with the role of the CEO and the leadership. So another set of commentators have been arguing that the role of the CEO is changing in a data-driven world. Earlier, the CEO had to step in to substitute when there was a lack of data. What I mean is to come in with the intuition that was required to take a decision when there was not adequate data. But today, with all companies generating so much data, there's really no need for that kind of intuitive approach anymore, or at least most of the time there isn't. So people are calling the role of the CEO now as that of the orchestrator of experiments, the person who needs to encourage and oversee the conduct of numerous experiments that will generate the data as well as the insights, which will allow you to take the right decisions. So once again, what do we need to do to train CEOs to fulfill this role? How do you make CEOs who can be these creative or orchestrators? I think that's another issue which I think would be very interesting to research. So I just thought I'll share some of the kind of emerging research issues which I think are very important, which just came out from our strategy implementation course this term. And I'd love to take this discussion forward. Thank you again, Raj, and look forward to listening to Professor Mishra.
Thank you, Rishi. This is very interesting. One of the things I tell my students is that before they get their degree, they need to teach me something. So it looks like the conversation that you've had with your students has led to questions that need to be answered rather than answers themselves. Now, over to you, Professor Mishra.
Thank you, Raj, and thanks for initiating the discussion. And Rishi, you mentioned a lot of interesting things. I'll keep my remarks a little bit more simplistic and see how that resonates with you. Dr. Verghese talked a lot about globalization and education. And actually, we are in the global economy era in which education takes central place. Higher education is, to me, is the backbone of a country's future. No country has prospered or advanced technologically or economically without a robust higher education system. You can name a whole bunch of them, China being the latest, but America, Germany, France, UK, and many, many more. A country which has a superior higher education system really in the global world has an edge in today's economy and growth. In India, we have, I recently had a fireside chat with Naushad Forbes, so got this, that there are 1,076 institutions in India. And if you start saying, okay, how many of them are of global standards, especially in terms of research, you would find it wanting to go beyond, at the best, you will go to 100 at the best, which is also unlikely. So institutions of higher education are basically temples, and I call them temples because people go to worship in temples and all that. They should go to universities to worship, of learning where knowledge is transmitted through the teaching mode. And new knowledge is created through the research mode. Therefore, research holds central place. Any universities that you talk of, whether it's MIT or Tsinghua or Cambridge, Oxford, they have a very good education system, but a very high standard of research, which is what we have to aspire for. We have to have global standards for teaching and research. Research really gives institutions the extra edge. And I keep harping on this because I don't think I don't feel that Indian institutions have given enough stress on research. Students, as was mentioned a little bit about doctoral students, especially, and I'll concentrate on that because we're talking of research, must be aware of the knowledge that is being transmitted to their counterparts in other parts of the world. So our doctoral students have to be on par with a doctoral student in USA, Germany, Cambridge, in the UK, and so on. And that you have to raise the standard. There's no choice. We just have to do it. Superior education and research will attract, of course, excellent students and faculty, as we have seen in several countries. Alongside, we have to give greater stress on creativity, innovation, and generation of new ideas in the higher education system. So research is there, but research leading to, of course, there is a Pastor's quadrant. Research is basic research, that applied research, but that which leads to creativity, innovation, and generation of new ideas, leading to entrepreneurship and startups. And that culture in India is fortunately coming now, startups. But research has to emerge from these temples of learning, as I call them. Investment in people is very crucial for the knowledge economy. We have to invest in people, whether it is the students, whether it is faculty, administrators. We have to invest in the best institutions. Rishi talked about CEOs and what kind of role CEOs play and maybe training programs for them. In our country, in India, do we have any sort of training programs for those who become heads of institutions, vice chancellors, directors, and so on, presidents in private universities? That is a must because they are essentially the CEO of that educational hub. Research, as also mentioned, can be aided by artificial intelligence, but to what extent that we have to see. Technology to help data generation and data analysis, and of course, help in the research. Today, AI is being used for development of drugs. AI has been used for pesticide, spreading pesticides over farms, used for developing new materials. I'm just giving some ideas. And of course, all the high-end control systems and the like. Alongside, we have to give a lot of stress on public policy. What is the public policy in education? What is the public policy in research? Documents are there, but this has to be also stressed upon. Disruption that has taken place, which is the topic here, in higher education because of intervention of technology, actually gives us an excellent opportunity to enhance stress and research. This provides an opportunity for creativity, innovation, and whatever I mentioned earlier. Through interactions between institutions, collaboration was talked about. And now that we have got used to, including this, this conference, exchanging ideas in the video mode, these are all disruptive technologies which are change the whole way that we structure classes, teaching, conferences. Same thing can be applied to research. Can we exchange ideas across institutions, synergize the expertise that is available in one institution and the other? And Raj, you were absolutely right. We should synergize the expertise between IITs and IIMs. Recently, I heard a talk by a professor from AIMS who was talking about neuroscience, and she was talking about how interactions with IIT Delhi have led to lots of advances in that area. So development of universities has to be to global standards in this knowledge economy. Investment in people is key. If we don't invest in the right people, right from the leadership to the faculty to the students, we will not, and administrators overall, we will not achieve our goals. We have to do that. Alongside, we have to have outstanding leadership. Governance systems have to be looked into. And I question this when I'm on some boards and some advisory committees of some private institutions. And when I see the governance, it's research. Research means development of new ideas, taking things forward, improving the system, improving the country. Is that given enough importance in the governance? Governance sometimes becomes very basic routine, and that has to change. Maybe one can have two kinds of committees. One would be the governance committee or the board of governance, and then another one which leads to out-of-the-box thinking, innovation, research, and the like. So coming back, just to summing it up, a huge opportunity because of this disruption to think out of the box, come up with new ideas, not just being teaching shops or universities, but becoming real hubs of research. Of course, investment is required, both in people and in, if it is science and technology based in equipment. And the biggest thing is the change of the mindset. And one of the major change of the mindset is what was also alluded to is in one of the talks, is the interdisciplinary, and I don't call it interdisciplinary anymore because that has a connotation, physics, chemistry interacting, but cross-disciplinary. So interaction between science, economics, technology, management, these kind of things will also have new things emerge, and that's what we need for the day. And these are some very simplistic thoughts. So I hope it resonates with you, Raj, and my co-panelist, Rishikesh, and I'm happy to.
Yeah, thank you, Ashok. For both of you, I'm going to come up with a common question for discussion. Rishi, you made the point that the world is changing, and so in many cases we're looking at command and control doesn't work. If the world was nicely organized, you could have command and control, but now we've seen the emergence of hybrid organizations. These are, so as an individual, one could be reporting to the area of expertise, let's say business development, the country within which they work, which could be, let's say, India, but it could also be to the product group that they belong to. And let's say in the context of a pharmaceutical company, it could be oncology or cardiology or whatever. So they're really reporting to three boxes. And you mentioned this idea of how do we integrate team across teams, a team of teams. Now the issue really is that you're talking about multidisciplinary or cross-disciplinary thinking, as Ashok just mentioned. And we also are looking at, let's say, development of talent. Now, many years ago, when I was still in Singapore, I estimated the cost of producing a PhD in the US. And the cost was, typically a 5-year program, on paper 4, but a 5-year program. They're getting a stipend of about $4,000 a month at a good university. So that's $50,000 there. Free courses, healthcare, office costs. So the cost was about between $80,000 to $100,000 per year per PhD student. You take it across 5 years, and that's $400,000. We in India cannot afford that. Even in the US, they can't afford it now. So, and then on top of it, we're saying we want individuals who not only have the capacity to think, but who also have multidisciplinary thinking. Now, and the ability, you mentioned that it was important for them to be able to manage things. So when we look at that, is it better perhaps to take people who already have the cross-disciplinary experience and put them into a doctoral program? And how can we accelerate the doctoral programs in such a way so it's not really costing us 5 years? I'm just kind of throwing out a question for you to think of. I'm sure you've worried about this issue, and Ashok ji also, your perspective on how we can grow more talent. Of course, institutions have to invest, but also, how can we afford, to generate the kind of faculty and researchers that will be needed in the future? So over to you, Rishi, and then a comment from Ashok, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, thanks, Raj. So I think you have put your finger on an important problem. So let me give you a kind of contrast situation we often face in the IIMs in faculty recruitment. So we look at PhD candidates from a variety of top institutions, but I'm going to just take 2 of them. I'm going to take comparing a candidate who has done his or her PhD in an IIM versus somebody who's done a PhD in an IIT management department. So what we find with the guys who come from IIMs is that they have done often 2 years of coursework. They have a very deep understanding of the discipline. They also have pretty good breadth because the way our doctoral coursework in IIMs is structured, they get an exposure to a lot of different areas. So as a result, if we hire them as a faculty member, they can kind of jump straight into teaching because they got that exposure. They're also able to relate their particular discipline to other disciplines because of the coursework. But sometimes we find that they don't have as much depth in their research as maybe somebody who comes from an IIT. Now, when you look at the person whom we hire from an IIT, it's very different. IITs have very restricted coursework in the PhD program compared to an IIM. So we find that we get very deep disciplinary specialists who have gone, really into their research problem, but they don't know too much outside the research problem. So if you quiz them on anything in an aligned area, they really can't answer that question. So these two, we have, of course, we have people from abroad as well, but I just took this as a kind of contrast to show what happens when you have two very different kinds of candidates whom you're looking at. And we have found both of these are valuable. I mean, the IIM folks, very good in teaching. If they're also good in research, they pick up speed very fast. The IIT folks come in with their very strong research expertise. So I think my question is it, first of all, is it possible to really have the best of both worlds? Sometimes individual candidates do come with that best of both worlds because they have transcended the boundaries of their respective doctoral programs. But I think there are lots of experiments happening which will make this possible. I know, for example, Fanish at INSEAD has been doing a lot of work on offering doctoral coursework online, on getting institutions to collaborate together to do this. I think we should be more open to these options. This also means we need to look a little bit differently at our workload calculations internally. One of the biggest sources of opposition to having online coursework for PhDs is likely to be from our internal faculty, because they'll say, then that won't give us an opportunity to teach the students and it'll affect our workload and things like that. But I think we've really got to ask very basic questions about this.
Thank you, Rishi. Ashokji?
Yeah, lots of questions. Some questions in the chat box also. Raj, any good thing you do in any country, and in any sector, whether it's let's say Mahindra Motors or Reliance or Bharat Forge, they're doing good stuff. Whenever you do good manufacturing, good medicine, you have to spend. There is no choice. As I mentioned, I see higher education is the backbone of a country. If there are extremely well-talented people, they will produce wealth for the country. GDP will go up. So investment in them is a precursor to the growth, as I see it. There is no shortcut to that. Today, we have figure I had was about 30 million students who are going to college. And when you're trying to hire somebody, you say, oh, there's shortage of this and shortage of that talent and shortage of this talent. Why is that with 30 million people, which is greater than the population of Australia, we should be bubbling with talent, even if 10% are of world-class quality. But we don't see that in that experience. In the engineering, everybody in industry always says only 20% of engineers are employable. Why are 80% not employable? Mm-hmm. This disruption that is taking place in the teaching and learning mode can actually be used to advantage if people are willing to collaborate. Since we are in an IIT and IIM scenario, if there is a very good course taught by, let's say, Rishi or some other professor, can the IIMs combine that and say, okay, this course will be transmitted from IIM Bangalore and IIM Ahmedabad and others will take it, free up the time of the faculty to get into research and collaborative mode. NIITs which are short of faculty can do that. So lots of solutions are possible, but if you want good education system, you have to invest in good education. I don't think there's a shortcut, and you need a public policy for that. Does that answer what you were asking, or one more thing?
I think the answer is clear that when you want something,
just one last 1 minute or half a minute. There's an industry has to step in. So industry spends, and you must be reading in the papers, a lot of money for technology acquisition, this, that. If they were just to spend a small percentage of that to adopt some universities and take their level forward, so that their leadership and students and faculty are of world class. I think that itself will feed upon itself. So industry has to come in a big way, especially for the research, and research in all areas: economics, management, entrepreneurship, science, technology, social sciences, everything.
Okay,
Thanks.
so thanks, Ashokji. I think we started about 5 minutes late, so I'm going to take the liberty of usurping a few minutes here. There are a couple of questions that have come up in the chat box. So I just wanted to plant some ideas are this. Yes, we can share doctoral courses. Another is we can possibly bring industry in it. Ashok and Rishiji have come up with one experiment, which is an executive fellows program, sort of equivalent to a DBA. And when you have a chief operating officer of a major company in your class or a chief financial officer, then you kind of get into some questions that need to be addressed at that level. And they bring a lot of talent and experience to the table. And so that just changes the mix of it. So this is perhaps a topic that we should look at in the future. And I will approach the two of you on this issue. Can we bring in experience? Can we bring in cross-disciplinary thinking to begin with? We'll take one or two questions from the chat box. So one question is, what in your view is the role of corporates? What is the role that corporates can play in promoting universities and skilling students? And so either one of you.
Yeah, I'll take that on. I think I mentioned that already, that the corporates have to step in and they have to be given the freedom to step in. I think that may be the bigger problem, that they don't have the freedom to step in the government system.
The corporates have been, I was trying to hire somebody at ISP, but Microsoft ended by hiring that person. So my feeling is there should be some collaboration. Maybe if we could have a program where the fellows are coming from industry, and industry should also take academic fellows in their organizations. If we can get that going, particularly in fast-moving areas like artificial intelligence. Rishi, your comment on the role of corporates in education?
So I think it would be very helpful if we could have more courses that are co-taught by industry and academic professors. We tried an experiment this last academic year with a couple of such courses. They certainly involved a lot of effort from both the professor and the corporate partner, but the results were amazing because the students got a wonderful integration of both theory and practice. They got an insight into what's happening today in the industry, which will really help them when they go into the job market. So I'm quite enthused by this, and I'm hoping to encourage more of that in the months ahead.
So thank you. I think we've kind of run out of time, and I'll close it by making a comment on the statement that you just made, Rishi. The best course I have ever taught was in 1998 when I taught a course called Financial Assessment of Strategic Initiatives. It was a course I co-taught with the chief financial officer at Dell. And the students just loved it because while we agreed on the topics, we did not agree on the solutions. And so those students said, this is great. There was no, we weren't asked blind questions. You guys are fighting amongst yourselves. That's the best learning we had. But with that, Ashokji, Rishiji, thanks so much. And I'll be back in touch with you. So I'm coming back to India. And end of my sabbatical is June. So I hope to see you guys soon. Take care, and thank you, AIMA.
Thank you so much.
Inviting all three of us to the session.
Dr. Srivastav, Dr. Misra, Professor Krishnan, many thanks for addressing the conference. We are enormously benefited from your experience and knowledge. We now move on to the sixth session on skilled workforce for Industry 4.0. We are privileged by the presence of Dr. Raj Nehru, Vice Chancellor, Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, as the session chair. A very warm welcome to the panel, Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, Vice Chancellor, Marwadi University, Rajkot, Dr. Niharika Vohra, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Skills and Entrepreneurship University and Professor AIMA Ahmedabad, and Dr. Debashish Sanyal, Director, Great Lakes Institute of Management. Dr. Nehru, we request you to kindly initiate the session, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, congratulations for organizing this international conference of Vice Chancellors Council by this AIMA's Vice Chancellor Council. And it's a pleasure to chair the session where we have got three very important panelists today attending this program. The topic of this panel is about skilled workforce for Industry 4.0. I have myself been in industry for pretty long time, almost 25 years. And before I moved out of industry, and I was closely watching that how the business models were getting reshaped. In fact, the linear business models between headcount and revenue, that was completely breaking and moving to a non-linear business model between headcount and revenue. Now, in the conventional businesses, we had the headcount growing at the same rate the business was growing. So the pro rata relationship, you could see if the business is going by 100 million and the manpower is 100, business goes to 200 million, the manpower goes to 200. So those linearities were breaking. And now a non-linear business model today, which we see, where a business may go up to any number of or any higher side of the revenue, the resources may not grow proportionately, or resources may in many cases even stay stagnant or they go down. So there's a huge pressure on the companies and industries when it comes to optimizing the cost, by increasing productivity, efficiency, and quality in the processes. Besides, at the same time, making sure that the safety of the people in any of the processes that they are today working on, at the same time keeping the sustainability of the business alive. The new challenges have also thrown a new kind of an employee specialist for some specific role. And the new technology is also throwing challenges of working remotely, working in a more flexible and dynamic environment. It has also thrown challenges on data security to make sure that people who are working, they make sure that the data privacy, ownership, and management in this rise of technology is ensured that it is there. While at the same time, there is a dearth of resources today who can meet this emerging challenge that the technology is throwing for differently skilled people. And at the same time, there's also a challenge that we may be losing some people who may not be as skilled or as ready for the change that is happening in the organization, whether it is in manufacturing sector or service sector, or in the agriculture sector. We see this disruption happening everywhere. So today's topic is a very important topic to discuss and debate different aspects. You know, there are opportunities that this emergence of 4.0 is throwing to us. There are challenges also that this emergence of technology is throwing at us. So we have got the experts today, and I'm glad to introduce Professor Sandeep Sancheti, who is professor who's Vice Chancellor and Provost at the Marwadi University, Rajkot. He's an institution builder, a policy maker, regular columnist on various academic policies, and he holds a PhD from Queen's University of Belfast, UK, MSc Engineering, and from Delhi Technical University, and BTech from NIT Warangal. I think formerly Dr. Sancheti headed 8 central government institutions of national importance. He has worked as director at National Institute of Technology, New Delhi, and NITK Sunthakal. So there's a extremely wonderful profile of Professor Sandeep Sancheti. So I stopped myself here about him, but it's a privilege to have Professor Sancheti today in this forum and talking about this important topic. We also have Dr. Niharika Vora. She is PhD in psychology from University of Manitoba. She is currently the Vice Chancellor of Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, and she has been a specialist for long number of years in behavioral science, and is currently on leave from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, where she served as professor in the organizational behavior area for almost 21 years. She has been involved in the Center for Innovation and Incubation in Entrepreneurship at IIM Ahmedabad and is currently the director of that center. We also have Dr. Debashish Sanyal. Dr. Debashish Sanyal is currently director at Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurugram, and which is one of the premier business schools in the country. In his capacity as director, he spearheads the holistic growth of Great Lakes, Gurugram, and also drives the school's efforts towards establishing it as an internationally recognized center of excellence for contemporary management education and research. And prior to joining Great Lakes, Gurugram, he was Vice Provost Management and Dean of School of Business Management at NMIMS for around 8 years, where he has contributed significantly in launching new programs and leading new initiatives. I welcome all the three panelists today to this important topic, an important session which is going to talk about skilled workforce for Industry 4.0. And with that, I would request my panelists to take 5-7 minutes for the topic and set the context from their perspective, and then we will move to some specific questions around it. So I would request Dr. Sandeep Sancheti to please share his view on this topic in 5-7 minutes. Thank you very much, and Professor Sandeep Sancheti.
Thank you so much, Professor Raj Nehru, for setting the tone and also introducing us. Thanks to AIMA for arranging this event under the VC's Council forum. And I'm very happy that we are discussing about skilled workforce 4.0. And I believe that this terminology has become important just to tell that how the progression should happen. Whether it is education 4.0 or industry 4.0, the relations are automatically there. Skill is now going to be counted towards education in a formalized way for degrees, which are not necessarily going to be special degrees, but they can be generic degrees. And that is the reason skilled workforce 4.0 would be related to education 4.0. And education 4.0 will be meaningful and is related to industry 4.0. And there can be many other 4.0 or 5.0s, whatever it may be. It's there because we should not compartmentalize skill or vocational courses or conventional courses into certain streams and say that this degree is a general degree and this is a skill degree and all that. I think that should vanish. And student centricity, what a student wants to learn is what should come. And fortunately, the NEP has come out with that very, very clearly, that the education has to be student-centric. That's why multiple entry and multiple exit or starting of new programs or starting of scheme like ABC, everything has been started. If there are questions on that, we can talk about that. But it should be more towards job or life goal-centric. Education should be purposeful. I think that's the whole meaning of the new education policy. If it is a journey for a student to undergo the education, if it is equivalent to journey, then in that journey, the student should be able to change the speed, change the direction, change the year. They might have started with engineering, they may shift to commerce, and when they undertake studies in commerce, they may further specialize in something else, which may be hotel management or whatever. I think those provisions should be there. Since we're talking about skilled workforce 4.0, employability becomes the centric point. Nothing without employability, there is no meaning of any skill, generally speaking. And employability, in my opinion, if I give a simple formula today, would be two components combined together, maybe a non-linear equation, Professor Nehru, as you were saying, not necessarily in the same ratio. It will be a combination of digital skills and human skills. I'm trying to tell you that because suppose I'm a welder, and earlier I used to do very good quality welding with my hand, today it may not be needed like that, that I do it with my hand. If I'm able to control a robot and robot can do all the programmed things for me, robot can probably be more consistent than what I can do, because I have, as a human being, I'll have limitation. Machine probably can make things more repeatable. And therefore, this example of welding tells me that if I have digital skills to control robot and then use the robot to do certain things, I think I will be very successful welder. The same thing example can be given for investment banking. Earlier, you had intuition, you had feeling, you will study some data, some limited data, and invest in certain things. And then you will probably reap profits or benefits out of that. But today, you need to get into the big data, set the right kind of data sets, set the right kind of protocols to analyze them, and then only you can possibly come out with the right decision making. So once again, the digital skills coming with your core skills which are required, or human skills which are required. And I can go on listing various things at the lower level, higher level if it is required at the later stage. But I would simply say that in general, the skills required would be of, you can say a person should be able to do multiplexing of the job roles or simultaneously delivering in 2 or 3 roles. So that's multiplexing is what I'm talking. Multitasking is also something which one should kind of acquire. And that's when you will become successful, and more so in the coming world, because the job roles are going to change very fast. And therefore, like we say about any educational program, in skilling also, all those aspects of unskilling and reskilling kind of things will also come into picture. So those are, I would say, my initial comments. Time given was 5 minutes, I'm limiting myself, but I'll be happy to share some of the examples and some of the elements which will constitute today's skilling. Thank you so much, Dr. Nehru.
Thank you. I think very valid observations that you made around that we need not to compartmentalize the degrees that we today offer, and the focus has to be student centric, what you are talking about, and primarily the flexible entry exit, which is more purposeful and meaningful. The entries cannot simply be the entries and exits only to earn a certificate. They have to be very purposeful and aligned to some specific outcomes. And you are very right that unless they bring employability or some kind of livelihood opportunities, the purpose of exit is also meaningless unless that is aligned. I think you brought a very important point of change, that which I also feel that today the shelf life of skills is shortening day by day. And universities play a very important role to make sure that the students stay relevant in this challenging situation. So my next speaker is Professor Niharika Vora, and I'm sure she has done an amazing work in last couple of years since she's in Delhi, and we would be happy to hear from her what her views are on this aspect. Professor Niharika.
Okay, so I am actually on the road, so I'm just wondering if you can give me 5 more minutes and have the third speaker speak first, and then I can speak later, because I think my voice was going to get very distorted.
No problem.
Is that possible? Just
absolutely possible. Okay. Yes, please. So this brings me to Professor Debashish. Professor Debashish, if you can hear me, I would be, yeah, thank you very much. So I turn this mic towards you, Professor Debashish, and please take your 5-7 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, AIMA. Thank you, Dr. Nehru. As I can see my esteemed speaker over here who are with me, and Dr. Rajan Saxena, I can see that he's in this forum also. Thank you for this opportunity. And let me go to this topic itself, which speaks about skilled workforce for Industry 4.0. We are discussing this in the background of the theme of the conference, which is global disruption and transformation in higher education. So I'll try to connect this to the theme of the conference. Now, goes without saying, Industry 4.0 is all about digital transformation of manufacturing, production, and related industry, and also value creation processes. It is used, most of us use it interchangeably with the 4th Industrial Revolution, and it represents a new stage in the organization and control of the industry value chain. So having said so, if you have a little bit of go back and have a look at the 4 stages of industrial revolution, within the first stage, it was very, the first stage was all about mechanization, steam engines, and new manufacturing, iron production, textile industry, mining and metallurgy, steam factories. Then we went to the second one, and that was dominated by the electrification action, production line, mass production, globalization, engine, turbines, gas, broad use of telegraph, acceptance of that, water supply, and so forth and so on. The third was very interesting also, which was all about computer and internet, digital manufacturing. That stage we saw robotics being used, IT and OT. I mean to say, both came into being. Digitalization did happen and automation happened. Network, digital machines we started using it, and so forth. So many things happened. A big giant leap was taken in the third one, and now we are in the fourth one. We are talking. When we are talking about fourth one, we are talking about convergence of IT and OT. In other words, information technology and operation technology. We are talking about autonomous machines. We are talking about advanced robotics. We are talking about big data and analytics. We are talking about Internet of Things, digital cloud computing, machine learning and AI in a big time use, cyber security, cyber physical, everything we are talking about. So against this background, if you see what is happening, that the skill request, as one of the learned speakers said already, that it is going through a massive change, and it has been changing over the every stages of industrial revolution. The skill required, new skills are required, we can see, but this time it has been a big jump in the skill requirement. The change has been a phenomenon. But as mentioned by, I think, Dr. Nehru, we have to keep on top of the skills. And rightly so, if you go back, the World Economic Forum has rightly bucketed these skills required in 4.0 realm into 4 broad buckets. One is, of course, the problem solving, when they are talking about we need skills in analytic thinking, in complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, reasoning, problem solving. I think these skills, many of them have been addressed by many universities, especially business schools. Many of the business schools have been working on these skills for some time. They also talked about technology and design, the skills that require technology change, skills in technology change, adapting technology change and programming, technology monitoring and control. But 2 other buckets also which they mentioned was very interesting. One was regarding working with people, leadership and social influence. And another was self-management, resilience, active learning strategies, stress, what is called tolerance, and so forth and so on. These are the soft skills I thought it was very, very critical. And if you keep in mind the new emerging jobs which are going to come in future, which involves, many of them involve hard skills like ML and AL specialist skills, because we are looking for emerging jobs in the realm of data analysts and scientists, ML and AL specialists, software and application developers, big data specialists, digital transformation specialists, new technology specialists, IT servicing specialists. So this all needs hard skill, which has to be, and it will change. Today, what is required, tomorrow something new things will come. Yesterday it was R, now something ML and AL has come. So we have to keep on changing and topping up about these hard skills. But more so what's required, the skills which will remain, the leadership will still be required. Sales and marketing professional skills will be required. Organizational design specialists will be required. In other words, what I want to say is that this soft skill will be very critical. And I think, and I want to connect now, as I said in the beginning, with the theme of the conference. What I want to say is that all universities, and to make students ready for Industry 4.0, all universities needs to, in addition to augmenting the hard skill, they need to play a much bigger role in the soft skill, which is a long-standing one. If you don't have good leadership skill, if you don't have good people's management skill, then how good you are in hard skill, you will not be able to manage and organize. So what is happening in most of the business school, I've come because I'm from a business school background, does have some soft skill course, I think more importance has to be given to soft skill course. And here I am shooting with the question many a times. I think just one more minute, that whether online teaching will replace the classroom teaching. I always say that three things which are going on. One is transformation of knowledge. A third is one-to-one learning, and third is peer-to-peer learning. So I always say that yes, transformation of knowledge may go where we can teach hard skill, many things which may move to the online platform. But one-to-one learning, faculty and students teaching, especially in a research or creativity type of environment, or peer-to-peer learning, where soft skills are learned by the students, where they understand what is conflict. We try to resolve the conflict. They understand what team requires, the importance of team, how to solve problem-solving skills. These are the things, soft skills. I think for that, peer-to-peer learning and one-to-one will remain within the classrooms and in the periphery of the campus. So I don't see campus getting converted into online totally, and which may not be the case. But I think what is required for tomorrow, in addition to hard skills, I think we, especially in business school, we do not teach much of a soft skill other than one or two communication or something of that sort. But I think the time has come where we should start teaching them more of liberal arts courses. And I think like we can teach them historical thinking, behavioral theory, environmental psychology, and also most important, sustainability. We see the UN Charter, and you'll see that sustainability is going to take a big role in future. How you apply your skills and in an environment and maintain sustainability will be very, very critical. With this, I think I'm within time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Debashish. I think you beautifully brought around the new technologies, emerging technologies that will have an impact on the jobs. In fact, you brought very important skills, especially the resilience and collaboration. In my personal interactions with many CEOs, talk about this, and one of the biggest challenges they face is that the students who come to them after finishing their college or university education and join them, they are they lack certain decision-making skills. In fact, one of the CEOs was telling me they need emotionally empowered resources for in decision making. They should not be looking up to us. And you made a very important point about stress management. You are absolutely right. There is a phenomenal amount of stress on the youngsters when they enter into the industry, because the kind of environment they see inside the industry and the kind of experience they get when they are in an academic institution is hell of a difference, and they get completely frustrated, and there's a lot of anxiety and stress that comes on them. And universities bear a big responsibility in bridging the issue, challenge like this. So I'm coming back to Professor Niharika Vora in case she has been able to
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Niharika. So all your time for next 5-7 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, and sorry for getting Professor Debashish to speak out of turn. But
No
thank you, AIMA, for this great conversation, and thank you, Dr. Nehru, for hosting this and being our moderator. Very quickly, let me say, I think Professor Debashish has very rightly pointed out what it is, what is the industry 4.0 looking like. So, and of course, every one of us have our own interpretations of it, but the best interpretation that I've heard is the fact that industry 4.0 and 5.0, which are sort of coming very close together to each other, is about machines talking to each other. And for the machines to talk to each other, there is a lot of work that the humans will do to be able to program, to be able to manage, to feed the artificial intelligence that is being built, and the various aspects of technology. So in fact, in my understanding, one of the most important things that is going to happen is the chance of humans working as large groups itself is going to come down. So there is going to be either so much automation that the human who is in the service of the machine, or the humans who are in the service of the machine, are going to be almost have to be treated like machines. And on the that is one side of the story, and the other is that they are going to be working pretty much by themselves in their rooms, because at the end of the day, you're not getting humans to work with humans, you're getting the humans to service the machines talking to each other. So there is, the context is going to be very different, and therefore, and the skills that are required are around programming, around artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. In fact, I think the Future of Work report has a very gloom and doom situation, which says in the next 5 years, and we're not even talking long time from now, in the next 5 years, more than 40% of the jobs that we know today are going to disappear. And there are going to be more than, I think the number is more than 2,700, but I will be conservative and say more than 2,000 roles are going to get created that we have no clue about. So in fact, as a university, we have a huge amount of responsibility, because we are preparing students to do things that are not going to exist. And we are also preparing students for roles that we don't even know currently what they will be. So in a way, we're really all shooting in the dark. And somehow we are all supposed to figure out what it is that the student needs. And that's one challenge that I think every university is facing. And and therefore the relevance of skill universities becomes very, very they become very relevant, because what we are saying is we don't know what the roles are going to be, but we definitely know that we need to create a lot of space for we need to create the flexibility in the student to learn and foster the love of learning and the ability to learn, irrespective of whether they know it or they don't know it at this point of time. So in fact, what I'm trying to say is we may never be able to teach them what they will use, but we can possibly foster and facilitate the learning of certain things that will help the student to actually be better prepared for this uncertain future. So that is one part of the story. Given the fact that, as Industry 4.0 comes in, Industry 1.0 hasn't disappeared. So we have actually 1, 2, 3, and 4 all going to serve in existence. So or serve together. And therefore, again, as universities, as people who are preparing people for the future, I think we also have to start very carefully the conversation with the student to say what part of the industry that they should actually become part of. So again, the point I'm making is there are possibly some people who really like to work with hands and would like to continue to work with them and therefore serve the Industry 1.0 part of the society, which continues to be very, very important. And there are people who possibly like to do, some of the more Industry 4.0 skills. Therefore, that is also important. So my point is that we also need to get into real counseling. Not everybody needs to do exactly the same thing. Unfortunately, until now, we have always felt that you are the best if you are working on the latest. I think what we need to change the narrative to is you are the best in when you do what you do in an excellent way, and you are the best at that. So I think that is the narrative that we need to change. And I think as universities, we need to change it. We need to bring in that sensitivity among our faculty. We need to change mindsets of parents, and therefore we need to influence the students as well. So maybe that is where I will stop at this point of time. Happy to take questions, but these are my initial thoughts on this entire topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Niharika. I think very valid observations. And I liked what you said, that machines are talking to machines. In fact, the old days are gone when machines were talking in the neighborhood, the next machine to them. These days, the machines are talking in the remote hood. You don't have machines in the next room. You have machines in the next plant. So you may have a plant in Gurugram, and you may have a plant in Punjab or somewhere in Chennai or somewhere in Europe, and machines talk to each other. I think you are very right. Human and the talent, the skills have gone to a next level where their responsibility and job is now demanding them to be able to listen to the conversation of machines and program it such a way that the decisions that these conversations that machines make after they converse with each other, those decisions are more accurate, and they result into the purpose for which those conversations have been created between machines. In fact, I find a bigger challenge now. It's not a machine conversing with machines, it's machines conversing with many machines, and that puts the challenge on the resource, that how he understands that complexity and how he solves those complex problems that emerge from those complex decisions. And then eventually that leads to understanding of cloud technologies and big data, deep learning and machine learning and analytics and all that. So that brings us to the conclusion of this first part, where we were able to hear your views. All the panelists have spoken their views. Before I move to the question section, I would just want to take 1 minute from each one of you. What do you think is the role of higher education, academic world, in aligning itself? Where are the challenges in the academic world that today prevent us from meeting this challenge that is coming from outside, that this 4.0 has thrown to us? So just please 1 minute from each of the speaker, and then we will move to the participant questions. So maybe Professor Sandeep, I can start from you.
Sure, Professor Nehru. I'll just continue with a small comment on machines, which you are very interestingly talking about. Machines are active, machines are interactive, machines are smart, machines are intelligent, machines are acquiring all the positions and roles which humans can do. And more interestingly, the power which humans or living beings had to reproduce their next generation or themselves is now going to machines. Machines can reproduce themselves. And I'm sure some of you have seen that movie of Robot, which was actor was Rajnikant, and which became quite famous. That's the power of machines. Anyway, my suggestion in terms of what education should do is the last point, probably where Professor Vohra was anyway touching, and I call it slightly different. The only skill which I will try to deliver to my student, so that whether it is 4.0 or 6.0 or 10.0 or 1.0 or no O, doesn't matter. The student should acquire the skill called learnability. Whether he's sitting idle, or whether it is to do a role or do something in terms of programming or do something technology or do something as a normal chore or job which he is required to do. The point here is learnability will be the biggest skill. Dimensions of it would be from minus infinite to plus infinite. I'm using a term minus infinite because you'll have to unlearn something in those learnability things. So therefore a negative connotation is there. That's my answer.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Debashish, any comment?
Yeah. Thank you. I will start with a comment where Dr. Naharika actually ended and said about is that job profile is going to change over a period of time. A lot of jobs, old profile job is going to get replaced by new profile. And I fully agree with her. And there are a lot of study which is saying so, and there's nothing not to agree. The most important thing that I'll focus on the curriculum of the higher education. Whether a curriculum is good enough or contemporary or futuristic enough that prepares students to take up the new skill jobs or not. One important piece, I think I mentioned earlier also, soft skill remains permanent. Whether at the time of 1 also, 5, 6, it will remain permanent. And those skills need to be taught, emphasized again and again, because behavior of people are changing and social condition is changing. So behavioral part has changed significantly, psychological path has changed significantly. That's so it will continue. New skills have to be taught. from time to time crop up. The curriculum, I'm saying, for example, accounting, whether we need to teach the same accounting stuff or should we blockchain into accounting? Because tomorrow's generation is going to use blockchain in decision making. So whether a marketing course should have only teaching those, or we should bring some analytics parts, how to use analytics in marketing decisions, whether a core course on marketing 1 or 2, whatever we call it, or a research methods course, which we teach in all the business schools. Should it be the way we are teaching, only teaching statistics once again in a different fashion? How do you statistics? Or whether you are going to help them learn ML or AI to solve the problem. I think the blended way of using new technology in the core courses that we teach, in addition to top up elective courses, will be required for all education institutes to keep the students relevant to take up the job which is coming up.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Debashish. I have a question for Niharika ji. Professor Niharika, there's a question which I'm sure you will be able to answer, combining these two questions, that what are the, how can these artificial intelligence, machine learning or robotics, where is the scope of integrating these topics in the curriculum or management development curriculum? So there are a couple of questions which some participants have asked about the new technologies integrating into management programs. Would you like to answer this question, Professor Niharika?
Okay. So my belief is that these are questions that can't be answered by by just sitting in a chair. And these can't be answered simply by academics or by industry by themselves. I think it is the industry and the academia, industry which is creating some of these solutions and possibly also creating applications for some of these, and the academia which has the basic and the foundational knowledge on these and possibly the time to research on some of this. So when both of them sit together, literally sit together, is when we will know how to integrate some of these things. If I were to simply talk of a very simple way, how does all of this impact management or management education? I think I've written this elsewhere as well. I think management education, even more so today, will have to start to understand the aftermath or the possibilities that happen because people are working with such abstract technologies, and the workplaces that will get created as a result of it will also be fairly dehumanizing. And therefore, as a management specialist, as somebody who is going to manage people who work in such environments, what are the different skills that are required to keep the humanity and motivation up are really good, are important questions for us to think about. I don't think I have answers to all of these, but I think these are new problems that are posing. And I think we have to all work together to find solutions to some of them.
Well, I think you have brilliantly answered it in your last line, humans and humanity. So you may have technocrats on the one side and you may have the human angle on the other side. Both of these are very important, and it's a combination of multiple aspects of learning, whether it's management and technology combined together, that will make skilled people skilled or resources skilled in understanding, empathizing, and keeping a balance between technology and the other aspects of management that will be required. I think a question that has come, which I find it more relevant to what you said, Professor Niharika, and it's for all of you. What would be the effect of this Industry 4.0 on society and economy as a whole? Because while we talk about great things about technology coming and disrupting and making great changes, on the other side, there could be an impact on the society, positive and negative. How do you see? And I would want to ask Dr. Sandeep, would you like to answer this question?
Sure, I'll make a statement on that. But before that, for this question, which was relating the IT education in management, I'll give a simple answer there. All the managers, likely managers who are undergoing the management program, probably will have to acquire skills of what we call, in relation to IT, broad sense of IT, skills related to Excel, skills related to basic coding, maybe skills related to statistical tools like SPSS, maybe tools like financial things, maybe in simple terms, it can be Tally, maybe digital marketing. I think that's an entry level requirement for any manager if they are talking of IT skills. But if one goes up in the chain and the higher level skills which are required, those skills probably would be merging with the technical skills or any technology person in terms of use of AI or AI. The big data, I was already giving the example for investment banking. The machine learning, the data science is going to be very important. That's why IIT Madras has opened this in a very, very big way. Maybe IoT or information security, all will be equally important at the top management level position, that how to use them, program them, or whatever. So that's an answer to the question which was sitting there, which was attempted last time. And right now you're asking what will be the impact of Industry 4.0. It is well known that
Yes, please go ahead.
the Industry 4.0 will make the manufacturing distributed. Sourcing will become distributed. It will not be highly centralized. So there might be chance of cost-cutting measures which will happen. There will be a lot of personalization in everything which is going to happen in the life, which is also possible. Machines will come into your kitchen, which will create everything. Machines will come for your body, which will be sitting in hospitals, creating your body parts. Already knee and teeth and everything is happening. So everything which you require at a personal level is what is going to happen in Industry 4.0. Of course, 5.0 will be an advanced version. There is no doubt about it. As I said, the complete body can be created as was done in the robots. And similarly, Education 4.0 is also student-centric. So once again, personalization is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Dr. Debashish, your comments?
Yeah, I think there were every phase, whether it's 4.0, 3.0, every phase when we went from one phase to other, society has reacted in two ways. Some people got adversely impacted, some people got positively impacted. That will continue actually. The new generation people who are pretty technology savvy, they are driving it out and they're so happy with it. And I'm talking not only in urban areas, but rural areas too. With fiber network perpetuating into the villages, I think that young generation will, but there will be some society adverse impact also. Some people will be feeling left out. And what
Debashish,
hello,
your voice is getting a little disrupted.
now it's okay. Hello. Okay. So because of this, loneliness may come in if group people stop working, team gets reduced, then loneliness will set in. So that part is going to happen somewhere or the other. But the biggest challenge which is coming is that how to get the organization, like corporate world is facing with a big challenge, how to get results out of the team is such type of where everyone wants to work individually. How to create a team without team you cannot come up with new ideas and to implement new projects. So that impact will be there.
Thank you, Professor Debashish. And while most of the questions that have been raised are largely answered, and most of the questions that I have a question coming from one of the listeners that please tell how work-related skills be developed in universities, especially multidisciplinary universities. Any one of you? This can be an open question to any one of you. Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Sandeep.
Yeah. One thing, a very short and sweet answer for this question is, let the learning be not limited to 18 to 25 years of age and confined to universities. The onus cannot be purely and solely to the universities that they are answerable, that they learn everything while they are there. So that's a very simple answer. The working age will be from 25 to 75. The learning age typically can be classified from 18 to 80 for higher education, I'm saying. And therefore, learning should and can happen anywhere, anytime, any mode, any language, and so on and so forth. And when it comes to multidisciplinary, the the limitations were not necessarily that students didn't want it. They never understood. Actually, even now we don't understand. Multidisciplinarity is very very different and limited version. There has to be interdisciplinarity. There has to be transdisciplinarity. We are still confining. Multidisciplinarity for me is I'm an electronics engineer. You are possibly from management. Madam is from, let's say, commerce or whatever. We sit together and do something of our own roles is multidisciplinary. We are still not combining. I think we need to take those barriers, what you call multi and trans things, understand it fully. And by the way, the NE has repeated this word called multidisciplinary 76 times. I've spoken at length about particular topic 76 times in the English version pages. It's repeated. And they are not only talking about multidisciplinary, they are saying large multidisciplinary universities. I don't know what IITs and IIM would learn from there. I would also go, there are leaders of skills university. Please don't confine your universities to only skills. Do whatever you like. Name maybe whatever, I don't mind. But let skills not be sitting in the isolation, and let general education not sitting in the isolation. And that's how multidisciplinary will be promoted. I'd like to quote, and I've worked on behalf of UGC for that particular scheme called Academic Bank of Credit. I'm sure most of you have seen the regulations. I'm sure most of the universities today have registered for that. And I would like to get a question from anyone, including our experts. Is there something which cannot be done under the framework of ABC today? Everything. If I like Dr. Raj Nehru, take his course while I'm sitting anywhere in the world and get credited and get transferred on my sheet, depending upon whatever I want, and so on and so forth. So international, national boundary is gone, time boundary is gone, specialization boundary is gone. So today under ABC, you can make courses of your own, timetable of your own, choose teachers of your own. Ultimately, you can degrees also of your own. It is something like this, Nehruji, is that I eat what I want to eat. No one prescribes me to eat regularly what I have to eat unless under some special condition.
Right.
I want to hear. And life is very important. Education for life is very important. Education should also be like that. I study what I want to study. So I make my own degree. I make everything which I want, and therefore the multidisciplinary will be promoted. But one has to be wise to choose the right choices or make right choices. And we need to provide good guidance for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I come in and say a few words? Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes. So I just also wanted to add to both the points that were spoken, very well spoken. One of the things I want to say is that, with the way things are progressing, where my fridge will fill itself, where my, where everything will get done on its own, especially when you look at some of the things that are getting done, I think we humans are going to have a lot of leisure time. And unless we learn what to do with our leisure, I think there is going to be another problem. We'll have a huge challenge at hand. So again, while the machines make our life easy, I really worry about what will we do with our free time. There is so much free time that we are going to have as a result of just having everything being done by some automated system. I think again, education will have to start thinking about, are we preparing people to actually deal with leisure? Because that's an existential question. It's not simply a management or an industry question. What do I do with my time? The second thing I want to say is that, again, I really like Professor Sancheti's point that it is really important that we don't just think of multidisciplinarity, but we think about choices in doing what I need to do. So that's really important. Again, as universities, I think we have far too long been too regulated. We are regulated, and we regulate the students who come into our halls. And I think the important thing for us is to say, maybe the student also has the wisdom to make a choice as to what they want and when they want it. And therefore, maybe we need more counselors, more choice architecture, more freedom in our system to be able to get people to make those decisions. So that's what I think we all need to do. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. In the interest of time, because we have to wind it up at 11:30, I think it has been a brilliant discussion going on. You have all brought some very important points that that are intellectually stimulating, as well as that give a lot of perspective. Dr. Debashish, I will have to wind up, but if you have a 1 minute comment, please, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, just I want to say, the people who want to learn, they should also show the eagerness to learn. Everything is available. Knowledge is the cheapest form. With a 1,000 rupees internet, you can get the whole world of knowledge. But one has to say what I want to need to learn, and top up my knowledge in that field. We also do that. We also keep on new things are coming up. We don't know. We go to either YouTube or something else and learn it. So knowledge is cheap these days. Knowledge, fundamental knowledge. Introductory knowledge is very cheap. One has to have the eagerness to learn.
Absolutely, sir. And I think one important observation that I had was that there is a need to break the barrier between the educator, employer, and the educatee. We all work in different silos today, and that is sometimes also in the many cases creating challenges, and we are not aligning ourselves to the changes that is happening in the world, and eventually that impacts the quality of the output from the educational institution. There is a lot that we need to do at the academic level as well, how our faculties, they are upskilled themselves on how to engage with the industry outside, how to engage with the external world and find out what's happening there, and how that change and that understanding is brought back into the system. And in fact, students also have to be acclimatized with this changing environment inside the campus and also the industry, so that it doesn't have a surprise to them when they are there. And they also go on the self-learning model as well, how to make sure that what they don't find inside the campus, they can themselves explore and find out and get themselves ready for this change, and at the end become more profitable, productive, efficient resource for the market, for the industry, for themselves, or when in case they go for their self-employment or they start their own enterprise. I think I must thank all my three panelists, Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, Dr. Niharika Vora, and Dr. Debashish Sanyal, for amazing and wonderful inputs that they have shared. And thank you to AIMA for this conference of Vice Chancellor Council, where you have organized this with the intent of bringing some new perspectives. It's a great honor to be a chair for this and moderate this panel of eminent speakers. Thank you once again. I'm sure the panel has been able to give many answers to many questions that the people have raised. And once again, thank you, sir. It's a privilege for me to be part of this team and speaking.
Thank you.
Collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Raj.
Thank you.
May I now invite Dr. Rajesh Saxena to please thank
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Raj Saxena.
Bye.
Mr. Saxena, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The entire panel, it's been wonderful listening to you all. Thank you very much.
Namaskar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned as we will begin our next session at 11:45, which is the industry session themed Changing Employment Landscape. We start at 11:45 sharp.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, discover your dreams.
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th session, an industry session on changing employment landscape. It's an honor for us to welcome the session chair, Mr. Vijay K. Thadani, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, NIIT Limited. Welcome, eminent panel speakers, Dr. Vinny Johari, Director, Education Advocacy, Microsoft, and Ms. Vinita Bajoria, Chairperson, Nico Cables. She will be joining us very soon. May I request Mr. Thadani to initiate the session? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the second day of this wonderful conference. I want to compliment the organizers, AIMA, as well as Professor Rajan Saxena, as well as Dr. Pramod Sinha for organizing this, and of course also to invite me to share my views as well as have a conversation with some very eminent panelists. The name of the session, or the title of the session that was shared, is Changing Employment Landscape. And as I was talking to my fellow panelists, Dr. Vinny Johari, whom we can see right now, she wears multiple hats, and I'm sure she'll wear all of them in this conversation that we have today. And Dr. Vinny Johari is an educationist, but now very heavily involved in the technology and services industry. She is the Director, Education Advocacy at Microsoft Corporation India Limited, Private Limited, and is also leading the learning and skills activity of Microsoft Corporation. She manages strategic engagements and evangelism programs in education. So comes with a very vast and diverse and in-depth experience. I decided to put some labels on people, on my fellow panelists. So I labeled her as somebody who will represent technology, services, and now I should say education. She is very much like we have lifelong learners, which I'm sure all of us are or will have to become. She is a lifelong teacher. She's changed so many lives, and it's just so impressive to listen to her. So Vinny, thank you very much for joining. I'm waiting for the second panelist, and I'll introduce her as she comes in. But let me get along with the topic of the session. The topic of the session, like we were discussing yesterday, is vast enough for us to not only spend the 1 hour that we have, but actually spend the rest of the day. And I'm sure a lot of what we are going to discuss has already been discussed. And we will try to bring out some very specific areas that we believe will definitely add value to the audience. So just to set the context, what I wanted to say was as follows. We've been working with this term. Oh, very nice. We have our second panelist with us, and I might as well finish introducing her as well. So I have great pleasure in introducing Mrs. Vinita Bajoria. She is an industrialist and is involved with a number of what she calls traditional industries. And that, by the way, is a changing employment landscape, which we will be discussing because that is also a very important part of present. And Vinita, before you came, I said we will we will try to put labels on our panelists so that we know what do they specialize in. So Vinita represents industry or manufacturing industry more specifically. But then with the diversity and diverse experience that she has, of having been associated with multiple organizations, and the amount that she has been studying and continues to study. I called Vinita, just before you came, I called her a lifelong teacher. So I'm going to call you a lifelong learner with your permission. And I must say that you are a lifelong learner as well as teacher, and so is Vinny, and we all are. But I just thought we will talk about these aspects of what does it mean in the current changing employment landscape. So I was saying that the present times have indeed been very volatile, and the term VUCA, which we have been using for last 10 years, has now, I think, perhaps become a part of Oxford Dictionary. If not, it should become, because I think every now and then the most commonly used word that one comes across is unprecedented. Everything that is happening is unprecedented. It has not happened before. We haven't had a pandemic which has covered the whole humanity in one shot. We have not had an adversity of this kind which affects the whole humanity simultaneously. So unprecedented. The amount of technology and the way technology has been put to use is unprecedented as a response to this pandemic. And I must say, one benefit of the technology advancements which were knocking on the doorstep of industry for a long period of time, and the world was divided between naysayers and fence sitters and some eager beavers. I think everybody is now fully aligned and understands the role which digital technologies specifically are going to be playing. And therefore, the future of work, which we used to say is 5 years away and 10 years away, I think is now beginning to come closer on the horizon and much, much more visible. The acceptance of this phenomenon itself, I think, is causing an acceleration. The other outcome which has happened is that in this employment changing scenario landscape, which I would say, we not only have the impact of technology, the impact of work, but also an impact on the workplace. And that has a very, very specific significance on the future or on the employment landscape. As if this was not enough at an environment point of view, just to define the complexity of the situation that we are in. Number one, the employee, the quintessential employee that we were used to is not the same. We now have, at this point of time, the employees that are coming into the organization are not coming in thinking that they are going to get a lifelong employment. Neither will they get, nor do they want. Not only that, in fact, there are others on the other extreme which are talking about gig workers. They say we not only don't want a lifelong work, I actually would be happy to work a few hours a day. And maybe I would like to work with 2 or 3 organizations. So gig workers is a new phenomenon. We have a multi-generational workforce now in front of us, right? We have the baby boomers who are still struggling with technology. We have the millennials who had reasonable comfort with technology. And now we have the Gen Z who, when their umbilical cord is cut, comes out a Wi-Fi router. They are so connected with the world that that technology comes very, very naturally to them, and they come with very specific traits. We've discussed generation gaps for long periods of time, and it has always existed. But I think the way it is manifesting itself now, I think, is something which has an impact on the employment landscape. We have 2 additional problems which have just additional opportunities which have just come up. The whole opportunity of the Great Resignation, where people who went back to their home place or wherever else, now do not want to come back to the workplace. In the West, many were furloughed, and now they don't want to come back to the same job. New problem. And then there is, in closer home, we have a war for talent, where just about the attrition rates have gone up. People are not able to find good enough people. So there is a big churn in the employee place. The employer environment landscape has changed also. We earlier were large employment was with manufacturing industries, and then the services industry came up. And in the recent times, the innovation industry, the startups have come up, and I think they are also new employers. And this is a new employment landscape on one hand. Obviously, it is having a large effect on the kind of employees these employers will be looking forward. And I'm sure we will, since both of you are employers, I'm sure we'll be talking about that as well. The work itself has changed quite a bit, and there is a big, huge change taking place. Individual worker or an individual excellent is no longer the only thing which is required to succeed. Teamwork has a very, very important role to play. The outcome that people used to be measured for earlier was whether you showed up in the office and spent your full time and did something, then led to results. Now the metrics for measurement of your success are moving to how innovative you have been, how many new ideas you've been able to come up, and how agile have you been to learn new skills and get cracking. Diversity and inclusivity are very, very important. Diversity at workplace has suddenly taken a new role, because in the new environment that we are in, we are also realizing that getting every gender and equal opportunity to work at workplace is very, very significant, and I'm sure we will talk about that. On the other hand, we also have the whole issue of saying what should the worker come with, because the work itself with automation and new roles is defining newer competencies. There is a term which is emerging, which started in the technology services industry, which was of a full stack developer. I think I would like to remove the word developer and say now every professional has to be a full stack professional. A full stack professional is one who is multifunctional, who has holistic competencies to work across disciplines, is able to learn very fast, right? Is able to do all parts of the job. The manufacturing industry started with the assembly line principle, but the assembly line principle in the innovation industry is not working out. So the whole need for a full stack professional. Technology industry saw this need and have acted, and organizations are preparing themselves for it. We are an active member of, we as my company and our university is an active member of this movement. But what we are realizing is that in every function, we need full stack professionals. And last but not the least, as if everything else was okay, everything else used to be stable. At least everybody used to go to a place called my workplace, my office, my factory, my this. The concept of workplace itself has been put into a question mark. So the workplace itself is now no longer work from office, it moved to work from home, but I think it's now moving on to work from anywhere. So if you're going to work from anywhere and your employees who have not seen each other, and we are all experiencing those people who have never seen each other and are colleagues for the last 2 years, and have to deliver results and have to come up with innovative outcomes which require teamwork, I think is a sufficient amount of complexity that we can discuss. I'm sure we will not discuss all the elements, but I just wanted to lay the canvas open for all of us and decide which corner of the canvas do we want to paint on. What I would do is I will make it simple for the two panelists I have, and I'm going to ask them first to define how do they see this in the ambience and the label that unfortunately you got attached with willingly or not so willingly. But if you can, you can talk about anything else that you would feel like. And I also know that you come with very diverse and deep interests. I'm very familiar with Vinita's very special involvement in spirituality. So I want to see what role does that have to play. But maybe we cross that bridge in the second part of our discussion. And I also know Vinny's passion for social and emotional resilience, and we'll talk about that also. So those are softer issues and maybe have great answers to some of this changing employment landscape. So without further ado, may I start with Vinita? And Vinita, let's go back to the traditional industry that you claim you're coming from. You are a modern thinker in the traditional industry. How are you? What are you experiencing? And then we'll come up with how are you coping with it. Over to you, Vinita. You are on mute. That's the most commonly used term of 2020. You're still on mute.
Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. Hi, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for having me here, the organizers. And thank you, Mr. Tadani. I think that was a fabulous introduction. And of course, first, to begin with, I would first like to set the context that, yes, as we all know, that we are in the midst of a profound economic and social transformation. And this has actually been catalyzed by the rapid advances in automation, artificial intelligence, and unlimited access to data and computation. And the impact of these technologies actually pervades nearly every sector of our economy. And it is actually affecting a wide range of occupations across all healthcare, finance, transportation, energy, and last but not the least, manufacturing, which is where I come from. So, before touching upon how it is impacting industry, I would like to make a few interesting observations, if I may, that as with the previous industrial revolutions, these advances actually have the potential to bring about extraordinary benefits to the society. Like, we oftentimes talk about technological disruption in a very bad, very negative manner, and we say that jobs will go away, jobs will disappear, machines will take over. But actually, these advances actually have the potential to bring about extraordinary benefits to the society, and it can contribute to enormous prosperity in the long run. So, but having said that, these innovations will actually transform the future of work, which is not necessarily, a bad thing. It will definitely, it will, exacerbate the skill bias. But then that again is really good, because it will, give people the motivation to upskill and reskill. And it will also widen the chasm between the least and the most educated in the society. Now, while some jobs will be highly automated, others will change significantly because of technology. New markets, industries, and jobs will definitely be created. Now, again, who could have ever imagined that a tiny gadget like a cell phone could actually obliterate or replace 50 technologies and gadgets that we have virtually grown up with. So that is the kind of change. And of course, renewable energy is making tremendous progress. And now we are getting solar and other energy sources at a fraction of their earlier cost. Again, the advent of electrical vehicle is, of course, completely new in the field of energy generation and utilization. Now, 3D manufacturing has actually, again, here I would like to, just put in my observations. So, like we started with cottage industry, where we could, just service, we could make, customized products at very, in very limited numbers. From there on, we moved on to assembly line standardization. And, Henry Ford's famous dialogue, you can have any car as long as it's black. But now with the help of technology, we've actually come around a full circle, whereby with the help of a 3D printer, which is actually like a cottage industry, because you don't need those sheds and those fancy, material handling equipments and just in time. You just have that printer, and sitting from your garage, you can print out a completely customized product, and at such a fast pace that you can actually service customers all around the world. And only technology has helped increase the market size and increase the productivity. But it has brought us back to the full circle. So that is the kind of change which is actually good, and it, whatever it takes away in terms of jobs, it actually gives back in terms of higher productivity and increased output and increased turnovers for industry. So this actually becomes a competitive edge, and you actually have the capability of increasing your turnover exponentially by using these technologies. Now, the days of autonomous cars, it's no longer a phenomenon but a reality. So again, a generation ago now, who could have imagined that a career playing video games could have even existed? But today, a $1 billion a year e-sport industry is there. So similarly, these new careers which are being thrown up is actually proving to, it's actually showing that people, like, coming back to what Mr. Tharani was referring to, spirituality. Like, earlier, before the steam engine, the whole debate was around when the horse carriages were being replaced by cars. The whole debate was around that what would the horses do? They would be unemployed. But actually, horses were not meant to draw carriages. They were meant to do better things like horse racing, etc. So it freed them for that. Similarly, we human beings are actually not meant to do mental heavy lifting that we have been doing, also physical heavy lifting. So technology, both in terms of which are replacing mental skills, like more computation and artificial intelligence and deep learning, and again automation like robotics, it's freeing human beings from mental and physical heavy lifting and actually freeing up time for them to do better things, whereas the job component maybe in terms of hours might be reduced, but actually the output will go up exponentially, their earnings will go up, they will get an incentive to reskill, upskill, and the free time can be used to actually, hone the human skills, which are so much in demand today: critical thinking, emotional quotient, empathy, out of box thinking, by resorting to, more, spirituality and further studies and philosophy and, recreation, which will actually improve their overall quality of life. Because COVID has actually moved the focus of the workforce, and they are seriously reconsidering the role of work in their lives. Nowadays, even advanced economies don't have enough jobs to keep their workforce engaged for a full week. Just recently, you must have read that Belgium has given its citizens the option to go for a 4-day work week. So this is how I look at, the technological, advancement, the huge technological advancement that we are looking at. This is exactly how I look at it, panning out. And of course, I would love to speak more about it and touch upon the metaverse, which is the next big thing. So can I touch upon it now, Mr. Tadani, or should I wait till Vinny?
No, we would definitely want to hear, and I'll make a note of that. But
Yes.
I just wanted to see how is this changing employment landscape helping or hurting or causing a change in your workplace, that is the manufacturing industry. You want to touch upon that?
Yes, definitely. So, how it is changing, honestly speaking, we are facing a huge talent scarcity. So this talent scarcity is actually a blessing in disguise. Why? Because it gives us as employers a lot more incentive to invest in upskilling, reskilling our employees. It also gives the employees, it makes it actually, they will become redundant if they don't upskill and reskill. So they are left with no option. So this actually improves the quality of workers that we are getting. I mean, earlier, definitely the numbers may reduce, but then again, those numbers, when they get reskilled and when our, because of this better quality output and more output, the sheer turnovers increase, then those same workforce, we could take them in their new reskilled avatars, which would actually augur very well and would be a win-win for both industry and the workers. So we are actually shifting the paradigm instead. And if we were to just look at the, absolute figures, yes, it's alarming. Industry is facing shortage, workers are not getting jobs, but if we look at it relative to the skill sets needed and the skill sets which are actually very essential to move the productivity frontier, then I would say it is a huge blessing, because that's, again, the quality enhancement is there, and so many other intangible benefits, and of course it all translates into tangible benefits, and the bottom line, of course, increases.
Yeah, and I can see that. I think one interesting point which you're making is that when the new talent comes into the organization and they are coming with different skills, they become catalysts for helping the others to realize, look, I can be like this if I can reskill myself, so that hunger for reskilling will come.
Definitely,
So,
they set a great example.
Yeah.
And even organizations are setting examples. We as organizations, honestly, have not, especially in our traditional industries, we have not invested enough in our workforce. So we need to do that, because it's actually not an expense. It is an investment which actually pays back many more times. The payback, if you see, is actually so fast, and it has so many other, benefits, that it's actually worthwhile to invest in not only reskilling, but also in upgrading our technology, upgrading the machines, which makes way for a much better, working environment. The hygiene, the total hygiene of the industry, the traditional industry, it changes.
Very correct. Very, very interesting. But just tag this metaverse, and you just use the word spirituality, but you stop there. So those are two things which we'll come back to.
Sure.
Let me switch to Vinny. So Vinny, in your world, what do you see as the changing employment landscape? What are the moving forces? What are the moving parts?
Sure. First of all, thank you, Vijay, for a very warm introduction, and good afternoon to all of you. And thank you for inviting me here to share my thoughts. So the nature of change is very, very rapid. If we look at the services segment, there are huge technology shifts that are happening. We are at the cusp of the fourth industrial revolution. which is powered by technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, cloud technologies, IoT. And as per the Future of Jobs survey from the World Economic Forum 2020, it shares the data that 80 to 90% of the businesses will embrace cloud, artificial intelligence, data, IoT in their operations. Security aspects will become very, very important. And if you look at multiple service segments, right from education to financial industry to retailing, healthcare segment, logistics, hospitality and tourism, there are profound changes which are powered by technology and has impact on the employment as well. So there is a huge demand for talent which is exposed to areas like cloud, artificial intelligence, big data, and they range not only from technology developers but to business development and artificial intelligence experts, data scientists, data analytics. And across segments, we are seeing a huge amount of startups happening as well. I'll share some examples to bring in more clarity on the thoughts that I have expressed. For example, if we look at education, there have been massive investments that have happened here. If you look at startups that are emanating from India, India stands at number 3 in the world in terms of absolute number of startups that are happening. In education segment, the digital footprint is vastly increasing. You talked about the nature of workplace evolving, so hybrid forms of learning. Online edtech companies have seen massive investments in very short periods of time. For example, Byju's is one of the largest edtech players in the world, is hiring big time, has hired 5,000 people, hiring 8,000 more numbers. Unacademy, for instance, has increased its workforce within a year from 600 to 4,000. You look at the nature of investments in companies like Upgrade, its annual worth is $3.3 billion. Eruditus, which is $3.2 billion, which offers upskilling courses from multiple global universities through the online channels. Class Plus, $65 million were invested in the organization last year. So there are more investments, bigger markets, more jobs, and with talent that has a high degree of technology intensity in their work component. I'd also come down to finance as well. Fintech is world's fastest growing industry, with 67% of 2,100 fintech entities in operation. In India, it's valued at about $50 to $60 billion. And by the year 2025 will grow to about $150 billion. So you can imagine the amount of jobs that will get thrown open. You talk about healthcare sector. Narayana hospitals, for example, have transformed their patient care. For example, for one of their specializations, which is around monitoring the condition of heart, you have wonderful 3D outputs where an individual can monitor over periods of time how the condition of heart is evolving. That could have been unthinkable of, because earlier there were textual reports or a report that a common man could not understand. But if you have visual insights into how the muscle of the heart are evolving, I think it's the nature of jobs, the kind of outputs, the services that are rendered to consumers are at a very different level. Likewise, in ITS, McKinsey and Company have forecasted that software as a service companies have the potential to create $1 trillion in value and 500,000 new jobs by the year 2030. So technology is opening multiple frontiers of unprecedented opportunities for employment and upskilling. We've read in the public reports, TCS is hiring almost 1.2 lakh people this year and investing in exposure to cloud to almost 50,000 engineers with certifications, industry certifications on board as well. Freshworks, which started as a SaaS player in 2010, is hiring from 13 global locations and has over 4,100 employees. So you look at the scale, the kind of wonderful new innovations that are happening in agriculture. Misho, which is a social e-commerce company, is onboarded 15 million entrepreneurs, especially women across India, to become financially independent. So they have brought them closer to the marketplace. So it's an unprecedented revolution. It has led to market forces coming together by way of policy, by way of financial opportunities, and bringing in aspirations of a young population which has great ideas and actually can put them to practice. So in terms of talent, I think, as you rightly said, millennials look out for flexibility, they look out for better assignments, and they look at using their talent in meaningful ways. So great times, and this also brings us in terms of change. We need to look at competencies that are required to be successful, which are a combination of not only technical skills, but social emotional skills. Life is going to be more complex. So having a monk mindset, having a long-term approach to life, having social emotional resilience so that you can bring simplicity to very complex situations, high degree of integrity, growth mindset, which is beyond seeing the conventional ways of doing things, ability to work in diverse environments and work with global workforce are all aspects that employers are looking at. We are also looking at new kind of leadership, which is more like facilitating and creating opportunities for manifestation of potential of people. And for education institutions, this has huge responsibility to anchor the shift in teaching and learning practices. So faculty, school or institutional leaders will have to transform themselves to embrace new generation curriculum, invest in mentorship of students, and also embrace industry level certifications as well, so that the talent that emanates out of these institutions is successful for a long term and have a learning mindset. And I'll just stop here. Thank you.
So I think we have, all three of us have amplified the problem that we have with our great inputs and experiences. Right. So I think we will leave the audience kind of halfway if we just told them what is the big problem that we have. Right. I think we should now switch discussions, with your permission, to both of you. Let's switch discussion to what have we done about it. So maybe we can talk about a little bit of our experiences. So I thought if we can just pick up two threads, which may be very useful. We have a bunch of, we divide the world in two parts. One part is which is already working in the industry, right? What do we do? Very, very clearly, they need a transformation. The workplace is transforming, work is transforming, people are transforming, employees are transforming, plus global disruption. So let's talk about a couple of examples that we have in our respective organizations where we have done something to look at the existing workforce we have, and what are we doing to transform them, not only through technical skills, functional skills they have because they already are there, but also behavioral skills. Because we are now realizing that behavioral skills which we used to take for granted, of camaraderie, of belonging to the same organization and having the same organization culture, which used to happen by being under the same roof and standing at the same coffee machine, is not there. So two elements of how we are handling, how are we upgrading our technology skills, how are we bringing in critical thinking and other skills and problem solving skills, and how are we doing handling behavioral skills. So we could talk about that as one part. Then we'll talk about what is happening on the other side, which is those who are wanting to come into the organizations. What should we do? But let's start with that. So Vinita, over to you, or we can switch order this time.
As you wish.
Oh, let's go with you now that you responded.
Great. So just to get the question right, first you want to know that exactly what is the skill gap which exists right now?
No, I'm trying to say we figured out that there is a skill gap.
Yes.
And it's in three areas. One is technological skills. Second is even the kind of work they used to do, which is more problem solving and critical thinking involvement. And the third is more behavioral skills, which we used to take for granted because now they may be working from anywhere, so they would not have the benefit. What are organizations that you come across and are associated with? What are they doing to handle these?
So now, Mr. Tadani, if I may, I would like to, give a general answer to this question, because honestly, to set the context, right now, the kind of change that we are going through is totally unprecedented. So we cannot draw on any past experience. Nobody has any past knowledge of how to deal with the kind of transformation, because honestly, as it is, technology was moving in leaps and bounds, and COVID has accelerated the pace to such an extent that one can just put numbers to it, cite World Economic Forum report and shared prosperity report for upskilling. But honestly speaking, the kind of transformation which is taking place even within our industries and outside of our industry is something which people have not seen. And not only, the change vertically, but also horizontally. Like across, we are not only moving from, we are seeing total paradigm shifts happening, which is actually urging us to prepare the people not by skilling them in any particular area, but by changing behaviors and mindsets and attitudes. Because once these change, then whatever, say it's from, from supercomputing to quantum computing, from, subtractive manufacturing to additive manufacturing, from physical world to metaverse, from currencies to cryptocurrency, from the single ledger to distributed ledger or blockchain, that is only a matter of taking a course and learning it. And that today, as we know it, it might drastically change tomorrow. So if we say that, yes, today I have learned what blockchain is and I am set, that is not true. I have to have the attitude and the mental, the mindset to keep on learning as I go along, because that is the rate at which the change is taking place. So what we need to invest in is actually, honing the adaptability quotient, which COVID has shown us. And honestly, again, touching back upon our scriptures, in Arthashastra, which was written by Chanakya, who was the master kingmaker and the chief strategist and economist, he actually spoke about it. So there he also says one thing, that chintan, not chinta needed. For those who can't understand Hindi, chintan is you need to deliberate. Chinta is worrying. So if that mindset can be inculcated in people, that do not worry, think, plan. There are courses available which companies like ours can offer to employees, like I had said earlier, which is such a great investment and a win-win. So, by doing that, we make them job ready. But first, we have to make them ready to get into the mindset, because being a lifelong student is not easy. And especially for workers, they often have this mindset, oh, hum to sab jante hain, I know everything. So that know-it-all attitude, to change that, you actually need to work a lot on the human skills, and that can actually happen with the help of philosophy, with the help of scriptural studies, with the help of spirituality, because now people are realizing that the universe outside us is changing as it is. We need to change the universe inside us. So that can only be done by these things. And we actually, we have to develop strategic thinking. So how do you do that? Like earlier, as you would know that Chanakya actually invented the game of chess, which was not a game, but it was actually done. It was done to teach that there are winners and losers. So one has to be okay with that, and how to move strategically. So nowadays also, actually, by playing these games, like the gaming industry I was talking about, and which has really developed, you actually develop critical thinking, strategic thinking. So there is a, positive to everything. And now again, there is a huge issue of leadership, because leadership in this turbulent environment is actually so important, because people are actually looking for good leaders. So a leader actually has to be a good judge of situations to take the right decision. Now again, going back to spirituality, our scriptures, in Chanakya spoke about anvikshiki, which is the science of thinking. So there, they say that there is such a huge difference between thinking and strategic thinking. So, you have to think philosophically, and men actually don't like thinking, as it takes up a lot of energy. But leaders have to ask the difficult questions and the right questions, because there are no perfect answers. So one has to be okay with failures. So this is the general answer I'm giving. But if you want me to be more specific, then I will, talk about, yes, the more industry academia collaboration is needed, whereby universities have to give vocational education.
We'll come to this. We'll come to this. That's on the other side of the fence.
Right.
But let's talk about. So I think you brilliantly brought about this whole thing about Chinta and Chintan. So you are obviously not doing Chinta on what is happening on your workforce, but you are doing some Chintan on your workforce. So are there any specific actions or initiatives which have taken place in the group of organizations that you are associated with?
Yes, we are definitely investing a lot more on training.
So that is one trend which I'm noticing.
Definitely,
that people are investing much more in
much
training.
more. We are opening ITIs, we are training, we are reskilling, we are offering them, incentives to take up courses, study more, and also on-the-job training. So, getting experts from outside, training them, and basically, teaching them the latest technology, buying new machines, and getting the manufacturers to come and educate them, moving from PLC to PAC, embracing industry 4.0, making sure that they, learn as they go along. Because now, everything has become so user-friendly, drop-down menus and all. It doesn't take much time. And the marginal investment is actually in, teaching them is actually very low, and payback is very high. So yes.
Got it.
I've seen a lot.
I just want to remind all of us that we have a very important responsibility. We are standing between us, between our audience and their lunch. So we'll have to just manage our time a little bit. We have about 11 minutes. We'll leave the last 2-3 minutes for summarization. But Vinny, if you can quickly touch upon what are the initiatives which are taking place then we will switch to what should be done by academia. We are discussing higher education council's conference. So I'm sure one takeaway will be what should be done on industry academia, which I think, Vinita, you alluded to, but I kind of stopped you. So just, Vinny, if you can quickly touch upon the initiatives you folks are taking.
Yeah, so there are a lot of initiatives both for the internal audience as well as the external stakeholders. So first is with the new shifts happening and to leverage the opportunity that is being thrown open by the change, Microsoft put together a huge number of courses which are available on MS Learn. There are more than 3,200 modules that are available to internal employees as well as external entities, universities, colleges, developers, partners, and these are linked with job roles as well. So someone wants to become a data scientist, an artificial intelligence developer, cloud specialist, sustainable software engineering, sustainable goals. Those modules can be done. And for all the employees, it was not about just preaching to external folks, but also living this on a daily basis. So rather than from know it all to learn it all was the fundamental shift that happened both within and outside. So we were all as employees went through the certification processes ourselves, aligned with our job roles. So on the technology side, there was this huge amount of effort that was made. And even for customers to embrace that switch. So special assistance programs were given for manufacturing, for service companies, from startups, and every single employee took that, this charter was taken to bring that knowledge and upgrade that knowledge into the ecosystem. And this is all available online and, very nicely done sessions on demand. There is MS Learn TV. And to upgrade the faculty as well, so there is Microsoft Learn for educators, where they can just sign in, they will get access to teaching materials that they can have an access. They become part of global communities so that they learn from each other. They know how to manage those projects, how to leverage sandbox environments. And for students, there was mentorship on GitHub, which is the world's largest open source, where they could do projects on multiple industry segments. Students could become student ambassadors, learn from each other. On the social emotional aspect, the culture aspect, so allyship is a core value, wherein you lean on each other. So we look at not only what we bring to the table in terms of competence, but what we can learn from others. And lean in is a very important, cultural aspect. And then reverse mentorship. There is it's a culture of inclusion where age, gender, caste, color, nothing, there are no barriers. So everybody feels included. Accessibility is a core charter, because our world is diverse and that diversity needs to be reflected at the workplace as well. And
Sorry, I'm sorry, you want to complete something that you are left? I thought you were done, sorry.
So, and then with the external environment as well, empowering student voice through education apps like Flipgrid or gamified learning approaches through Minecraft are all areas that Microsoft invested in.
Wonderful. So actually, we would also handle one question from everybody. How is academia coping up with the capacity level in the light of the changing employment prospects? And what is your experience in industry academia interfaces? I will talk about mine, and provided we are left with some time. But if we can make short responses, because I think we have only a few minutes left.
Yeah, sure. I think there is a huge amount of change that we are witnessing with several large universities and institutes as well. We are seeing they are very willing to embrace, make changes in the curriculum. Newer specializations like cloud, AI, data sciences, security are there. Universities are also investing in upskilling their faculty. They are also very open to encourage students to undergo, industry relevant courses and industry relevant certifications as well. Government of AP is investing in 300 government college students to get themselves skilled. 2 lakh students are getting skilled. So this is a very good example of how that mind shift is happening in the external education landscape.
Okay. Vinita, your view?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there is a far greater industry academia, partnership. We are seeing a lot of people, going back, sending people to these universities and institutes for short-term executive courses and, 1-year executive courses, also these shorter module courses. And also, the university is actually sending a lot of their faculty along with students to the industry to gain real, time, to take back the real-time case studies back to the classes. In terms of, like, as you would know, Harvard Business School has this field study whereby the students, go to various countries, to various industries to work and, initiate startups and get back the experience. So getting back real life experience to the classroom actually makes, this learning so much more meaningful, and makes them more industry ready, work ready. And same, it's a very give and take relationship that is taking place, which is actually going up.
Yeah. So let me add my bit to it in the little time that we have. I think for a long time, we have all been saying, those of us who are involved in the industry for a long period of time, that industry, education, society, government, formal education as different from professional education, these are all disconnected islands. They are disconnected islands with an occasional ferry service which runs between these islands. The ferry service between society and the education runs when they come to drop students. The ferry service between education and industry happens when the placement happens, right? The ferry service between government industry happens whenever it's time for budget and various other things. And of course, I'm over exaggerating, but I think in one advantage which digital technologies have brought in is we are able to actually create a larger cooperation between these 5 elements. And one example which employers in technology sector are using, one shift which there are 2 very crying needs. One is what I defined as full stack professional. Full stack is my term, but a more, should I say, a person with the multiple competencies, so that which competency is needed for what kind of a problem can be deployed. And I call the full stack professional as one who has the right amount of technology skills, right amount of functional skills, because we shouldn't forget about functions, just get over enamored with technology, and right amount of behavioral skills. That mix is what I think all academic institutions and higher education institutions are clamoring for. I am associated with the NIT University, NIT, where we are actually practicing some of these and have had some great experiences. But if this connected ecosystem is there, then whether we are discussing the current workforce, which is working in organizations, or the aspiring workforce, which is standing outside and going through education, I think we can bring these together. What is important is, I think you brought some very specific experiences, Vinita, from the place that you are coming from, where how your organization is spending much more on training, making sure that you induct a fresh talent, which will also become catalyst in causing this massive change, which I think is a very important takeaway. Vinny, I think you talked about how the large-scale cooperation which is taking place between organizations, and I think also the new generation industries and their employment needs, and how organizations such as Microsoft are rising to the occasion through MS Learn is causing this. The foundation of all this is what I call the Nicholas Negroponte's 80s book called Being Digital. I think for once, we as a society are now being digital. We wanted to be and we were asked to be, but we are being digital. And that being digital is manifesting itself in a number of changes which are required in the workplace, which are happening. Number of changes taking place in academics, which are beginning to happen, and number of changes in the policy ambience which need to happen. But overall, the changing employment landscape is an exciting problem to have. It's an exciting problem to have. We should not do chinta about it. We should do chintan about it, like we just did, Vinita. And I'm sure with people and industry members who are putting their heads to it and are demonstrating through live experience. Vinny referred to a number of them. I think we should be on a good stage. The way we handled the pandemic itself, I think, is a great example. I think India is a poster boy of how we handled the pandemic. And again, being digital was the underlying foundation. So I wish we had more time, like we always say. These are always the last words. I wish we had more time to discuss. I wish we had all the time to answer all the questions.
Adani, the MC has written that we can take a few more minutes if you would like to go on.
Very good. Then I want you to talk about your favorite subjects.
No, I mean,
talk about metaverse. Talk about, again, it's in the same should I say, genre of conversation. What are the new things happening? So what I notice is, on one hand, we are talking metaverse. On the other hand, we are also talking of going back to spirituality. So a lot of questions which we are seeking, which have the impact of technology, the answers lie maybe in our past. So let's talk a little bit about that, and then we'll wrap up. I wrapped up the rest of the part, but definitely.
So, Mr. Thadani, like you said, going back to spirituality and metaverse, actually, these two, it's not linear. We are talking about two different realms. Metaverse is happening in the physical world, whereas spirituality is what is happening in our inner world, and which is actually, increasing the adaptability quotient in us, and which is actually helping us to cope with the changes like metaverse. Instead, so they complement each other. It's not, it's not a linear, journey.
It's not an old and new which have to vary.
No, it's not.
But
it's
I
not.
think it's
two different realms, yeah, which complement each other.
Wonderful.
So, actually, like it has been seen that you were just talking about human skills and work skills. So actually, these technical skills have half life, whereas human skills have full life. So human skills is what stays on, and technical skills have typically a 5-year lifespan, which if you are not open to reskilling and upskilling, you have just lost the game. So increasingly, all organizations, even Google, etc., I was just looking at the interview pattern, they are all testing on human skills. So spirituality, actually, why I found it interesting was that it's not actually going back, it's actually coming a full circle, and technology is actually helping us, become spiritual. But using technology, we can actually reach out to the entire world, as opposed to the earlier Guru Shishya Parampara, where, again, one-to-one teaching was there. So the same thing can be amplified. So that's what, like I spoke about in manufacturing, from cottage industry to 3D, it's the same, it's not one size fits all. It's customized product, but at scale. So same, this is Guru Shishya Parampara at scale. That one guru can actually reach out to the whole world, as opposed to one guru just teaching one, Pandava or, one king. So
wonderful,
it's
wonderful, wonderful. So, Vinny, what are your closing comments on this?
I think.
Why don't we talk about the social emotional resilience? You referred to it, but didn't talk much. So let's talk about that, because these could be some very interesting takeaways that we have in addition to all that we discussed.
So social emotional resilience is about having a strong emotional quotient, building emotional intelligence, where one seeks, evolves values of patience, empathy, compassion for people, have mindfulness in terms of self skills, to be in the learning mode, to be humble, to be respectful, to be tolerant. I think these are all fundamental values that bring in more peace in our interactions at workplace as well as personal space. And today, both the spaces are converging. So it's not that one has a different entity in a workplace and a separate persona at home. So this has to be seamless. Second is,
in any case, your workplace shifted to home for 2 years. And now it is struggling to find its way back into the into what we call the workplace. And I think workplace, I get very impressed with the Air Force recruitment ad, which says, have a corner office at 50,000 feet. When they are inducting fighter pilots, have your corner office at 50,000 feet. So in many ways, actually, when we look into ourselves and try to reconcile this with what is happening outside, as well as visit those inner spaces, you are actually operating at that higher platitude, if I may use, and then have your own corner office and a corner, should I say, profession, which is designed for your own self. So I would have liked to continue still more. And before the MC gets back and say, now we don't have any more minutes, let's give them a couple of minutes to extra if need be. Just want to thank each one of you for being here. Some very profound remarks and some very important takeaways. Thank you, Vinita. We could have a separate session on just this subject. And Vinny, I think your depth of understanding of what is happening in the workplace and the importance of this social emotional resilience in the current setting, where I think there is total massive disruption that we are living in, and there is a big churn which is happening. I think both these are great takeaways which we could have. But I will still end with saying, with all these thoughts, no need for chinta on the evolving employment landscape. We continue to do chintan, and I'm sure the results will follow. So with that, thank you very much. I enjoyed talking to you, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to meet one of these days.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tadani. It was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Tadani, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, NIT Limited, for your valuable inputs and sharing the session. Sincere thanks to Dr. Johari, Learning and Skills Lead, Microsoft India, and Ms. Bajoria, Chairperson, Nico Cables, for your insightful address. Thank you for your time. We take a break here and shall start our next session sharp at 1:45 on Future of Education, Digital Universities. The session keynote address will be delivered by Mr. Sandeep Alur, Director, Microsoft Technology Center, India. We look forward to having you at 1:45 sharp. Thank you.
students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, डिस्कवर यू, डिस्कवर योर ड्रीम्स।
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests, and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing, and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, discover your dreams.
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Maybe if you could check your volume, it's a little less.
Feeble, is it?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay.
I can see you also.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'll have to share my screen once. Introduce me and then I'll take it from there. Yeah?
Yeah, I'll introduce you and then we can start.
Yeah. I think you'll have to make me the presenter, I guess.
Yeah, the backend team will do, don't worry.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sharp at 1:45.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after the break, and we are ready to start with our 8th session of the conference on future of education, digital universities. A very warm welcome to the keynote speaker of the session, Mr. Sandeep Alur, Director, Microsoft Technology Center, India. It's a privilege for us to have you, sir. Let me quickly share your brief with the audience. As a technology leader at Microsoft India, Sandeep Alur heads Microsoft Technology Center, an experience center focusing on helping customers accelerate their digital transformation journey. He has done various technology leadership roles in his 23 years of industry experience, providing technology and architectural guidance. His experience ranges from .com days to the distributed cloud computing to the next generation intelligent computing era. He has architected solutions across technology platforms, landscapes, and is a stern believer of his own philosophy, which says enterprise architecture is an evolution and it grows with innovation. From an innovation standpoint, he believes that the next big leap is in data science, and AI will elevate customer experience to greater heights. Sandeep holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from RV College of Engineering, Bangalore, and postgraduate degree in data science and AI from ISB Hyderabad. Very warm welcome, sir. We request you to share your experience and deliver the keynote address.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the warm welcome introduction. It's my privilege to be part of this afternoon session. I'm happy to share my experiences and my thoughts via this session of mine. So I'll just quickly share my screen and we'll get going right away. I think nothing better than talking about how do we infuse technology into education on Saturday afternoon. By the way, this slide of mine here, as you see, it's my niece. She's 5 years old, but what you're seeing there is a glimpse of future, glimpse of how Gen Z and Gen Alpha would consume content. It didn't take me more than 3 minutes to tell her what she's about to see through the head-mounted device she's wearing. This is called HoloLens 2.0, and she would not take it off. She would not need any help after that. So that's future what we're seeing right now. Let's get going. Here's the thinking, right? So while we're talking about future of education, we're talking about digital universities. Yes, there is a lot to the term digital university in the current times, where digital transformation is spoken about with so much of, I would say, authenticity across the board in the current times, in the modern times, right? So, but I think it is interesting times. Last 18 months has taught all of us great lessons, and of course, thanks to technology, thanks to innovation that we see all around, right? And again, the pace of innovation has never been at its acme that we're seeing right now. Right, we've been seeing innovation for decades, but what has happened in the last, I would say, 2 years in terms of platform providers like Microsoft, the amount of innovation that has happened from a company like Microsoft is unbelievable in the last 2 years. So it's truly a time where we're seeing significant progress in terms of innovation, significant progress in terms of design thinking and how educators are thinking about, or academic institutions thinking about transforming education in the future, how they're thinking about offering that experience that we all felt it's missing for a long time, and time has come for us to embrace that. Yeah. So in my next 20 minutes of talk, I'll bring in a few experiences. I'll also play a couple of videos. Of course, it'll be my voice, but I'll take you through what are these experiences for the future. You just saw a photo of my niece wearing a HoloLens, but I'll actually show you how a medical student would experience anatomy in the future. Of course, we're talking about digital university. There is very less prominence given to real estate there. So let's see how that becomes reality as we go along. Yeah. Now, these are facts. These are facts in terms of how what we witnessed in the last 18 months. Because of pandemic, there is a need for academic institutions, educators to continue to innovate to see how they can bring in experiences, how they can bring in content, which otherwise were delivered in a lot more traditional means. right? If you look at the numbers here, 1.5 billion students impacted. Of course, the number will be larger. This is all study probably in the context of the modern developed nations. But then if you look at students worldwide, they've missed the last 18 months of classroom learning. More than classroom learning, it's about elevating one's technical intellect or knowledge base itself, right? So that happens in a network environment, and that's something which is hugely missed in the current times. Of course, this also has made higher education institutions realize the need for, I would call it blended learning. Hybrid is a term which we are using right now as a common denominator across the board, but blended learning, in my view, is the need of the hour. What does it really mean? Of course, you may choose to attend a class, attend your college or school on the days that you feel it helps you in terms of knowledge assimilation. On the days when you want to probably need that space for you to learn and also participate in your education, that's when you probably choose to be wherever you are, right? So hybrid learning in terms of consuming content in the classroom, consuming content wherever you are, with utmost focus on location independence is the need of the hour. Of course, there has been budget cuts because of pandemic. It's not been easy for academic institutions. In fact, my sister-in-law, she's a teacher, and of course she teaches, I would say primary school students, but the challenges are omnipresent in terms of what educators went through in the last 18 months and what students went through the last 18 months. No easy task at all, and I have huge respect to all teachers, because end of the day, you basically had to confine yourself to a 15-inch or a 17-inch monitor to look at the I would say your students, which otherwise you would have seen them in the expanse of a real estate. So that's not easy task. But again, this is the dominant, I would say, entities we've seen in the last. But again, time has come. Time has come to empower educators, empower students, right? And when we say future schools or future universities or digital universities, it is the need for us to infuse technology, enhance technology debt, right? I'll talk about what is all about, but let's move forward. Again, it's not going to be, it's not a unidimensional approach towards empowering academic institutions. It has to be done holistically, right? You just can't empower educators and probably, and leave out students. Students equally have to be empowered with digital technologies so that experiential learning amplifies. There'll be a lot more focus on inclusiveness right now. See, today, if you look at universities where there's a limitation in the number of students who can probably present on the real estate on the campus. Now, with the digital universities, I think the boundaries are broken. The ability for students from tier 2, tier 3 cities to probably consume content which otherwise were restricted to students in tier 1, I think that's something which probably is a huge uptake when it comes to future of learning. Digital universities will bring that in the fore, right? So this is one visual I want to probably make it clear in terms of how collaboration will happen in the future, between educators and students. This is again a visual which signifies one of the platform offerings from Microsoft called Mesh, right? But end of the day, when we talk about digital, I would say setup or universities, there's a need for every single participant, every single student, every single educator to feel the presence, right? Experience a sense of belonging, experience a sense of togetherness, right? Today, I think what all of us missed, right, as students and educators, what all of us missed is sense of belonging, sense of experiencing the sense of togetherness, right? Because when you go to the classroom, when you are in the premise, right, there is handshakes, there is connect, there is emotional connect, but otherwise all the stuff took a backseat in the last few months, but hence experience together is such a critical one. Of course, connect from anywhere, right? When we say digital university, we're not restricting ourselves to real estate, right? I may be anywhere on this planet, but if I've signed up to if I'm signed up to be recipient of education from an academic institution, and you enable digital channels, I should be able to consume content from the comfort of my home or anywhere else, right? Again, choice of device, choice of place, and that's the future, right? Now, as I said earlier, this is basically the foundation of a platform called Mesh, but I like this thematic here. Here can be anywhere, right? If you're talking about digital university, if there's one common foundation, or if you look at the philosophy of foundation that should probably augment innovation, or that should probably a starting point of innovation, that probably should be the statement. If you think about here can be anywhere, if you look at the statement, such a profound statement, if you build on this philosophy, if you build on the statement, I think the construction becomes a lot more meaningful for educators and students, right? The approach has to be here can be anywhere, right? That's probably should be the foundation of institutions. Now, as I said earlier, it's all about experience. See, everything we're talking about right now, right? When you say digital university, while technology is central to enable that to make it a reality, if there's one element which stands out, or which should stand out in my view, has to be experience. Today, we talk about visiting a campus, sitting in a classroom, interacting with our peers, interacting with our professors and lecturers. The reason why everybody likes that is because of experience, right? Now, when we shift gears from dominantly an in-person, on-site experience or learning to a digital environment, if there is one element that makes a difference, is experience, right? So students, educators, and user experience. By the way, I'm taking inspiration from what Gartner said in terms of customers, employees, and user experience in the enterprise world. But in the education, academic world, it has to be students, educators, and user experience, right? Now, let's look at top business trends. We're talking about reinventing credentials, right? So end of the day, what does it really mean? See, today we're talking about the need for continuous lifelong learning, right? Which in turn fuels a need for more marketable and more granular credentials, right? So now there's a need for us to reinvent how do we give accreditations to students. Second, of course, is analytics everywhere. Now, because higher education institutions are part of honestly, there is a significant pressure from regulators, parents, right, and to improve performance of an institution as well as students, right? And how do we bring analytics, which will probably help us move forward? Very critical. Personalization. I think this is my personal favorite, because today I may know a language, I may not know a language, right? When I say language, it is about the spoken language, right? In a tier 2 city, let's say an example, in India, if you take Karnataka state, and we speak Kannada in Karnataka state, I'm from Bangalore. Now, if you go to tier 2 city, there are local language speaking schools, right? So many people, I would say, migrate to cities to seek education in English, as an example, right? So I should be able to be part of the same setup, English speaking school, but still I should be able to consume content which probably I understand, right? That's where personalization matters when it comes to diversity. And second, of course, when I say personalization, yes, I have my own pace of learning. Can education be personalized to my way of learning? Absolutely. That's what technology can do, right? And ranking, right? So this is also refers to international and national ranking list, right? End of the day, this is important, because education ecosystem is expanding, and the global competition for talent, student and faculty, is only getting fiercer. So ranking matters in that context. So of course, when I said revenue diversification earlier, so in fact, what I mentioned earlier in terms of tier 1, tier 2 city students to be able to consume content, that's where you can look at. As academic institutions with digital universities, you should be able to empower a lot more students, which otherwise was restricted to specific students in a tier 1 city. Okay, looking at top technology trends, we talk about technology empowering academic institutions, right? Digital credentials. Today, of course, we have DigiWallet as an example. We store it there, but going forward, the need for us to look at credentials in a holistic fashion, because we're talking about experiential learning, we're talking about lifelong learning. Predictive analytics in terms of students' progress, AR, VR coming into perspective to offer experiential learning, next generation student information systems, right? Today, when you look at SIS, student information systems, they're all private to institution, right? But students' life is beyond an academic institution when it comes to lifelong learning. So how do we bring that into perspective? Of course, the most spoken term is AI. How can that bring in an experience? So now let's look at this. We talk about hybrid learning, which presents set of challenges, right? So we have understood this. This is something which which is no-brainer. We understand in terms of what was missing, right? Community and presence, that's probably, in my view, is the bigger gap or gray area that has happened in the last, I would say 24 months. Now, let's look at how technology will influence digital university or future of education, right? If you look at this I would say trajectory, right? So from mainframes to personal computers to smartphones, of course, all of us are in the world of smartphones, because today we've seen pictures where people in rural part of the country, and even in the urban part of the country, people may not have, let's say, a personal computer, but they use smartphones to join a classroom and learn. Not a great experience smartphone for learning, but of course, no choice, that's what they do. But going forward, in fact, current decade, right? We start talking about a term called metaverse, right? So we're talking about a shared virtual three-dimensional space where everybody gets to network, learn, work, have fun, etc. So we are entering a world of AR, VR, and of course, mixed reality, right? Mixed reality extension of augmented reality, right? So this is where we are, right? We're talking about anytime, anywhere, any device experience, and academic institution probably might be the biggest beneficiary of the innovation that we've had so far, right? Let's look at, from now on, I'm going to take you through 4 to 5 experiences which are here and now, right? I'm not talking about future. I'm talking about experiences that are helping institutions, academic institutions, innovate for the future. And this is something which you can use it even today. Okay, let's look at this, right? So I mentioned mixed reality is actually helping address hybrid learning challenges. If you look at the top left, I'm going to show a short video of that. This is a picture of students, medical students, learning anatomy, right? Today, if you look at the field of medicine, students typically go to cadaver labs where they learn anatomy on a real human body. Now, in the current time, because of pandemic, etc., you don't have access to cadaver labs, and hence, wherever they are, can they bring in learning? Absolutely, that's what the top left vision. If you look at the middle one, remote labs, yes, there is a need for us to bring in the experience of not being in the physical setup, but yet you're able to experience. It's almost like a digital twin of that. Okay. Bottom left, virtual tours. This is something which will, if at all, there's a need for you to visit your campus and meet your academic, I would say, leads. You should do that in the virtual environment, right? We're talking about, virtual graduation, all the stuff, but that's where it is. So bottom right, virtual classroom, yes, that's the future, right? Depending on where I am, I'll probably be able to join a classroom on my device, which can be a laptop or a phone, which is two-dimensional experience. But of course, if you use AR, VR headgear, that will be a three-dimensional experience that you will experience, right? Let's look at a couple of things. Natural language processing, yes, this is something which probably has reached human parity. That means you'll be able to, if there's a need for educators to understand what student is written in a classroom or an exam, NLP would come in significantly handy to make the reality. Conversation AI, yes, this is something which students, it would, in my view, conversation AI or a bot would be a student's digital buddy, right? You need a buddy in an environment where you can ask questions, get responses, and you don't have to have teacher available for you to ask a question. You should be able to ask a question 24/7. That's where the conversation AI, with utmost focus on speech, utmost focus on local language support, and automation in terms of knowledge dissemination would happen with conversation AI. Let's look at this. I mentioned I'll show a few videos. I'm going to take you to right away. Mixed reality. I mean, you can relate this to as augmented reality plus, right? Which is definitely going to help people relate to content probably in a much more better fashion, and retention would be enhanced by 50%. That's what the statistics has spoken about. Let's look at right away, right? This is me in the lab, right? I work in the technology center at Microsoft. This is in Bangalore, right? So I'm wearing a HoloLens, and what you want to see right now is a life-size view of the skeleton system anatomy. This is an app built by Case Western University in the US. This is for students in terms of the ability for them to get into any space. And I mean, I would say inability for them to go to cadaver lab, an ability for them to be there wherever they are and understand anatomy, right? Look, so this is the future. This is how you consume content, right? Imagine as a medical student, you don't have access to cadaver lab. How else would you learn, right? This probably is the best way to consume content and understand, in this case, anatomy or a musculoskeletal system here right now, as you're seeing, as part of your learning. So this is an example. This is an example of how content will be consumed in future. That way, if you talk about digital university, there's a need for academic institution to invest in creating content, which probably will have more than one dimension, right? So, in fact, I've shown this to a lot of medical students, a lot of doctors, I would say. One word they've said, you know what, wish we had, one sentence they've said, wish we had something like this when we learned anatomy. We probably could have, our perspective would have been a lot more different. So with that, if you look at it, yes, absolutely, going forward, medical students or any student for that matter, I'm giving an example of an anatomy, but it can anybody, it can any field, any content, this is how you'll consume content going forward. Yeah, this is one example. Of course, another example, imagine you're a mechanical engineer, right? There's a need for you to learn, a specific manufacturing equipment, right? Typically, you would go to a mechanical engineering lab where this will be physically available. But in the digital university, right, there's a need for you to consume content from wherever you are, right? Location independence. Now, look, so you're interacting with the setup. This is a digital twin of, let's say, an engine. This is an engine, by the way, right? It can be automobile engine. Now, can you dismantle this and understand what are the internals of the system? Absolutely, yes. Look, so this is a view of a student using this particular it's a mechanical device, exploring it in real time. And this is the future, my dear friends, and everybody, right? This is the future. This is the future of how technology will amplify human ingenuity. This is the future of how academic institutions will probably offer content. This is how students will consume content, right? Again, thanks to technology, this is a reality today. Everything I'm showing right now, by the way, is not future. The future is absolutely here as we speak. Okay. Now, this is a quick example, right? This is something which probably is relatable to everybody. I'm going to bring in my screen here, right? So today, when we say blended learning or hybrid learning, you will have students joining in person in a classroom on the left-hand side. You'll have students joining online on the right-hand side, right? But as an educator, you need to have a holistic sense of who is joining where, do automatic attendance, understand their well-being, understand emotions in real time, right? This is the need of the hour, right? This is absolutely the need of the hour, because as an educator, you can't afford to focus on mundane things, which otherwise was easy in the physical world. But today, for example, if I want to basically fetch a student's emotion, let's say an example. A student has sat in the classroom for 30 days and another 30 days in online. I want to understand sentiment of the student for the 60 days, right? Should I get it? Absolutely, right? We're not making inference, by the way. We're talking about, hey, what's been the general sentiment of the student here? Absolutely possible in real time, right? That's one example. Now, last couple of examples. Now, we talk about digital university. Now, academic institutions will have, I would say, minimal real estate. And in that real estate, we'll have dominantly educators, professors, teachers, and they probably will be there and host students, right? This is an example of a whiteboard. Imagine I'm joining online. All of us are seeing online right now. Imagine the whiteboard. You're actually seeing a teacher or a professor writing on whiteboard, right? So typically in a classroom, it's easy because the field of view is adjusted so that students can see from wherever they are. With online world, when teacher is walking across the whiteboard, it becomes difficult for students to understand what they're writing, right? So imagine today we joined on a virtual environment. Now, if there's a whiteboard and if the professor starts writing on the board, right, as the professor walks across the content, that becomes opaque to me. But look, here it's transparent, right? This is the board. Teacher is writing on the wall, which is basically the whiteboard. And as they walk across the board, because that's the style of teaching, right? They walk across the board, the style of teaching. Now the content visibility has to be top-notch. It's all about content and experience. I said earlier, the need of the hour is experience, and that's where That's where innovations like these as you're seeing right now. See, I'm going to bring in a formula, right? And if the teacher walks across the whiteboard, that probably would be an opaque experience for me right now because of technology innovation, because of AI and computer vision. The whiteboard it will have a transparent overlay for people who join online, right? This is the experience we're talking about, which is going to light up our digital university as we go along. Now, yes, right? Virtual reality. Now, as we said, this is how all of us in future, I would say, dominantly Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they are the biggest beneficiaries of innovations we're seeing put to practice as we speak. And this is how they get to meet the peers, the fellow students. This is how they get to interact with the professors, right? Today, when we talk about an experience, it's a two-dimensional experience in the world we're in right now, which is where in the current virtual conferencing capability. But going forward, it will be no less than what you're seeing right now, right? This is a teacher across a whiteboard teaching a concept. Now, this is how students would probably do focus group meetings across different I would say focus groups. And again, right? This is the reality. What we're seeing is not scientific fiction, but it's a reality. Today, 99% of what is showed is in the public domain. Of course, the few innovations which is still around the corner, but this is where we are, right? Now, one last thing before I conclude my talk. If academic institutions, if they're thinking about constructing a digital university, I think there's one common thematic, right? That is to amplify tech intensity, right? Today, if you're looking at academic institutions, if there is a little bit of a struggle there in terms of how do we take the content in the best possible form and disseminate in a much more experiential fashion, I think technology is something which will make a difference. And lack of technology is what is making them take a backseat. Now, these are 3 or 4 tenets which in my view defines future of education. Connected campus, right? You can have all sorts of technology, but if you're not bringing the sense of connectivity, earlier I mentioned one phrase, which is here can be anywhere, right? For here can be anywhere statement to be reality, it has to be a connected campus. Second, personalization, right? Each of us have our own way of consuming content. Can it be personalized for my pace of learning? Can be personalized basis my knowledge base or my intellect? Absolutely yes. Number 3, localization, right? I earlier mentioned, end of the day, depending on, I would say, irrespective of your background, irrespective of what language right? Content you should localize it. And content consumption. Today, it happens in OTT platforms, right? They give you subtitling, irrespective of what language movie you're watching. That happened in the pandemic. That happened because of the fact that they wanted to diversify revenue, right? Revenue diversification is such a critical component going forward that academic institutions should be able to diversify the content, and hence they should be able to cater to larger portfolio of students as they go along. Okay, I think I just have 2 minutes, but my last statement before I leave: technology debt, right? There is a need for us to amplify tech debt. See, one of the bigger challenges we've seen enterprises, businesses talk about is how do we reduce technology debt, because they probably have adopted too much and they want to make sure they want to consolidate. They want to make sure they want to use the minimal tech to amplify outcome for them. But in the academic institutions, the need of the hour is to actually increase technology debt, right? So this is my perspective and a short perspective on future education, virtual digital university. With that, I think I'm on the hour, 2:15 sharp. Thank you so much. And I'm passing it back to the MC for the day. All of you stay safe and take care.
Thank you, Mr. Alur, for your immensely valued thoughts and joining us in the deliberations. Thanks again. Have a great day.
My pleasure. Thanks.
All right. We now welcome our distinguished panel on the theme, Future of Education, Digital Universities. We have our session chair, Professor M.D. Agarwal, Technology Consultant and Management Teacher. Dr. Robert D. Galliers, Senior Advisor, Quality Services, EFMD Belgium, University Distinguished Professor Emeritus and former Provost, Bentley University, USA, Professor Emeritus and former Dean, Warwick Business School, UK. Dr. Devendra Kotwani, Executive Dean, Faculty of Business and Law, the Open University Business School, UK, and Mr. Manish Sharma, General Manager, GitHub, India. Professor Agrawal, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists, distinguished members of AIMA, and my fellow from AIMA and so is attending this program. As we know, the subject of this topic of this panel discussion, 1 hour panel discussion, is that the future of higher education, digital universities for tomorrow. Is a very apt subject, especially when Government of India in the current budget has announced that starting a digital university. This discussion, I'm sure that will have a lot of will have come out with some valuable suggestions for the academia as well as universities and those who are stay connected with such type of initiatives. I have a privilege to chair this session, and with me 3 distinguished panelists are there. I think they have been introduced. Should I introduce again, Mr. Rahul? So I like been introduced. Okay, thank you. So to set a context for this discussion, I thought I will just share some of my thought process. I'm sure that since morning, in fact since yesterday, a lot of deliberations already has taken place on the connected subjects. Digital university is okay, but connected subject. I was also trying to hear 1 or 2 conversation, and the previous speaker also is talking about something on the digitalization. So now to add the value to this panel, I thought let me set a brief context, which, as per my understanding, that like in this internet and digital age, globalization and democratization of education and learning opportunities are one of the I will say that the trend, the globalization and democratization of education industry and the learning industry. I will say, as we know that a very strong learning industry is coming up globally. A new education industry has strongly emerged, and globally, digitalization in industry and globalization of the industry is pervasive now. So we are part of this this wave of digitalization as a academia or as a education. So we cannot be away from this. It's a part of this. And education sector is also with the development of, with the emergence of the edutech, and that sign of digitalization is evident in last 4 or 5 years now. And and the pandemic has proved that what is the value of this digitalization. And in fact, during this last 2.5 years, with the help of digital channels and digital communications, a lot of benefits has come to this sector. There is a good scope of learning of digitalization in from other industries like retail and health. In fact, the education industry, as per the various surveys and statistics are available, is far behind of the digitalization in last 20 years. Last 20 years, whatever the reasons, I find that that the following opportunities for digital universities, and which should impact the model, which probably our panel is going to discuss today. One is that offering higher education opportunities for more number of citizens and learning seekers, learning seekers. As we see that since the digitalization is having no boundaries, network connectivity is available. Now, how the digital university, which is earlier universities are, unless you get admission, unless you are registered over there, you are not eligible to take the degrees and certificates, etc. But now, with the help of digitalization, how it is possible now to get access to that quality education by general citizens, those who are not in position to join the university physically. Best quality of education content, now is available. Leveraging platform economy. Platform economy, in my opinion, is also one of the very impactful and which is changing every industry. It's a great opportunity for our industry also, education industry also, how this industry will leverage the platform economy. Already we have platforms like Coursera, the MOOC platform, we call them sometimes the MOOC platform. They are impacting the industry, but it's still the widespread utilization of platform economic principles in the university per se. University per se is still to be seen in a big manner. Though there are some experiments in some of the universities started globally, like there are some universities in Korea, South Korea. I am aware of that. They have done good experiments, like that. Then another important thing is that the digital university or this sort of concept should establish the wide collaboration and partnership among the stakeholders. Stakeholders may be the education stakeholders are education institutions, research bodies, research labs, and at large the industry and the government, which today we find little delimiting factor in this industry. So with this setting this context, I would like to invite the views of Dr. Robert. He's senior most panelist today among all of us, sir. That what is your view about the viability of the digital university, and how when we go for the digital university concept, and we like to compare with the digital industry or digital business kind of concept, how much it is viable and what are the barriers on this? You are on the mute, sir. Yeah.
Were you asking me to make some comments first? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who you were introducing. My apologies. First of all, let me just say, I did prepare a number of remarks, which perhaps provide something of a balanced perspective, I hope, regarding the conference theme as a whole. And here I want to talk about global disruption on the one hand, and the transformation of higher education on the other. Clearly, the implication is that disruptions, and let me use COVID as an example, can lead to transformative opportunities. And in taking this perspective, I don't by any means want to downplay the negative impacts, of course not. We know how devastating this has all been. But such disruptions, even one such as devastating as COVID, can lead to positive outcomes. And I want to give you just a couple of examples from my experience. I hope this responds to your invitation. And I don't want either to downplay digitally delivered education. You've made the point. But let's think, if I may, if I can refer to the original digital university, the UK's Open University, if I may.
Yeah.
The truly outstanding work of the OU and its various sister institutions the world over can't, to my mind, be exaggerated. But I will, in these remarks, want to raise some issues concerning what may be seen as an over-reliance on digital delivery. Now, it shouldn't be forgotten in the current digital age that the OU has been providing distance learning education for over 50 years. That's an important, truly important service, providing open access to higher education on behalf of those who might otherwise not have had that opportunity to improve themselves and to make their mark on society. Now, the creation of the OU, in part at least, was thanks to the foresight of the likes of the British Prime Minister Harold Wilson and colleagues in government, together with BBC engineers. Now, foresight, that's something I want to emphasize. Let's recall, Going back further in history, Wilson's speech way back in 1963, 60 years ago, where he called for the harnessing of what he termed the white heat of technology. But enough of history. What I wanted to say in these introductory remarks is, one, disruptions can bring about opportunity, but two, they can bring about threats as well as unforeseen and unintended consequences. Three, it requires leadership, foresight, as I just mentioned, and continued attention to achieve the positive and to nullify the negative. And four, such transformations may be occurring more frequently of late, but there are many, many examples from the past. So to bring us up to the present day, let me give a couple of uncomplicated, truly uncomplicated, but effective illustrations of the positive impacts of digital technologies are having, and that are clearly evident as a result of the astute efforts of giving my experience with EFMD accredited business schools, in ensuring not just the provision of programs, this is an important point, I think, provision of programs and courses, but their continued development. Close to home, I've witnessed the considerable efforts being exerted by a number of UK business schools in ensuring the continued learning, but also the well-being, this is another important point, of students during COVID. The latter point, I'll come back to that later on. I've witnessed countless Zoom, Teams meetings at which various modes and means of course delivery have been debated. Of course, long gone are the unthinking 2-hour lectures with little or no interaction with the students that may have been something of the norm with face-to-face delivery in the past. More focused sessions are now apparent. Learning rather than teaching is the norm, an absolute requirement in the virtual world, in my view. Often sessions reinforced by virtual group work. So students are getting used to working in virtual groups, applying knowledge to real world cases and phenomena more broadly. Now, accreditation agencies like EFMD and AACSB are concerned about intended learning outcomes, ILOs, or assurance of learning, ensuring that individual courses achieve their stated objectives while contributing to the program's mission and intent overall. An emergent outcome of these virtual discussions has often been a renewed focus on the appropriateness and achievement of ILO. So that's another benefit. The reflection has also resulted in a renewed interest in and understanding of the impact of digital technologies in various aspects of business and management. The very content of courses has changed as a result. While many of us in the information systems discipline have been attempting to raise awareness of IT and its impacts on organizations and society for decades, indeed, there's been increased digital content in marketing, accounting, finance management courses and programs in recent times. I think it's reasonable to conclude that the trend has been accelerating of late, given the heightened awareness of our dependence on the technology. With this in mind, we might rethink the very definition of a digital university. I'd like to put this point into the debate. In other words, it's not just a digital university is not just about the delivery mechanisms, but also the digital content of programs. Another facet of what it means to be a digital university, in other words. So time's short, so let me just give one more example, or simple example, of opportunities that have arisen from COVID and in the enforced use of digital technologies. Situated in South America, a certain business school seeking EFMD program accreditation had issues arising from its limited resources and EFMD's insistence, rightful insistence, that schools need to provide an international learning experience for their students. Landlocked and under strict lockdown due to the virus, how on earth was this going to be achieved? Course content could, of course, include more international cases and considerations, but the student mix was restricted to nationals, for the most part anyway, as was faculty mix. Given the technology, foreign students could attend classes from their home countries virtually, has been the case world over. But interestingly, in addition, new visiting professors were appointed, more so than had been perceived to have been possible pre-COVID, because of the school's limited finances. Virtual visiting professors, that is. As a result, courses with increased international content benefiting from the wider experience of these virtual visiting professors are being provided. So with such innovations in mind, what it means to be international is being reassessed by EFMD, and there's a renewed focus being placed on the very nature of what it means to be a digital university. So let me finish though with some other remarks to balance things out a little bit. I've focused on the emergent benefits. In order to provide a more balanced view, let me turn to the issue of students and faculty members' well-being during periods of physical isolation. Thank goodness we now have the technology to keep us connected. What we've been able to do without it doesn't bear thinking about, does it? Having said that, I would argue in readily embracing the digital, we need not to dismiss the social. In my academic career, I continue to view IT as a socio-technical phenomenon. Excuse me, not purely technical. It pains me to see a generation of students who had very limited opportunity to enjoy what we term university life, the social, sporting, cultural events we had come to take for granted. And while the technology has doubtless reduced the pain of isolation, our rush to the digital has its consequences. The benefits of social interaction can't be underestimated, not just in relation to mental health, but also concerning the broadening of the mind. Informal interactions with fellow students on other programs, with faculty from other disciplines, is an essential feature of higher education, and to my mind requires protection. So to sum up, I'll just be very quick. Such major disruptions as COVID can bring about positive transformations, some of which are emergent and unforeseen. But there are attendant threats and unintended consequences that also require our attention. Leadership, forethought, continued attention are required to achieve the benefits and to nullify the disbenefits. The astute efforts of universities have helped us to ensure not just the continued provision of programs on the back of the technology, but also their continued development. This has led to a renewed interest in the understanding of the impact of digital technologies in various aspects of business and management. The content of programs has changed as a result. What it means to be international is being reassessed, and there's renewed focus on what constitutes a digital university. Ensuring the well-being of students remains a key concern. In a nutshell, while acclaiming the advances being made in digital technologies and the possibilities they open up for continued learning, the future of higher education in the digital age requires an appreciation of socio-technical systems and what I would call transdisciplinarity. Harnessing the technical while fostering the social is the way forward in my view. So I'll stop there. Thanks very much.
thank you, Dr. Robert. You have, in fact, talk about, very, very important and salient directions of this industry and the impact of digital technologies, the digitalization. And one of the very important things which you have mentioned about the digital university is not only delivery, but the content. And you have touched upon vividly on the social aspect. I'll come back to you on this social aspect. We will like to learn something more from you about this. And now I like to turn my attention to our esteemed panelist, Dr. Devendra Kodwani, sir. Sir, you have been in the Open University. You started, I will say, the Open University. Your career, I don't know. I'm sure that you must be the first runner of the Open Universities now. And now we are talking about the digital universities now. Sometime back, when we used to enroll, some of us used to enroll for Open University, and the distance learning, we used to do this. We used to earn the distance learning, degrees. It was said, we are doing, just like that. We are today talking about the digital, the way we are learning from digital way. The way, what you see the change now. What do you see the change of that age, and then how you can transform this change to the positive outcomes, Like today, Open University infrastructure is already existing worldwide and in our country. Now, how we can transform this Open University infrastructure to a digital university, what Dr. Robert is trying to explain to us.
Thank you, Professor Agrawal. And I would like to thank AIMA to bring Bob and me face to face. Almost exactly after 3 years, Bob, we met in Milan in March of 2019. And as we came back, we hit the COVID. And we were discussing at that time digitalization of management education, of which I had the privilege of being a task force member. So it's so interesting that in 3 years' time, we're coming together on this platform virtually. I think, Professor Agrawal, I think how we could transform is we have a basic infrastructure in India about open education. We have Indira Gandhi Open University. We have many state open universities. And they have been doing tremendous job. I mean, Indira Gandhi Open University probably has the largest number of students any university has, probably one after Chinese universities, 4 million plus students. So I think we are at the cusp of transformation. When Indira Gandhi Open University was set up in '85, inspired by the UK Open University, where I have a very great honor and privilege to work currently, the digital technologies had not evolved so much. Today they have. And along with technologies, there have been changes to the way students engage with learning. So that means it offers us an opportunity as well as it presents a challenge as educators. So I think to explain the whole thing in maybe very quick 5 minutes or so, I would share with you one slide where I tried to outline an ecosystem that might help us benefit most from this. So let us see if this works. Can you see a slide called Future of Education? Okay. So I think this is the slide I wanted to share. Can you see the full slide?
You can make it full screen. Full screen button is just, this is the button.
Okay. So, if we want to really benefit for India, I want to put this in perspective of India. We are nearly 1.4 billion population country. 28 years is the median age, which means we are looking at potential learning community who are eligible for high quality learning of nearly 700 million young people. Now, if we had to really benefit from the so-called demographic benefit in 21st century and lead Indian population to new heights in economic, social, and other well-being measures, education is absolutely essential. Opportunities for high quality education are essential. Also, I would like to call out, because as Bob said, OU was almost a rebellious idea of leveling up education to take education to those places where either people did not get chance or they had no means to reach. I think it is equally true for India today, given our economic GDP and so on per capita. And about 2.2% of Indian population has one or other kind of disability. 2.2% of Indian population may translate to nearly 30 million people. And I'm very passionate about those people getting chance to make something of life through education. So even that message I would like to pass on, that digital education can offer solutions to some of those things. So what is that ecosystem that I'm talking about? Well, I think first is content, as Bob very insightfully mentioned. But from that, I would jump straight away to the leadership. Without having visionary leaders who understand the importance of access to education and what it takes to make it successful access, you need leaders. And conventional models that we offer through campus-based teaching will not work there. We need to think very creatively about it. And that is possible by having what I call other human capabilities, which are instructional design. And of course, all of them had to have academic credentials and professional capability. I just got the glimpse of the last presentation before this session. That is what I mean by professional instructional design, technical capabilities alongside the pedagogic capabilities. And this will require a lot of research as well. So we will need multiple centers for excellence in educational technology and research for the digital technology enabled universities. And quality assurance is another aspect which needs to evolve. Now, we have tried to impose the same type of quality assurance processes on digital education as we apply to campus-based, which needs to evolve so creatively without compromising the academic integrity of the offer, which guardians of quality, for example, in management education like EFMD would not tolerate if we were to compromise on the quality, for example. I am proud to say we are a triple accredited business school, including from AFMD, and that only helps us to keep us on toes to make sure that the student experience does not suffer. And the final point I would make is the student success here is a massive challenge in digital universities or higher education enabled through digital technologies. So I'll give three specific measures that concern anyone who is offering online digital education. One is the retention of students in the system. Second is the completion of studies. And third is realizing those learning outcomes that are expected from a qualification or a module. Now, these are not easy things to manage in online education, digital education. Hence, this idea of having suitable professional staff and instructional design who can learn from the analytics and research that can then help instructors to design the materials in such manner that students really benefit from it. The challenge that Bob has presented is not to be underestimated, that how do you ensure the social experience for the student? One needs to evolve some methods of it. We have residential schools, for example, for our MBA program, but these are some of the things that will remain tricky. And finally, on the EdTech, I must say, India is blessed in terms of the talent pool because we have fantastic gamification industry in South India who can really adapt their skills for the education delivery. So gamification, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality are the key strengths that India can leverage to lead the digital higher education, but it will all require a holistic perspective, not episodic or just put a platform and start delivering video talks. That's not what is digital education. Hence, I always emphasize you need an ecosystem and investment in it for long term rather than look for a short term solution to this. I think I'll stop here and then probably have more conversation.
So, Dr. Devendra, it's very nice to hear your what are the key points as Dr. Robert has mentioned about the leadership, you also mentioned about the leadership, and then, you anticipated the need for center of excellence, center of excellence, basically now the content creation require a different kind of art, which you mentioned, and Dr. Robert also mentioned about that. And here, you mentioned about the help of analytics, which give us that, the experience, and the feedback. We always in the digitalization, we have a feedback loop, kind of thing, and where the analytics will help us to know that, what is to be done, properly, or what is best for this sort of program or course. And then very abruptly, you have some of that, it require a different ecosystem, and there is a challenge, the ecosystem. And I think the industry is still learning that about this phase of ecosystem, which we have seen in other industries like retail, Amazon has done, Alibaba has done, and in media industry, which was the ecosystem they have changed with the help of technology. Probably that is one of the lever. We have to still wait for that. Now with this inputs, now I would like to turn to a foremost our panelist. After reading his profile, I say that I'm meeting another technologist today. So Mr. Mahesh, my apology, Mr. Manish, welcome. As we know that for digital transformation, there are two pillars, 2 points, which we always keep insisting in our classes, digital development of digital capabilities, and development of leadership capabilities. Now, both panelists has talked about that, leadership capabilities, and you are, sitting on the very hot, technology, GitHub. I know I'm not expert on this, but I know kind of, and you have already worked, in this some other technology giants. What do you feel that in terms of digital capabilities, which may be in the domain of customer experience, that is student experience and teacher experience, and the domain of operation efficiencies, which is in terms of administrations in the universities, and the reach of the universities to across the section of the people beyond the students, those who wants to learn from that university ecosystem. And then, very important that the model change, business model change, how the technologies, you feel as a you like to mention as a, you like to share your insight about that as a lever for these changes.
Thank you, Professor Agarwal, and hello to Professor Dr. Galliers and Dr. Kodwani. It's great to be in this panel. And as you said, Professor Agarwal, I come here as a technologist, but I also come here as a learner myself, leveraging digital platforms and, continuously gaining more skills, but also as an edtech entrepreneur. In the past, over the last 10 years, I've been working with colleges and universities and helping them understand what digital really means. And I think there is one word that you use in your question, which I want to base my talk on, which is experience. Dr. Galliers talked about, digital infrastructure or tech, and then digital content being important. I think the third most important thing is now digital experience. I remember 10 years back when I used to go and talk to professors and deans and VCs on, how they can take their universities or courses online. The first hurdle always was, how do we do it? Not from an infrastructure perspective. How do I get my professors or my teachers or my lecturers to deliver the same experience that I do in class online? While, Dr. Galliers talked about COVID having accelerated this whole process, we all know it. But I think what has happened is we've just taken the offline format into the online world. We've really not thought about, trying to shift the experience. And I think that's where we really need to think about it, because, the theme of this panel and this conference is disruption. And disruption is not really coming from technology. In my view, the disruption is coming from the demand side, the individuals who want to learn. Because there's a sea change happening in society and in industry as well. If you look at the kind of skills that individuals need today, they were not being taught 10, 20 years ago, right? So stuff like design, stuff like digital, stuff like geo-environmental engineering. So a lot of these new skills are coming up, which is asking for new roles in the industry as well. And I think that's where, trying to stitch together digital experiences, not just from a regular delivery perspective, but also pulling in industry. And you talked about that in your opening talk, where participation of the ecosystem is very important. And I think that's where digital universities can leverage infrastructure to really cater to this demand. For example, what Dr. Gallias talked about, that South American university, it's not only about getting a professor or students to come, you can also get experts from the industry to participate. I think one of the important disruption that is happening in the industry today is this whole concept of remote work. So as you see that companies are starting to hire people remotely. And what that means is, from an experience perspective for the learner, they can also get experience while learning from a university in working with industry too. So in the past, if I had to do an internship, for example, I would have to travel to a different city that was offering the internship. But now I can do it online. So in the ecosystem, Professor, if you see all the stakeholders, like the teacher, the university, the student, the industry, I think the digital university concept is really a beautiful way of pulling all of this together. In the physical world, there were lots of friction points and inefficiencies. Bringing an expert speaker, there was logistics involved. Now there's a way to do it using digital. But the most important thing is the digital delivery experience needs to be enhanced. The instructional design that the panelists also talked about is very important. You can't have regular videos being played. And I also attended the previous session where there were those new experiences of the metaverse and digital verse, where you can learn better. Because if people are remote, in the past, once you ship physical books in an open university or physical format, they're reading it. But now the videos, the course content has to be engaging. So I think I would stress a lot on the experience piece, because that is very, very important. And last point that I wanted to make, and this goes back to Dr. Gallias talking about the social element of universities. I remember, when I did my MBA, and if I ask a lot of my students, my colleagues and friends, what is the one thing that we took away from all of our college experience? And we always answer the network. Learning is great, but the networks that we build, the connections that we build, which we leverage in our professional world, is very important. So I think building this digital experience and how can we connect people, what does hybrid really mean? Because there is no way any digital university can be 100% online. It is bound to fail. It has to have a hybrid element. How that is created, how the instructional design comes in from a course perspective, and how people come together. I think that is the true future of digital universities.
Okay. I think, Mr. Manish, you have to talk, very, very appropriate, at this juncture, that the digital experience, and when I look back that, digital experience is not a digital experience of students, it is across entire ecosystem of university. It is experience of teachers, it's experience of administration, it is experience of, other eco partners, So it is very important thing, where the success of digital university has to achieve, One is aspect, which Dr. Devendra has touched about, the open university concept, which can be leveraged, And as we are seeing that is very successful, and globally, many universities are there, and EduTech platforms have already demonstrated that capabilities, that you can now, in fact, some of the EduTech environment and platforms start providing, degrees also of the very reputed universities like Stanford's and all those. I think this movement will keep increasing. So at this point, I like to have a very brief discussion from these panelists, and which keep bothering me sometime before I move to Dr. Robert. You see that there is a exponential growth of these EduTech platforms like Coursera and Udemy and Udacity and all those kind of things. And now it has provided a great opportunity for all of us to share our learning and provide the courses. But a university system always require some sort of calibration, some sort of assessment, some sort of certification. Which in our country we do accreditation of the universities and the grading of the universities. And we don't know who is the so okay, sometimes the names, big universities names are attached over there, but nobody has evaluated those programs. Sometimes the novice learners, students, and some maybe paying for those programs which are not worth. So what should be a mechanism which government or regulatory body should apply over here?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I think there is, I don't know if, I think these external reviews of institutions and programs are important. Now, you would expect me to say that, wouldn't you, with my role as a senior advisor for EFMD. But I over my experience of, well, goodness me, over the last 20 years or so with EQUIS, EFMD accredited programs, AACSB, etc. And both as a provost and as a dean of a business school, while at one level, going through accreditations takes a lot of effort, but if it's just simply seen as an audit, I think you're missing something. If I can use EQUIS as an example, I don't know if this is answering the question. I'm not answering it in relation to what governments might do, but in terms of what we as a community might do. EQUIS stands for the European Quality Improvement System. And Manish, I think you said we're all learners. And the more that we can share our experiences in terms of attempting to improve our understanding, share our experiences. Experience is an important element, as has been said, but the sharing of those experiences. I've learned so much from my involvement in peer review teams from colleagues in other institutions. They're doing things a slightly different way. They've attempted something which may or may not have worked, but here's the learning from those experiences. I think those are quite important to me. So I'm sort of focusing on us. I think if I can pick up on another point, if I may, just very, very quickly. Devendra was mentioning being a much more holistic approach. We've talked about ecosystems. We've talked about the different stakeholders, not just within the academic community, but with industry. The more that we can break down and utilize the technology to break down those bridges or build those bridges rather, I think the more that we learn from this, this is a fairly trite comment, so forgive me. What's always worried about the IT industry generally is we tend to talk about solutions. We actually don't ask the questions. It's a solution to what? And the more that we share our experiences, we can understand the multifaceted nature of what is required, so that the technology, while really powerful, or the technologies rather, while being really powerful, how we use that to benefit, how we develop our programs and courses, how we develop the experience of our students for future work. These are the crucial things in my mind. I'm not certain if I've answered the question, but that's what's occurred to me from the discussion.
So now we want to open Thank you very much, Dr. Robert. No, I think I knew that it's a very, very difficult position, but sometime, some other time, maybe later the industry has to also think about that. And always these sort of things, come at the later stage, not in the, right now we should allow it to proliferate and, to grow, just like, as a wildfire that, the knowledge is available now, is the global knowledge. So now I want to open this panel for any question from the participants. Otherwise we will have one more round of discussion. Any participants, you can raise the hand and you can ask some question. You are writing something on the chat board. Can you raise your hand and ask the question?
There are some questions which have come into the chat as well.
Yeah, I was also trying to comment. So if no more questions from the audience, then I'd like to have one more round of discussion. Dr. Robert, you have touched, very important aspect of social aspect. And we consumer of technology knows about that. Technology is sometimes weak on this aspect. And no matter that social media is technology for social connections, interactions, cordial connection. But on the other side, this technology is also very damaging. It may spoil the relations and whatnot. We all know about that. Now, in context of the education, when we are having this sort of very forceful technologies like AI and AR, VR, what will be the social impact of these technologies? In terms of student trust, sometimes they may misuse also that. What may be the repercussions of these technologies? Which is just starting in this domain, which we are seeing the use of like bots started using, robots also I have seen in some of the places, like that.
Yeah, I don't want to the discussion, but just a couple of comments, and then perhaps like colleagues can respond as well. Again, our use of these social media, that comes with a lot of responsibility, doesn't it? And unfortunately, there's been some irresponsible use of those technologies, and I think it's sort of self-disciplining the providers of those technologies in terms of taking down misinformation and so on, but also control of how we use that technology. I mean, again, the social side in terms of what was mentioned, the MBA program and the building of networks, that can be achieved through the appropriate use of the technologies. And one can build up relationships and then potentially meet physically colleagues from all over the world as a result of our ability to travel. But have those conversations, for example, utilizing this technology, Zoom. It's not the same as being physically close to a colleague and having an informal interaction, but it's better than nothing. But it does require responsibility on the part of the users and on the part of the providers. And I think that's an element of our experience, coming back to that point, that we now recognize that much more than we did, a decade ago, let's say. That's just a very brief answer. I don't know if that helps.
If I can just add on top of it. I think, I agree with what you said, Dr. Gallias, and I can just add one perspective. I think social and digital interaction is now a life skill. Whether we do it in the education ecosystem or not, you have to do it in the outside world, whether you're in the social world or in the job market, right? You have to interact in the digital world. I think this is it's a good point for us to bring that teaching into the classroom, because I remember when I was a student back in school, we used to be taught how to write letters, right? If you're going to be, when do you use yours sincerely? When do you use yours faithfully? We were taught how to do business communications and formal communications. It was a life skill. Similarly, I think in the digital world, for people to interact in digital, this life skill needs to be taught. Whether it's taught in college or the primary education, I leave that to the academic world, but I think it needs to be taken up.
Yeah, very good. Dr. Devendra, you have talked about the Center of Excellence, and this is a very important, aspect, which requires a strengthening. If universities wants to take up as a digital route, really like to further, elaborate some of your experience, on this subject, how the universities should use this opportunity of setting of Center of Excellence, what the Center of Excellence should do, what kind of work they should do. So what should be their objective,
Yeah, I think I'll start with what is obvious object to just mention. So what I imagine is the importance of a serious academic effort, academic research on various dimensions on the spectrum of digital learning experience. And the one that Manish now mentioned, for example, there is need to understand how students engage as a learning community. Not with just with materials that are offered, but also with one another. And it may start with as simple as, online etiquette. Now we need to understand the importance of this, because this goes back to the very serious issues of what we call child development, educational psychology. We know the impact of bullying in face-to-face classrooms when one is growing in childhood, or even in teenage or adolescence. Now, if you are subject to bullying or harassment or discriminatory behavior, it has direct impact on your ability to learn and cognitive development. So one would need to understand. I have colleagues here actually in the Open University Law School who have been studying the online bullying for women, and what impact it is having in the social and economic world. So centers of excellence will need to have very wide-ranging remit. You will need to have people from educational psychology, educational technology, anthropologists, educational research, pedagogic research, and they will have to do research. So on how does a span of attention that we have reduced the span of attention among the young people affect how you deliver in 30 minutes, 40-minute learning chunk. For example, what is bite-sized learning? What is the right? So within the classroom, we are used to 45-minute lecture. Or if you are teaching an MBA, we are used to 70-minute kind of a case discussion. What is appropriate learning chunk and how you engage? So we had done a lot of research on learning activities. Now, instructional design, for example, requires that you can't just put a PDF file and a video talk and say this is a digital experience. Actually, we know there are at least 8 different learning activities that have effective correlation based on research with the learning outcomes. So, for example, if I give somebody material to read, we call it assimilative learning. Or if I tell somebody listen or watch this video, it is just assimilative learning. There's a collaborative learning. There's a communication. There is interactive learning. There is information skills related, manipulating information. So there are many learning activities one has to study in Indian context. What do they mean? How do you design that works on the Indian? We are taught the biggest thing that if I were doing something on online education in India, I will ask this question, that I'm receiving these students in higher education who have been taught how to write good exam questions. Until higher secondary, we teach students to pass exams and get high marks. And therefore, they spend less time in the school and reflecting on learning, more time in the coaching classes. Now, if I'm going to have those students coming into online learning, digital learning, where it is a lot more student-centric learning, it is expect students to explore all kinds of learning activities. I really will need to help them in the first semester or first course how to be effective digital learner. And you would need research in those areas. So centers of excellence in teaching research would need to do some kind of research on that. And final point about that, although there are many aspects of it, staff development. Without high quality staff development, you cannot have not just digital, but any university, be that face-to-face or online. So
Thank
it
you.
will require significant investment in the staff time and development of those people.
Thank you. Manish, I want to ask before we come to the last question, I want to ask you, for digital universities, the technology providers, Microsoft, IBM, your company is having, some responsibilities. So how you like to leverage this responsibility? There's an opportunity over here. There is an opportunity for this industry, and the opportunity is waiting. I know that some of the initiative what Microsoft has done or IBM has done. Now I'm not aware of full initiative of GitHub, but I'm talking this question in general that and this sort of ecosystem is required now. That that the technology provider should now also anchor this responsibility of developing this sort of ecosystem of digital universities.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And there are two aspects to this. One is the technology itself, which all the tech companies are building. So I will not talk about it. It's already been done. I think the second point is the industry connect that I keep bringing back into my conversation. Given everything is now digital, given that everything is remote, I think there's an opportunity for all industry, not just tech companies, to interact with colleges and provide an opportunity to students to get internships. Because I think I really believe internships while learning is the best way to understand what skills are required in the market and what you can learn. And it also acts as a feedback loop to the university that, hey, what do industry want? So I think building this connect, that is the most important part. Dr. Gallia has also talked about the industry and the government being connected. I know that the government in India is talking about internships and credits. That now needs to be taken up by the industry to embrace it and then take students. I saw one question from the audience talking about people who only do online education, how do they get employment? I think this is the perfect example of how that question can be answered. The internship being provided by industry to digitally equip students who are learning online.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now, we had, discussed this with the eminent panel, very very important points, and in last 45, 50 minutes, and I think a lot of emerging trends and the kind of now requirements are fusing, and the industry wants to move in this direction. Education industry wants what they should do that. So now to sum up this, I would like to now invite each of the panelists to say their last advice to this ecosystem, or whosoever the stakeholders they want to build up the university, digital university kind of thing. So I will start with Dr. Robert. Yeah.
Okay.
Advice.
I found this discussion very very interesting, and I think what I've learned from it is two things in particular. One is the need for wider interaction across disciplines within higher institutions of higher education. Devendra, you mentioned research centers, for example, but very, using my terminology again, transdisciplinarity. So this holistic perspective is really cool. It's not just about the technology. This is very important. It has to be understood and applied, and we develop our experience from its use. But from different perspectives, we're learning from, hopefully learning from those experiences. So that's one aspect. I think, Manish, your comment about experience and links with industry really reinforced in my mind the opportunities that can emerge in terms of internships and so on, and employment prospects being improved as a result of that, which was one of the questions raised by the audience. I think universities have learned actually about shifting the experience. I mean, just even learning about what's appropriate in terms of group discussions virtually. It may not be a formal program, but that experience as a teacher, one can be saying, perhaps you shouldn't be saying those things in a virtual group. You might need to be understanding, again, of different cultures and so on in a mixed group from different parts of the world. But that's learning experience that is very beneficial, I think. I'll stop there because I've spoken far too much, but I think those are two things that I picked up.
Yeah. So, Dr. Devendra.
Thank you, Professor Agarwal. I would say that this is a real opportunity for India. We are a large country, vast country, and the learning that is needed for leading India and through that world in sustainable development, in responsible management practices, in responsible education, as a biggest democracy, I don't see any better opportunity than making a difference to the world through education. So for that to materialize, we need to take this seriously, a long-term view of situation, a real opportunity for collaboration between industry, government, and social institutions. India, it starts with a tremendous platform. English is very good. Technology capability is next to nobody. It's the best thing. So opportunity to make difference to literally millions in India, but through that to the world well-being. And for that to happen, we need to take a long-term view, a collaborative approach, and keep it student-centric rather than institution-centric approach. We can make a big difference to the world through education. And I would like, and other thing in the context of socio-economic diversity in India, even religious diversity in India. This is a true leveler. We can really break all those barriers for all communities in India, because you don't have to worry about reservations. You can give access to whoever wants. Scale can be, scale will be the kind of a savior for quality education in India. So cost could be affordable for the scale we are talking about. So I'll stop with that, but briefly, I'll quite perhaps inappropriately, Bob mentioned about the Open University in very, very kind remarks in the beginning. I delivered a lecture in 2019 about future of education for the Open University. That's available on the YouTube. I'll just put that link in the chat box. And I reflected on a very long-term view of global demographic patterns. So anybody who's interested can listen to that.
Oh, so Mr. Manish, now the final words from your side.
Yeah, thank you. I echo my co-panelists' views. Totally agree. And I think for a country as diverse as India, digital delivery, length and breadth of the country is just fantastic. But at the same time, I would say that we're still in the present continuous. We're all learning as learners, as digital universities and industries. To get to the future perfect, the present continuous evaluations, experimentations will continue to get to a state where 5 years down the line, we can say, this is how digital universities across the board, across the world can use as a template to apply.
Yeah, like I will say that on a lighter note that as India has given a lead in case of software industry, software service industry, I think the days are not very far. Considering that the demographies and the numbers which India own today, digital university is the way that we can reach the masses for the education. It is very difficult. The kind of the demographics we are having, multilinguistic kind of realities are there in our country. It is very difficult to reach through a organized way. Now, the disruption is creating the opportunity to reach to the masses. It is not only a question of providing the degrees. It is a question of providing the education and learning. And that. Thank you very much to all panelists. I think I don't have time to sum up the discussion, and it was a great learning for me. I'm sure that whosoever watching this this discussion, they must have also learned, quite a bit rich areas, valuable inputs, which a panelist has shared. Thank you very much joining us, and thank you, AIMA, for arranging this sort of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. It's good to see you again, Devendra.
Good to see you, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Agrawal. It was indeed an enriching experience for us to be part of this discussion. Sincere thanks to Mr. Sharma, Dr. Gallias, and you, Dr. Agrawal. It was a session packed with valuable insights and deliberations on digital universities. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us for yet another interesting panel discussion on global scenario of higher education, expectations and values. We shall initiate the session in just a while at 3:30. Stay tuned.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
Every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of the disciplines that one is involved in.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, first class, sir.
We met in MDI Gurgaon last time.
Yes, I know. I know. I'm not able to see you though.
Okay. My videos is there, sir?
Not yet. I'm not yet able to see you as of now. Let me see.
I can see myself, sir. Hi, Amy ma'am.
Hi. I can see you all as
Oh,
well.
now we can see. Yes. I can see.
How are
I can see
you?
most of I remember we did meet.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
How are you, sir? How things are going?
Things are going on well. I mean, the new year is about, so the previous year is about to come to an end in end of March, and the new year is starting. Hello, Amy. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you doing?
I think first class.
Yeah.
Amy ma'am, we are consecutively going for a webinar.
Yeah. We keep meeting
Yes,
virtually
last
for
time.
now.
Virtually for now. Yes. We had a webinar commonly with Amy for business simulation from AIMA. Again,
right.
AIMA only. With the Ravi Jangraji and all, we were there. And today I was expecting Dr. Tariq Mansoor, sir. He's not there.
Who is that?
Dr. Tariq Mansoor.
Okay.
He was in the list.
No, in the list it is
changed. I think it keeps on dynamic. No,
Makar from IMS.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back to the session on global scenario of higher education expectations and values. We're delighted with the presence of Dr. N.R. Parasuraman, Director, SDM Institute of Management Development and Session Chair. Our eminent panel, Ms. Amy Menon, Regional Head, South Asia, AACSB International. Dr. P. Srinivas Rao, Director, Firebird Institute of Research in Management. Dr. Urvashi Makkar, Director, IMS Ghaziabad. We request Dr. Parasuraman to please initiate this session.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be part of this particular panel discussion with very eminent educationalists and administrators on a topic which is highly contemporary. let me first of all congratulate AIMA for having organized this event. I can see from the experience of the last one day or so that we have had some very, very interesting discussions on higher education in general and the way forward in particular. When we think of higher education and the disruption that is either being caused to us and that which we collectively need to also do in order to survive in the future, there have been multiple opinions while the end result seems to be uniform, in the sense that all of us are agreed upon the need for churning out graduates, churning out students who have not only managerial or technical competence, but also are rounded individuals in the sense that they are industry ready, they are sufficiently steeped in principles of ethics, responsibility, and sustainability. They have cross-functional abilities. They have got a global perspective. And also the organization to which they ultimately go, whether it is their own, if they are entrepreneurs, or if it is a corporate, the spirit of inclusion and diversity is burning bright. Now, all these are wonderful principles. And some of these, or most of these, have also been reflected in India's national education policy recently. So the challenge before B schools generally, or higher management institutions generally, would be to how to sort of implement these into the curriculum, how to do this administratively in a way that is seamless, in the sense that the change cannot be sudden. Change has to be gradual, but at the same time, it cannot be too gradual. There has to be a plan, a middle level, a medium-term to long-term plan as to how this needs to be implemented. At the same time, there are some very severe challenges as well, in the sense that industry and academia don't seem always to see eye to eye as to what exactly the final product should look like. So, several discussions on industry academia panel, of which I myself am a member with the Confederation of Indian Industry here, as well as with the Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce. I'm sure that all the other panel members have also been or are members of such fora. You would see that there's a sharp difference of opinion as to what exactly academia should be doing and what industry should be doing to sort of make the job of the academics easier. The clarity that is required from the industry as to what the freshers or the eventual managers should be doing has not always been there. So with changing technology, with changing globalization and changing requirements of cross-functional skills, it is a challenge even for the corporate to actually spell out what are the specific things that people who come out of higher education schools do not have at this point of time, and what they should ideally be having. So taking a management institute, for example, there is a limited time during which we have the challenge of bringing out not only higher management skills, leadership skills, strategic skills, but also all these soft skills which have been mentioned above. Now that is really a problem which institutes and higher educational institutions have been dealing with in their own way separately. Accreditation agencies, we are fortunate to have Amy here, Amy, in this particular panel, so we can have her perspective directly. Accreditation agencies have also laid down standards which are general in nature, which contain very lofty schemes for assurance of learning, and also for making sure that all courses have their prescribed objectives very well laid out. However, the problem has been, in many cases, there have been instances where these have not been properly implemented, or if implemented once, they are not constantly revised. So we need to have constant interaction with accreditation agencies as well as experts all over the world for evolving this and moving forward. That's why I said right in the beginning that AIMA has to be congratulated for holding this event, because there's a very contemporary sort of issue, and which one will not be able to get a solution for with one sitting, but over a period of time, we'll all get several ideas which can be nurtured and brought together. We got a wonderful panel today, very eminent academicians as well as educationalists. At the same time, people who have been highly experienced in administration as well. So what we'll do in the next 1 hour or so would be to have a panel discussion. But before that, I would like to take the individual views of the three eminent panel members on this contemporary topic, and maybe for about 5 to 6 minutes each. And after that, when the perspectives have all been put on the table, I have certain specific questions to ask them. And later on, towards the end, maybe in the last 15 to 20 minutes, we will leave it to the audience to ask more questions. So I would like to begin with Dr. Uroshi Makar of IMS Ghaziabad. Can you just kindly give your perspective first about disruption in higher education?
Thank you very much, Dr. Parsura Raman, session chair, and my co-panelist, dear Ms. Memon and Dr. Rao. First of all, I really would congratulate AIMA for taking this initiative to take up this highly relevant theme for the current scenario for this international conference. And in this session on the global scenario of higher education, expectations and values, definitely this is making the relevance much higher in the current scenario. And when we talk about the current scenario, the major drivers of global change are definitely reshaping the world in this 21st century, and specifically in this post-pandemic era. And I'm sure that no institution will be completely immune to these changes. The fourth industrial revolution, basically a fusion of exponential technologies, will prove to be as profound, I believe, as the previous industrial revolutions driven by steam, electricity, and computing. And undoubtedly, the ability to transform will be critical for all educational institutions to cultivate. So I'm very sure that they can shape and respond to a changing world of education. Based on this capability, their sustainability will be decided in the coming few years. And when we talk about specifically with the context of higher education, and that too in the global context, we have to believe that to define is to limit. So that's why we can't put up the boundaries to the benchmarks which we are putting up for the delivery in the field of higher education. And in our country, NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, will be a game changer for sure because of its highly proactive clauses and the proposed execution format. In case if the cumulative wisdom of the country is aligned towards its effective implementation, no one can stop our country to become the leader in the education sector. And definitely it is a time to ponder upon, it's a time to reflect upon on the strengths of the education sector in totality in our country. Many higher education institutions around the world are at or fast approaching at crossroads. It won't be exaggeration to say that. And this crossroad definitely will define their future in terms of strategy and operating models. And there are going to be a lot of questions to be answered by every educational institution today during being on this crossroad, that like, do they really are ready for transformation? Do they optimize? Do they do nothing and react later? Or do they do nothing and face the inherent risks of inaction? So in this crossroad, whether they decide to go for the transformation, or they decide to go for the optimization, or they sit idle and doing nothing, definitely these are certain very critical and pertinent decisions which are going to be taken by the educational institutions. And for majority of the institutions, irrespective of the various programs, the subjects they are running, and their professional capabilities, few aspects are uniformly common throughout all the higher education institutions, that the realistic choice likely falls between transforming their operating model and all that goes along with this in a reasonably short period, or achieving the same outcome over a longer period, spreading the expense and workload, that is optimizing, while taking the risk of first disruption, appending them in the meantime. So the key variable in deciding which is most likely are captured definitely when we talk about in 4 very important critical factors, and out of them the first becomes your decision whether to transform or optimize. And whether any institution is going to be a transformer or optimizer, the building blocks are going to be almost similar. And they are going to be based on very important 4 parameters. That is, first of all, they all have to review their strategy, mission, and purpose. And second focus has to be very strongly on improving the core capabilities. And then after that, they definitely will have to adopt a target operating model. And finally, undoubtedly, very important impetus significantly will be on modernization of the technology. And when we take the very first parameter of the strategy, in relation to this, much depends on a view of the future in one's own context, and a very comfortable, plausible view of the sector in the future may have few features like borderless, short courses and degrees, digitally native cohorts, experiential learning, focus very strongly on the life skills. And when we talk about specifically the cases like the professional courses, like PGDM program, which IMS Ghaziabad currently is running, or the MBA programs, the focus has to be very strongly on the skill enhancement and corporate readiness of the students. Because if the strategy is not aligned towards giving the employability to the students, no doubt whatsoever are the capabilities of particular institution, it is falling flat on its mission and purpose statement. The ultimate objective definitely is to give the core competencies, skills to the students to prepare them for the market. So definitely the strategy has to be aligned around all these focal areas. And when we talk about very important component of modernization.
Dr. Makar, can I intervene? Can I intervene 1 minute? We'll quickly take the views of the other panelists also, and then come back to you specifically with questions on the very interesting 4 points that you have.
Very surely.
Can we have the quick views?
So I think based on these focal areas, I'm surely looking forward to listening to the viewpoints of the other panelists also. And the focus on strategy surely is going to make a lot of impact in the efficient transformation of the institutions. So I forward now the talk to the next panelist, and I'm sure that we'll come back with certain other queries and questions. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Srinivas Rao to give his views in about 6 minutes about overall the broad views that he has on the subject.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, congratulations to entire team of AIMA. It's the last 24 hours. It's a gigantic flow of knowledge, information, and technology is happening. And I will not go in detail for everything because she has touched upon a lot of points, and also you pointed very interesting points that, first of all, how do we do a curriculum? Curriculum treatment is very important. The second point comes to you that implementation of the curriculum, and also how B schools can be connected with the industry. This is the crisis. No, the topic is today is the expectations, the management, education, expectation, and values. So who are expecting all these things? Definitely the stakeholders. The stakeholders are the students and society and at large industry. The processing what we do through our students, educating the students, particularly in higher education, they should be fit to the industry and fit to the society for overall development.
Yeah.
Something is flickering now?
No, it's clear. You can continue.
No, my screen is disturbing something.
But we are able to hear you very well and see you very well as well.
Is it? Yeah. Can you see, sir, now?
Yes.
Yeah. What I was talking about, that expectation that who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders are the students, parents, community, and industry at large. So the entire 2 years of higher education, what we extend to the society, the outcome should be fit into the society as well as to the industry. Now also we have values now. The values which can be nurtured, social values as well as economic values. So what happened this last 2 years, we have been going through a lot of turmoils, and the expectation of the society became very fake now. The parents might have invested so much of money in educating the students, and industry might have got so much expectation from the manpower what is expected to be with the industry. In this process, the uncertainty and the turbulence has created a lot of fear. The skill part is concerned. Now, how do we nurture it? The case study, what we have understood long 5 years back only. The fibered, what we have done, not only last 2 years, 5 years back only we have done a great treatment of our curriculum. Because fibered is a brainchild of Dr. Sundar Raman, who happened to be an MBA from Cambridge and also an industrialist. So he happened to be the managing director and also CEO of different companies, and also he was an educator. So whatever the time he has spent 15 to 18 years in the education as well as in the industry, could find that there is a huge gap. As Dr. Parshuraman has said that, how do we fill this gap? Then the entire team of Siva Texchan and Fiber went to industry. They did not consult academician first. They went to industry. Particularly, they appointed a lot of consultants, both from the academia as well as from the industry practitioners at CEO, CXO levels and frontline managers and middle-level managers. Then what they have done, they identified job description, what is required for next 2 years, 3 years in different functional areas of industries, particularly IT, food products and processing industry, heavy engineering, selected 10 to 15. They've identified that there is a long gap between industry and academia. We teach a lot of theory. We did not practice it. We end up with 2 months or 3 months or 4 months with an internship or a project or a half internship, something like that. So the curriculum, as per Dr. Parshuraman, what is it? That curriculum is a first criteria. We have nurtured it with a concept called action learning program. The students have fibered as a case study how we are fulfilling the expectation of the industry. We are only educating the theory classes only 3.5 hours in the first half. The second half, what we are trying to do that, we send to different industries to our student as an action learning program learners. We do not call our students as students, we call them as a learning associates. These learning associates are adopted by corporate mentors into different sectors. We have 120 students. All these under 20 students are engaged in the different verticals in different industries for 2 years. Half the 2 years program. So they come with a lot of different inputs to us. The inputs including curriculum treatment, change of syllabus, change of course also, and also the learning matrix that need to be adopted by in-house mentors also. We are doing a research on that. Here in this way, what we are having it, we have industry with us, we have learners with us, we have a faculty, and we have a clear job description what need to be fulfilled. This is initially I would like to start with my remark. Next, when you give me a chance, I would like to play a video how the expectations of the society, how the expectation of individual, how the expectation of industry can be fulfilled.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao. That's very interesting. Can I have the views of Eminent, please?
Sure. So let me I'm going to put up my slides. I'm a visual person, so please bear with me, and I'll try and get through this within the time allowed. But just to kind of give you some insight on where I'm coming from in this platform is, the global scenario. So AACSB International is, over 100 years old, established in 1916 by some of the best known brands in business education. And we are the world's largest organization or education alliance of business schools. And we really focus on looking at what is happening in the industry and how the industry can better serve society. So we have a presence in more than 100 countries and territories, and where our mission is to foster engagement, accelerate innovation, and amplify impact in business education. And my two previous speakers, and even Dr. Rao, also mentioned many things that I think, though these might be your perspectives here in your own institutions and things like that, it resonates with what we're seeing across business education globally. And that has impact for, you can kind of think about how that works in all facets of higher education. Business education is, we like, to look at it and say, as a extremely multidisciplinary field, professional. It's an art, it's a science. We really sit at that nexus of what's happening in higher education across the board as well. So just to give you an idea of sort of AACSB's reach, so again, where I'm getting a lot of this information from is our largest markets. India is our 4th largest market in the world in terms of number of our member schools, accredited schools, and then business members. So when I talk about sort of the global scenario, and this is, like I said, this is exactly what my previous speakers were discussing, is we're seeing the increased rate in technology disruption that's impacting higher education tremendously. There's the rise of new educational models. Dr. Ravashi was alluding to this. We're looking at micro-credentials, alternatives to degrees. The question about what is a degree is rapidly changing. And of course, business schools are seeing themselves as positive contributors to society and thinking about their role in that ecosystem. And I think what's really, really important in all of this is that there is this challenge to higher education of purpose across all variety of dimensions. And so just kind of taking some of this and kind of distilling it a little bit, I want to leave you with some insights. So the degree program, this is actually probably the most protected aspect of higher education around the world. Governments, decide who can call it a degree and who can't. And so the degree program has this immense value. Having a degree is something that will lead you to success in future, higher degrees will lead you to success. And that is being fundamentally challenged for what Dr. Ravashi was talking about, is it's become boundaryless, timeless, right? And what we saw during the pandemic was that there's this question of what is this value of the online degree program. And just to give you some insights, this is a GMAC survey that was done last year, and just gives you an idea what recruiters are thinking in terms of the value of an online degree program versus a face-to-face program. And in Asia, it's less than it is in the rest of the world, but there is a significant proportion of recruiters who do believe that there's an equivalence of on-campus and online programs. But when we look at what learners say, and I love, Dr. Rao, you mentioned learners, because we call them learners too. We don't call them students anymore. But you start to think of, this is at graduate education. But when you start to think about what recruiters say versus what students or learners say, it is vastly different. So students don't agree, learners don't agree that this is the case. So here, only 15% of domestic MBA students strongly agree in the equivalence of online versus in-face. And when you get to international bound students, it's even less, right? But not, the numbers are not significant across different degree programs to that extent. So I think that's something to take note, is that though industry may have a value, the students may have a different value, right? And it gets even more contrast when you start to look at what matters to learners. Brand matters. So prospective MBA students interested in studying studying in their home countries, they would prefer an online program at a higher ranked institution. So we just saw they don't want to do it face to face unless it's at a higher ranked institution. So we have to be mindful that increasingly reputation matters, and students are making choices based on rankings, reputation, and convenience. But online is not a solution for everything yet. 91% of the students said that they believed that the on-campus learning environment provided better options for interaction, networking with peers. This may not seem surprising to many of you who are educationists, you've been involved in this process. It's just not there yet. The digital world is not there yet for this type of skill. But I say yet, because we're on the cusp of rapid change in technology. So, we have to stay mindful that it could change at any moment. There could be disruption even in this parameter. But just to give you an idea about kind of what we're seeing as sort of the opportunities and challenges that business schools should be mindful of, is obviously there's rapid innovation in teaching and learning since the pandemic started, but we saw it happening well before. But one of the things when we start to, I said this crisis of purpose, this crisis of what is it that we're doing? If we didn't exist today, and Dr. Vashi was talking about, having a strategy and having that be fundamental. We believe that at AACSB, absolutely. And one of the things that schools are recognizing is that the physical learning and experience is much better suited for this acquisition of what we call durable skills, which is a sort of evolution of soft skills, critical thinking, leadership, these kinds of things. These are much better taught in sort of this physical environment. And as you saw on the previous slide, we're talking about durable networks. Higher education has forever and continues to be a source of durable networks. Durable networks help students and graduates thrive in times of uncertainty. Right, we know this, and higher education is well suited for that. And the physical environment, just as humans, is something that is much easier done. I'm not saying that it can't be substituted, but it's just much easier done in the physical environment. So we start to see schools recognizing that there's this shift. The physical environment has its values, but technology is even changing the physical environment to a strong degree, and it has the potential to keep costs low and improve assessment of learning outcomes. We also look at brand. I mentioned before, brand matters. And this is where we're starting to see schools that are positioned in the top tier are going to continue to reach a wider set of audiences, and they're going to improve their online presence to do that. So again, we see this growth at this top tier in terms of access, right, and quality. But business schools that want to play in that sandbox are going to have to focus on brand, and brand matters, right? And with that, what we're looking at now is saying, how do you enhance that brand? It's not just rankings. You cannot have rankings be the outcome that you're chasing. Rankings matter, but you cannot have rankings be the outcome you're chasing. The way that you reach sort of that set of students beyond, every school is looking to grab the same set of students. The way that you reach those students beyond, is through your thought leadership. Thought leadership puts you in front of a wider audience. And it's so, again, not just academe. Rankings look at traditionally academic impact, but there are increasing rankings that look at other types of impact. But we're really thinking and looking at schools that are reframing how their research impacts society. This is the long term. So short term, focus on the physical environment and how you can improve the acquisition of those durable skills. And then long term, start to look at how you can build the thought leadership of your institution, because it's that which will make you have a presence in the wider society, your school will have a wider impact, not just through educational delivery, but through these other things. So I'll take a stop there, I think, just so we can keep it going, but that's where we're coming from.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, that was very appropriate. Now, I'm going to put some questions to the panel members, and then we can have a discussion based on this. We'll take the response from one member at a time, and after that, maybe the others can join for the same question, or then we'll have some different issues also coming in. My first question is to Dr. Urvashi Makha, is regarding when we try to make these disruptions and changes because of this environment, how involved in your experience are the faculty for these changes, and what exactly should the institution be doing in order to make sure that the faculty also falls in line with the overall strategy or purpose, and what specific training that we need to give to the faculty team, because faculty constitutes, or a team of faculty would constitute a very important component in implementation of the strategy.
Well, that's a really very pertinent question. I must say that in any of the higher education systems, the faculty members are the drivers of change. They are the facilitators of any change, and not only they can serve as the catalyst, but they are on the forefront. And moreover, being the intellectual capital of any higher education system, they are the face of any campus. And when they are facing the learners, undoubtedly the clarity of thought and their alignment with the outcome-based education system, which the faculty members of the different campuses might be carrying, that can become the core competencies of the different campuses. Now, the strength and intellectual wisdom of the faculty members is a specific core competence which cannot be copied, which cannot be imitated overnight. And it is a capital which grows organically with the experiences, with the learnings, with the orientation in the research, the ecosystem of the institution, which has been created with a lot of efforts. And undoubtedly, the alignment of faculty members, their development and orientation in that direction is very important responsibility of the management of any institution. And that's the reason that when we today talk about the National Board of Accreditation, their focus is on outcome-based education. And very strongly, they focus on the program outcomes and course outcomes, its alignment. And before any course curriculum is designed, undoubtedly, every faculty member has to have crystal clear clarity about the Bloom's taxonomy, and based on that, they have to underline the course objectives. So I'm very sure that this is one of major responsibility of the institution to give a lot of opportunities to the faculty members to develop themselves and to understand this basic component of delivering academic quality in the classroom. Now, this is one aspect with respect to the academic quality. The second very important responsibility of the campuses is to give them the opportunities of growth in the research and publications. And that again become one of the strengths which no one can imitate of any campus. So creating the ecosystem of research in an organization is very important component, which currently is becoming the survival and sustainability principle of the organizations. And I'm very sure the institutions which will be having composite intellectual wisdom of the faculty members with the research and publications and very high H index, they are definitely going to have long-term sustainability. And the quality of research is reflected in the teaching delivery also. So that's why research and teaching and alignment to the outcome-based education, they have to go hand in hand in any campus.
Thank you, Dr. Urvashi. That is very interesting. my other question, next question is to Amy Memon, is regarding assurance of learning, which is a part of the accreditation process by any leading agency. But what are you touched upon certain things or the challenges of online education in your presentation. My question is basically when we try to implement these changes and bring in softer courses also and total skills also into the fold of managerial education, how would the intended learning outcomes or the assurance of learning look like, and what are the changes that you anticipate?
Yeah, I think one of the things when we talk about, technology disruption, I think one of the major areas where technology has the potential to improve our assessment of these durable or soft skills, right? It's always been, a test, right? A test at the end of the course was able to capture whether the student learned or not, right? But we're seeing much more this rise of authentic assessment, the ability to assess student learning as and when it happens. So this whole concept of outcome-based education, it was sort of at a more rudimentary level until the rise of the type of technology that has come into the educational process. I had a conversation with a company, a startup this week that was looking at, how to create campuses in the metaverse, right? And one of the things that they said that just, it stuck with me was the fact that if you're in the metaverse and you're in this immersive environment, the data is being produced all around as you're learning, so that you're able to extrapolate evidence of learning in a variety of forms. Now, I'm not saying that's I think that is a portion of the future, but it's this concept that, and we learned this, is that student engagement can be assessed in different ways when you use technology. And so these durable skills, it's kind of technology is moving faster than our ability to assess, but we see this over and over again that will move towards more authentic assessment as we go. And as far as AACSB is concerned, I mean, for us, it's not the assessment itself that's so important. It's what you do with that information to improve. And if you have more information and you have the ability to analyze it and make better decisions about your curriculum, then that's the future of higher education, I believe.
Thank you, Amy. Dr. Srinivas Rao, my question to you is about the national education policy and its wish list of wonderful things that needs to be accomplished. How to go about it is the challenge, but at the same time, everybody would agree that whatever has been proclaimed in the national education policy is an ideal sort of situation for graduates to have or possess when they complete their program. Now, what changes in curriculum? You mentioned about some of the changes that you are bringing about for industry, etc. But what changes in the curriculum and the design of the pedagogy also, which would you think will be happening in the future in order to accommodate all these very highly evolved principles of NEP?
That's great, sir. In fact, see that basically now management education is concerned, it became a multidisciplinary. And the kind of students what we get as an input are also from different verticals and different disciplines. Now, national education policy has taken really nice initiative that we accept from all the functional areas, and management education happened to be now terminal degree. Whether it's a medical doctor, whether an engineer, whether a commerce graduate, whether a science graduate, everybody would like to pursue. The best graduates would like to look forward to the IIMs. When the education policy is concerned now, this is the various metrics are involved in that. The metrics which need to be focused now, the fundamental metrics are the technical skills and technological alignment. The biggest challenge is today that technology is changing at a speed that human thinking pattern cannot think about, because it's a million minds are working on the technology, and the society is not able to adopt it also. Because if we take India, we have only 39 crores of students, out of which 6 crores are higher education, around 29 crores are in the school level. Now think about that. Do we have that kind of competency in providing the infrastructure to match the technology? Second level thing comes that the curriculum need to, understand the human element. We are missing human element. We are more machine connected now. The human element is really ignored it. Today, you need to have a human skills and human endurance. That is missing a lot. When you have a technical competency plus human skills competency multiplied by your design thinking pattern, definitely you will be in the platform of innovation. And this innovation requires a passion. And when there is innovation, the adoption process is very difficult. Particularly, we are talking only the premier business school. But what about the 3,700 affiliated colleges in the country? Around 4,000 MBA programs are running, PGDA program and MBA programs are running, but only 200 top business schools which can afford this technology intervention. But what about the government universities? What about that affiliated colleges where the capacity is not there? So the curriculum must be treated from the industry point of view at different level. If we make a product which is not suitable for the industry, there is no point in this progression. We are having a number progression, but not the qualitative employability. So at Firebird, what we have been doing continuously, we are connecting, we are inspiring. The question which you asked Urusri ma'am, that how do you motivate your faculty? How do you engage? We engage our faculty in 3 dimensions. First, we create that physically they are very comfortable. In the campus, physically they are very comfortable, and also mentally they are very comfortable. Physically and mentally we make much comfortable. We give all infrastructure facilities for greater learning. Because many, you'll find in national level, the comfortness is very, it's not very so good. So what happened? The security is there for the employment and the progress is there for employment. Good perks and salary is connected with the industry intervention. So that makes us very comfortable, adopting any uncertainty in this kind of things. The action learning program, what I was talking, is basically continuously students are involved. In a large, in the entire country, we see that 8 hours of teaching is very difficult. 8 hours of engagement to the student when they are at you will see that the mobile will be keep on in their hand, only WhatsApp, internet, what are things that happens. How to keep engage them? So maximum we can keep engaged, fully engaged at 4 hours. Next 4 hours we keep engage them in industry, real time industry, where they get paid also. So this is the curriculum treatment which we would like to endorse, which can give results also.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Continuing the discussion on curriculum changes and the way the planning has to go, my question to Amy is, most accrediting agencies also give emphasis on globalization and corporatization of institutes, in the sense that how much of exchange programs and how much of exposure students have to the international environment, etc. What do you think, what do you anticipate as the changes that are likely to take place in the years to come, given the time constraint for having all this being done within the 2-year program?
Yeah, well, okay, so there's 2 questions there, right? So what happens to the 2-year program, and also what do we think about internationalization? So AACSB doesn't have anything, any value around internationalization, but we do believe that standards are set at the international level. And these are outcome-based standards that every school, no matter where your location is, there should be a variety of diversity. How you get there is up to you and is specific to your context, but we don't require that every school be international. We have a value around global mindset, and this is the belief that business doesn't have boundaries. So business is everywhere. Business transcends national boundaries, and so it's important that anyone in the business education domain be able to adopt a global mindset through the curriculum, through the experiences of students, but it's not specific to internationalization, and we're very specific. We're very intentional on that parameter. The other part that you're talking about, which is what's going to happen to the 2-year program. Well, the statistic is that if you are an affluent person in the world today, born today, you will have a 50% chance or more of living to be 100. So this whole concept of education, work, retirement is just going out the window, right? So what is it? So why are we concerned about lifelong learning? Well, we're concerned about lifelong learning because 2 years doesn't mean anything in that time frame. right? We see, people being educated, getting their PhD when they're 60, right? This idea that you need to be retrained, reskilled constantly. You can call it the hedonic treadmill or whatever, but that is so crucial. So the fundamental of what a 2-year program can deliver is just sort of the nuggets, the values, some of the influences that's going to guide you through the rest of that period to make sure you stay relevant, you stay current. So that's why I talk about durable skills. It's not so much what skill today that you're learning, it's that do you have the skills to obtain skills, right? And that's going to be really, really important in the future.
Thank you, Amy. My next question to Dr. Urvashi is going to be on, there have been changes in India about model curriculum and also thoughts regarding how the class contact hours should actually come down and maybe more time to be given for specialization courses and less time for core courses, vice versa. Both ideas have been there. What is your take on the class contact hours? Should it come down and have more projects and cases, etc., or practical study? Or would that, in that case, would it be a compromise in the sense that management education is all about developing certain core concepts in various topics, and would that be compromised in the process?
Well, it's very relevant question which you have asked. I must admit here that with the proliferation of social media today and abundant of information already available on the various sources, the students definitely are not focusing on the information. They are definitely not focusing on getting the understanding of the concepts. Experiential learning definitely is the core component of the B schools today, and active experimentation, which can happen in the overall curriculum structure, that has to be the focus of the B schools currently. And without any doubt, today the customer sovereignty has become a reality. And in the higher education system, undoubtedly, the learner is the biggest stakeholder. Every single strategy is intertwined around giving that best learner experience and the personalized experience to the stakeholder. And in last 2 decades, it has been observed that many higher education systems have fostered competition between providers to create quasi markets as those systems moved from, you can say, elite to mass participation even. And just now, Amy has highlighted that no doubt the shift is from the physical campuses to the online delivery, a lot of short-term courses coming up. So many of the degree courses have been evolved and innovated by the campuses, which are offered through the online model. Undoubtedly, the choice of the learners was typically constrained initially by resources, geography, and information. Now these barriers to choice are being already overcome. And the next shift will be from mass face-to-face to mass digital learning. And when already we have accepted that this change is going to happen or is already happening currently, undoubtedly the focus on the longer classroom hours is not making much sense. And when in the B schools, the focus is on the experiential learning, undoubtedly the focus has to be on various innovative pedagogical tools, which are incorporating the components of the research projects, alignment with the corporate, the live projects given to the students, case study based discussions, and no doubt very strong impetus given to the article analysis also of the various journals. So undoubtedly, sometimes it has been very clearly observed that there has been a talk in the sector about blended and flexible learning, but the reality has been that currently online resources have supplemented the dominant mode of delivery, which was synchronous and in person, and probably coming anyway is the reverse situation. Courses are going to be designed to be delivered through technology, nowadays, undoubtedly, and supplemented by face-to-face human support also. So there is definitely going to be humongous change in the delivery process, and the classroom definition is going to be transformed today. It is early days, but the written word is already being accompanied by video, mixed reality, simulations with realistic holograms, a possibility. Smart bots for every subject open up the possibility of personalized learning at scale and monitored by advanced learning analytics. And if the learner does not have to leave home or work to experience this, of course, the learner's choice finally opens up. The age of the customer is now hitting the universities even, and they have to take the final call and make changes in the curriculum accordingly, which will justify the skill enhancement of the students. So focus definitely has to be on the experiential learning, skills, corporate readiness of the learners, and their employability quotient. And based on that, the curriculum definitely have to be transformed. Once upon a time, after every 2 years, we used to go for the curriculum upgradations, but the way the technology disruptions are happening in the market globally, undoubtedly the universities and campuses will be compelled to upgrade their curriculum on annual basis even. So these are few of the points which comes to my mind. Undoubtedly, I'm sure more additions can be done by the other panelists, because this aspect is definitely very, very important for any of the B school. Thank you.
Wonderful, great. In fact, I would like to take the views of the other panelists on two broad things. Amy was mentioning about the 2-year program and then online and then executives required. So different sets of people or stakeholders who are going to be interested in management programs on the one side. The second challenge being that, we are, from the institutional side, we're going to give so many things, as the other speakers were saying, Dr. Urvashi was saying, and Dr. Rao was saying about experiences as to what exactly we try to deliver in our pedagogy, the methodologies, as well as the different types of orientations that we do. But third, which I want to ask each one of you is, with both these being taken as given, how does the evaluation take place? Does the evaluation has to be softer, in the sense that, do you really feel that the time has come when we need not give so much emphasis on evaluation, or should it be strict? Because the big problem has been that if the evaluation is not strict, then mediocre people can also, within inverted commas, pass the program and pass muster. But whether that is the intention, or do you think evaluation has to also fall in line with that? I'll begin with Amy, because you would also have within your ACSP standards regarding rubrics and assessments. So what changes do you think will happen because of these different types of learning?
So one of the things that we implemented in the 2020 standards is this, and we added in as a must that schools use indirect assessment. So when you're talking about this concept of evaluation, who is being evaluated for what, right? And one of the things about indirect assessment is that is about taking the views of the stakeholders. So whether it be students, it be alumni, it be industry, and asking them, what is your evaluation of these skills that our students have? And that is so much more, I mean, we're saying it's equal. In ACSB, you have to have some of both, you have to have a mix of both, and it has to be appropriate to the type of degree, right? So if you're doing a master's program, an MBA that is an applied degree, it means that your students can apply what they're learning in the world of work, right? Whatever that constitutes. So you have to ask the world of work what that means. And a test or something designed by faculty who have never been in the world of work will not be an appropriate evaluation for that type of degree. But also faculty are trained in how to assess certain types of learning and the pedagogical tools and things like that. So direct assessment is still extremely valuable, especially because it gives you feedback on where to make adjustments to make sure your students are learning the outcome. So indirect assessment is extremely important. but direct assessment remains important. But the whole idea of all of this is not strict or soft. It is, at the end of the day, do your students have the skills, the competencies that the industry or whatever goal in life they're looking toward are able to do, right? So it's truth in advertising. We require that you have faculty that, if you say that you have a master's in marketing, we require that you have faculty that are, at the top of their field in that discipline, because that intellectual capital matters to the even recognition that you've actually achieved those skills, right? So there's this concept is much less in sort of the strict evaluation, I guess, as you could say, but more along the lines of, at the end of the day, are you producing a product or student, a learner in the market that can do what you said they should be able to do?
Thank you, Amy. Dr. Rao, what is your take on evaluation?
Absolutely, sir. That one of the biggest question is evaluation. What we should evaluate? Is it the course curriculum only, or holistically the overall development of an individual? At Firebird, we look in three metrics. Number one, personal development. As an individual, when a student comes here, what is the growth matrix? Overall is personality development. We implant a program called Personality Enhancement Program. So we give a lot of importance to an individual development. Then we have a second metric that is called social development and social contribution. That what role he can play when he goes out of the B school into society, and what contribution he can deliver to the society. Third, we come to professional development. So in the professional development, we have a 30-70 model. 30% we allow them to spend time on the theoretical frameworks. 70% of the remaining time, we give the evaluation on the case studies, real-time stories, and also spending their time into the industry only. Because Firebird is an industry business linked business school. It is developed by an industry. So our evaluation pattern is completely on 70% of the time in industry only. So we give most importance to the mentors of the industry, how they, appraise their performance in the industry. Because finally, the product has to go to the industry. And remaining 30%, we take care of our internal evaluation system. Of course, we try to comply other accreditation agencies also, but our biggest agency of accrediting as our employers, the industry only.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Rao. What is your opinion, Dr. Urvashi?
In fact, in this particular perspective, undoubtedly, we are also following multiple metrics for the evaluation of the students. We cannot focus unidirectionally on the curriculum, because when we talk about the assessment of the learners, undoubtedly, the biggest focus is on their cognitive faculty and how much has been the growth during their stay in the campus. So that's why we are following, and I'm sure it is being considered as one of the best practices that right from the beginning, the competency mapping of the student is done, in which we are trying to understand and map the requisite critical competencies required for a professional ready to join the market very soon after 2 years. Those competencies are mapped, and after 1 year, this process is repeated again, and the impact analysis is done within our campus to understand that which competencies have organically evolved and what interventions have contributed towards the organic development of those competencies. And those interventions definitely are given more impetus in future, and they are taken up as part of the curriculum. Like, say, for example, the competency of having analytical decisions. For this competency, various interventions have been adopted and they are part of the curriculum assessment. For example, article analysis. It is one component which carries 5% component in all the subjects. And the article can be from various journals, from Harvard Business Review or some Indian case study based on the subject. Similarly, to understand this aspect of critical decision making, undoubtedly the case study analysis is one intervention which is adopted in the curriculum. And based on that, the assessment is done on this particular skill. So the skills which are mapped as a result of the competency mapping, they are definitely giving very clear overview to the interventions to be adopted in the campus and the continuous assessment of the students to be part of the continuous assessment. So keeping that into mind, the change is happening definitely, and it is an evolving area. It is not an area which is static and once it is finalized, it has no scope to be changed. It's highly agile area in terms of the assessment of the students. So curriculum is only one of the focus, but undoubtedly the focus is on the competency analysis and to adopt the interventions for the growth of those competencies. But again, here is one very quick take on this point. Which competencies are critical? That has to be analyzed again and has to be chosen wisely. For that, the stakeholders' feedback becomes the very important perspective. The stakeholders are the recruiters, the alumni, even the various segments, the current students. So based on highly structured feedback from these different stakeholders, the competencies are mapped and then they are aligned with the interventions within the curriculum.
Right. Thank you. Now, I think we'll take some questions from the audience first. I have got a couple of more questions, but
Dr. Parshuraman, I have a very comprehensive video which is made very specifically for the expectations and values.
How long will that be? Dr. Rao, what is the duration of the video?
3 minutes.
Okay, please, let us play that.
Because it will connect our discussion further better.
Excellent, excellent. Please. Yeah, it's working.
Great.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Interesting. We've got a couple of questions here on the chat box, so I would like the panel members to address that. The first question is, in the context of the changing geopolitical scenario, strained relations between India and China, and the ongoing war, what needs to be done at the government and institutional level to mitigate the risks of pursuing higher education from a foreign university? Would Dr. Urvashi be happy to answer that? Dr. Urvashi, can you answer that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was having something, some glitch over there. Yeah, please. In fact, I'm just trying to configure the question and trying to imbibe its essence. It's very recent, and undoubtedly it has started creating a lot of fervors in the education sector throughout the country. Undoubtedly, I'm really not understanding what exactly is expected in this question.
What they're saying is, because of the change in the global scenario, what exactly should individual institutes be trying to do for? It's like a strategy for change, that sort of thing. Would they have to do anything at all, especially considering that the global graduates may have a slightly different standard?
There are certain eventualities and contingencies which are beyond the control of any human capabilities, and war is one of them. So undoubtedly, I'm sure that no institution on the earth can be prepared very well in advance to face the situation like a war. So it is highly exceptional global scenario, undoubtedly, specifically with reference to the Indian students studying in Ukraine, and they coming back to India, and the uncertainty they might be facing currently in terms of continuation of their degree. So I believe that this experience will give much food for thought to the universities, institutions to keep this eventuality in the focus while designing their vision and strategies for future. But yes, definitely today this scenario is highly uncertain, and what needs to be done, it has to be a well thought of strategy. And any points from the side of AIMA would be really appreciated, because they are taking care of the accreditation throughout the globe. So what are the picks from your side? We are really keen to listen from you, in fact.
Before that, Dr. Rao, you have any suggestions to make on this?
Yes, particularly, see, when our Indian students are spending huge amount of money in different countries, and it will affect our GDP also. Today, India is very well equipped with the universities, 1,000 universities we have, and more than 30 plus IIMs we have. We have 50 plus IITs we have. This is a high time that we should not think only to go and study abroad. It can be an industrial tour, or it can be a short trip, not for large course, courses are 4 years, 5 years. It will dilute our economy also. And today our, the manpower and our professors are equally competent to match any industrial, standard requirements, also international requirement. It should be an exchange program, not going completely spending 4 years, 2 years. It will give a bad impact on our economy also.
Wonderful. I thank the panel members for the wonderful discussion that we have had. In the interest of time, Dr. Rajan Saxena is also is among the audience, and being a very senior educationalist and a person who has run institutions very successfully over the years, we would also be taking his views on this very challenging and very important matter. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the panel. And
Sir, namaskar. Good evening.
Let's have your views, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Parshuraman, for inviting me to this wonderful panel discussion. I was listening to it, and I just thought when AIMA called me if I would like to make any comments, and I said, no, I'm enjoying the panel discussion, but they said that no, we if she would want to do something. And I said, if Professor Parshuraman allows me, I will make some comments over here. And thank you very much.
It'll be an honor, sir. Right, please.
Thank you. Sir, well, it was it's wonderful to see you, Emmy, over here in the panel, Dr. Srinivas Rao and Dr. Urvashi in this panel.
Thank you, sir.
It's wonderful to see all of you over here. And well, look, Parshuraman, and I think I would like to straight away come into the whole issue of the globalization and the Indian higher education perspectives from there. I think if we were to look at it, and this was a very good question of the geopolitical scenario. In fact, in the very first kind of a part, that when we look at it in terms of the geopolitical scenarios today, this is one such kind of a major disturbance, this kind major political or major kind of a disruptor today in the world economy itself. And it has a serious implications when we talk about it from the perspective of education per se. And we talk about it in the context of the higher education. Consider, for example, a very simple thing like Afghanistan, which is right next to our entire region, a part of our region, South Asia. Afghanistan, which was turned into a major armed conflict between the Taliban forces and the Northern Alliance itself, had meant all the entire education, the universities and colleges getting closed over there. There were no education facilities right out over there. When they started, after the war, when the elected government did come in, and the education started, they approached India, for example, for help in terms of developing the education infrastructure. When some of us looked at it, we realized the kind of damage that had happened to that very country itself. Now we have Ukraine as an example, and this has some very, very interesting kind of an implication. Take a look at it. One kind of a data point that I like to bring to the notice of all our panelists and also the members in the audience itself. As of January 2021, the data shows that there were more than 1 million Indian students who were studying in 85 countries in the world itself. 1 million Indian students who were studying in 85 countries in the world. And of this, more than 50% are studying in North America. So clearly, what does it mean? Are they really going to all the developed countries? Or they're also going into, let's say, some of the former East European countries, Central European countries, or some of the other kind of countries itself. Asia, for example, could also be there. The interesting aspect is that in the context of medical education and in the context of higher education, engineering education and computer science education, many of the Indian students have gone to some of these countries, smaller countries, where they have, despite the language problem, despite the kind of a cultural issues that are there, they accepted that. Why? Because these countries are offering a curriculum which was in line with the best international curriculum. 2, they were offering affordable education. In many cases, scholarships and free ships were available. 3, what they were offering is a kind of a special, in some cases, even 100% scholarship, is what I would put it across. And then good faculty over there. Now, why is it that we have not been able to do it? And this is where the policy issue comes up. If we have to resolve an issue like this of 1 billion students going abroad, we need to ask at the policy level, what is it that we need to be doing to ensure that we are able to improve our curriculum? You asked that particular question, Dr. Parshuraman. And I was so glad to hear that, the kind of developments that were happening. One of the most important aspects of a globalization is in terms of benchmarking your entire curriculum with the best in the world itself. Now, institution may pick up the kind of their own benchmarks. It doesn't have to be everybody picking up, for example, in medical, picking up maybe, let's say, the college like John Hopkins, for example. It doesn't have to be. It could be, something like, for example, a college in Case Western, for example. Or it could be some other colleges that are there, which I can possibly pick up. So the most important thing is that of really trying to put a benchmark for ourselves in terms of the curriculum, and then align it, and then start working towards, that kind of a benchmark itself. And that is what the NAP focus is really talking about it. In terms of the curriculum improvement, which is very significant, the drive towards the curriculum improvement is primarily with a view to make Indian education a global destination. And if that is to happen, then in that case, the curriculum has to be benchmarked with the best. The second is in terms of the affordability. World over, the price of higher education has simply gone up. It has gone beyond the means of an average middle class family. Now, what is it that we need to be doing at the government level, at the institution level? What is it that we can, of trying to raise the resources for free ships, for scholarships, etc. What are the lessons from some of the American universities, or for that matter, let's say some of the other universities, in terms of the work on the campus, for example, where one would normally pay salary to an employee? Can that work be done by, let us say, two or three students in their spare time, and they can be paid? And this could possibly help them to sort of reduce the burden of the financial burden itself. The third part of it is in terms of the experiential part of it, the experiential education. A very, very critical aspect is that of how can we make Indian education an experiential education? And this is where I think we all, as an institution heads, we have to be working towards that. The other part of it is, if we were to look at it, that the pandemic has made many countries look inwards, focus on more on towards, because the global mobility of resources was severely impacted. But then the technology came to the rescue of the institutions, and therefore the global outreach became an important part, which was there. Globalization, as we all understand in management education, is not just merely being available in multiple geographies, but what it is about multiculturalism. Now, how do we bring about that multiculturalism on our own campuses? The value of multiculturalism goes beyond any kind of terms of significance that one can talk about it. It goes beyond any kind of an imagination itself. If we have to develop a global citizen, if we have to develop a globally responsible individual, then perhaps there is no escape to what we call it as multiculturalism. Developing a multicultural campuses today is the need of the hour. And today it is possible to do so. Government of India has a scheme of what we call it as a study in India. And it does take, we participate in several exhibitions, etc., trying to project Indian higher education. At FICCI, we have been doing it. And there is no reason why, many of our schools should not be getting the foreign students. The Ministry of Commerce priority is right now, for example, to push Indian higher education in the world market itself, to export Indian higher education. And the way to do that is to create those kinds of attractive campuses, that kind of a campus culture, which will make a global student comfortable with your campus itself. It isn't just really attractive website, but it is the culture, it is the environment that is going to be important. And just about 2 minutes more, Dr. Parshuraman, it is in terms of looking at it from the perspective of the university's own value system changing to respect global, what is global value? Respecting the global diversity. It doesn't have to be necessarily that everybody is really wearing the same kind of a dress or the same kind of, or eating the same food, but the essence lies in terms of having, let's say, people from all over the world wearing different dresses, eating different food on the campus, and bringing faculty from all over the world. Now, one may say that, well, this is going to be a very, very costly affair that I'm really recommending. But believe me, at the end of the day, it isn't so very costly. It doesn't have to be everybody coming over, everyone coming over from America. It doesn't have to be everybody coming over from Canada. It doesn't have to be everybody coming over from UK. But what about, let us say, East Africa, for example? Of that matter, let us say the Middle East Asia itself, South Asia, and so the other countries in Central Europe. Why not? And if we are able to bring that in and create that kind of an environment, I see no reason why our universities cannot become, truly speaking, a multicultural community itself. So the global academic community is something that would be required. And obviously this would require a global vision that we would need to be doing. One of the important thing is that of creating collaborations and partnerships today. Pandemic has showed that there's an urgency to build such kind of relationships at the global level. Collaboration with universities, collaboration with individuals, partnerships with the universities and individuals for either for research, for the purposes of offering joint programs, dual degree programs. All this is going to be, all this is a possibility.
Yes.
The academic bank of credits, which the government of India has already started off with, has created such a kind of a degree of flexibility, which will really encourage such a kind of interactions itself. Right. So these are some of my thoughts.
Excellent, sir. Thank you very much.
I just thought about it. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Wonderful, wonderful. It was great. Actually, the panel discussion, Dr. Urvashi, Dr. Rao, and Amy Menon had all given wonderful views. And it was actually, the panel was really going very well, but your remarks have been very, very welcome. Thank you very much. Let me thank the panel members once again for very incisive comments, as well as very, I would say, not the orthodox answers to questions, but being practical about things and giving their real perspectives. And thanks, a very big thanks to Dr. Rajesh Saxena for coming in the end and helping us summarize the whole thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Parashuraman, for chairing this session. It was really well done, and you chaired the session brilliantly. Sincere thanks to Ms. Memon, Dr. Rao, Dr. Makkar, and Dr. Saxena for adding your valuable thoughts on the expectations and values of higher education globally. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our final session. It's an honor for us to welcome Dr. Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor, NMIMS, Chairman, AIMA Vice Chancellor's Council, to share the conference summary and to deliver his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to be in this concluding session where I'm sure you would have all enjoyed the two-day international conference that we had all planned it out for you all. It took us a couple of months to really come to the theme, finalize the theme, and not only finalize the theme, but also the speakers. You just heard Dr. Parshuraman and the distinguished panel discussing this whole aspect of global expectations of higher education from the perspective of values as also expectations perspective, per se, the globalization as we may talk about it. The 2 days to me had been a great learning session. The very first session that we started off, the inaugural session that we started off with the President, AIMA, C.K. Ranganathan, delivering his presidential address, set the tone of the conference. He talked about the significance of a theme like this and the urgency to create such a dialogue with all the education leaders much more frequently than what we have had. And he was of the view that a conference of this magnitude, a conference of this kind, AIMA should consider having it at least twice a year. That is a little too far-fetched an idea and too much of a work, but nonetheless, I believe that it does create a kind of a perspective for many of us in AIMA Vice Chancellor's Council, which will reach out to each one of you for the purpose of organizing such kind of panel discussions across the country on some of the selected topics that we have now come up in this global conference. We will keep adding to this conference titles and to this conference sessions from time to time, and continuing to do these kinds of panel discussions across the country in different regions itself with the academic leaders, industry, and possibly all the players in the education ecosystem. The president of International the president of International Association of University Presidents, Dr. Fernando Leon Garcia, in his keynote address, referred to the fact, referred to a couple of surveys, 3 big surveys that were done of the North American university presidents as also the global university presidents. And some of the key highlight of his session, of his address, was that as we prepare for a post-pandemic period, universities will have to prepare themselves for many more such kind of disruptions, and also the fact that we will have to create a capacity for dealing with the mental health problems of our students and also of our staff. And therefore, when we are looking at it from the perspective of, the role of the campus, role of education, it goes beyond what we had, what was just merely the curriculum itself. You also refer to the perspective of looking at it from the point of view of